Hello, 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 hello. Welcome back to another episode of Let's Just Talk About It with your beautiful host, Jessica Simone. And tonight we are talking about what does the left want? And pretty much what does it mean to be left? I think as we continue to move forward with solutions, it's important that we are all on the same front and everybody's voice needs to be heard. So tonight we'll be discussing what it means to be left to you and what do you want either out of a candidate, what do you expect from the left, not only as a party but as a community, as a support system, as people who view themselves as progressive, liberals, leftists, whatever the case may be. We're all over here. It's all the same thing. Now, we all know that the right has tried to hijack the left and tell us what we are with these woke ideologies, but who wants to be walking around sleep like a zombie anyhow? And I think it's important that we take back the narrative of what it means to be left and we lead with that messaging on a cohesive front. And that starts with just having the conversations about what it is to be left. What does that mean to you? And what do you want? So here we are tonight. How are you guys doing today? Um, Welcome everybody. Again, if you have we are all live on the TikTok. And if you have another device, definitely please put it in our YouTube, which we are also live on at Jessica Simone, the very same name, or you can click on the link in the bio, click on the little YouTube tabby, and put your device in there so that we can accumulate the hours. Because as we know that there is a buyer of TikTok, and when the be transitioning over to another app called M is being bought by a company called Oracle, and I will not be going. TikTok, we love you. And TikTok, if you really want to stick it to them, don't give them any of our data when you switch it over. Please. Any of our videos, none of that. Give them whatever. So we are obviously will be transitioning over to YouTube in the future, you guys. So definitely, please, 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 if you're not subscribed to the YouTube, definitely please go do so. And again, if you have another device, sit it in there so we can accumulate the hours to do so, you guys. And the more hours that we have, the better it'll be, the easier it'll be for us to transition. And it's not a stress on, like, the gifts and stuff like that. Mama Blue, Fat Man Taylor, how are you guys doing today? Welcome in, placeholder. Thank you for your thank you all for the gifts. We want fairness in regards to what. Now, if you guys could please tap the screen. Once we get up to 10K, we're going to open up the panel. Obviously the panel is open to everybody tonight, you guys. Matter of fact, let me tell Chris, if you're in here. I see you just shared the live. Thank you so much. If you could put in the Discord that the panel is open for everybody tonight. We will miss the TikTok shop, but bye. Okay, now let me tell you something. That TikTok shop with the prices that they be having in the TikTok shop be right up my alley. Now, only thing I don't like is the fact that um you can buy something for like $2.99, baby, but the shipping and handling is like $16. Like, oh my goodness, I know you fucking lying. Hey, no one, how you doing tonight? Thank y'all for sharing the live. Yes, we are up to 10 shares. Matter of fact, I have here. Let me share it as well. Share it to the people. Nectar Skal. Don't want to share it to the people who are actually live. You know what I mean? Just buy it from the store. I mean, some of the stuff, first of all, some of the stuff that they have is not in the store, right? And which store do I find it? It's like literally a one-stop shop for everything, almost like Amazon, but from overseas. And then if we get it from Amazon, then we definitely have to pretty much contribute all of our money back into the same
Oh
corporations.
my God.
Mama Blue, thank you so much. Just some coconuts for our Mama Blue. Thank you. Yes, y'all. We're having a very natural night. It's been a long day again, still working on We Are What's Left. Matter of fact, let me put it in the chats. I mean, put it in the live stream. Give me 1 second. so that everybody can easily follow the We Are What's Left page. Y'all are working diligently and very hard to try to make sure that it's the best that it can be, because as Black woman, you don't, as Black people period, you don't get a lot of chances to fuck up, right? So yeah, we're doing a fresh face tonight. Well, it's not too much, well, not any makeup. Make sure to follow We Are What's Left. Yes, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. But yeah, keys tap the screen again. When we get to 10K, we're going to open up the panel to everyone to be able to come up and speak about what it is that you want from the left and what the left means to you, which I think is important. And what I will start with is, I think if anything, again, considering the fact that we are not all a monolith, right? We all think different, we create different, we move different, we love different. And I think it's important, but I think the one thing that we can all agree on is truth and fairness, right? Truth and fairness. Not only fairness, but hold on, you guys. Oh, not only fairness, but as well as human rights. Treat people the way they deserve to be treated. I don't think that's hard to do. You know what I mean? Equal rights. Everybody needs access. At very minimum, everybody needs access to medical care, because I it's hard to believe that the countries that not the countries, but there's one country in particular that hey, hood storyteller, how you doing? Sometimes you gotta ignore them like they mama do, baby. Um, I think that, what was I saying? I forgot. Mom Blue, thank you so much. Mom Blue said my name gonna be up on that thing, okay? That thing, yeah. Stop playing with my Mom Blue. Mom Blue, I saw somebody the other day. I said, "Is that Mama Blue?" They had like purple hair and too. I was like, "It can't be. It can't be, right?" Um, hey, lovely, how you doing? What was I about to say though, you guys? What was I saying? I don't know. But anyways, keep tapping the screen. Oh, what it is to me. I think there's a particular country that we will not name, that we give a lot of aid and weapons to, and their country has free healthcare for everyone. But we do not. I think at bare minimum we all need free healthcare for everyone. And yeah, I think that's where it starts, because once your healthcare your health is taken care of, it allows you the freedom to be creative, be innovative. Your mind is a little bit free, move freely. You know what I mean? I know it, right? We need it, but will we get it? I mean, anything is possible. I mean, you might not see it in this lifetime, okay? But if we keep on fighting for what, you just never know what might happen. Everybody, while we wait till we get up to 10K before we open up the panel, make sure that you, hey, go come up in here and get your heart me. Get your heart me today. Get your heart me Tania. Get your heart me. Get it. Go, 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 Tina. Get your heart me. Go, Jersey. Get your heart me. Go, Sasha. Get your heart me. Get your heart me. Get your heart me. Tap the screen. Get your heart me. Hit the live. Get your heart me. Shut a live. Get your heart me. Get your heart me. Go, go, go. Hey, hey. We should have just like a dance session at the end. You know what I'm saying? A whole long time person. You know what I'm saying? We reaching goals tonight. Miss Nikki Savage, how you doing tonight? Go, Nikki. Get your heart me. Wait, it is. Get your heart me. Get your heart me. Okay. If you have not gotten it already, again, you guys. Though you have no coins, don't worry. You just got a raise at work, so it will be coming. You know what I'm saying? It will be coming. Don't you worry about a thing. Cause every little thing, it's gonna be all right. You should play it at the end while we drop gifts. Yeah, y'all go gift crazy. Okay. Go gift crazy. You used to live in whose district? AOC's? Whose district you used to live in? Making me be a sucia. Sí, señorita. Of course. Come on, baby. Some circles. Okay, yo, we are at 23 shares. If you guys don't mind long pressing on the screen and sharing the live with about 3 people. She ruined it. How did she ruin it? Jersey Street Rat. I just want you guys to know that you guys' names say a lot about who you are, right? It is very interesting. It is muy interesante. Sí, muy interesante. How would you figure that she ruined it? I'm a humble guy. Hmm. Hmm. That's what it says. Yes, yes, yes. I believe you. I believe you are a Jersey Street rat. Definitely. I definitely, definitely do. I'm not negating that. They call exactly blue. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are we doing? Makes sense, right? You know. Not negating that. Even a dead clock is right twice a day. So I'm not even gonna argue with that. It's like, if that's how you're gonna identify. Who am I to argue with you? You see how easy that was? When somebody say my pronouns is they them. See how easy it was? You just respect how they identify. Like I respect you being a street rat. I mean, but you really gotta get your weight up because the New York street rats is a little bit bigger and more savage. Very easily, Reina. So, no, aprender, estoy aprendiendo español. So, I almost lost my streak, y'all, and they made me do 6 lessons today just to make it up. No, when you speak Spanish, ¿tú hablas español? Ujú. ¿Tú hablas Muchas gracias, Sash. Well, Sash Hernandez, it only speaks for itself. Like with Rosie Perez. I forgot somebody was in my live. We're almost at 10K, y'all. And the panel will be open. The panel will be open. Where are you learning? Duolingo. So obviously everybody went to school, failed it. Whether you failed it or did not fail it, it didn't matter because nobody actually learned Spanish, right? And then I did Rosetta Stone, and it was really, really good. I had the premium version. I got it free, I think, with a job that I was working at. And at the end of each session, you can get on a live session with somebody from the country that you're of the language that you're learning. And then y'all will only have a conversation and the information and the words and sentences that you had learned in said section, which I thought was very, very good. And that really got me going. That's where I felt like I picked up a lot. And then I worked at Olive Garden, and I lost a table one time because they wanted somebody to speak Spanish, and I'm like, I don't play about my money, right? So I started practicing Spanish with the runners, the busser, and the people that were also servers who spoke Spanish. And I began learning the things that I need to know, like quieres ensalada or sopa, what is it? Quieres, ¿qué quieres? Tomar or something like that. What you need to drink. Baby, I learned all the words I needed to know. So ain't no table. And I got really, really, really good tips. Hold on. What the hell? What the hell did y'all say? Oh my goodness. I can't see anything. Okay, there we go. Okay, it went back. I don't know. Somebody else must Andrew's box is clear. Is Andrew's box clear for you guys too? Can y'all see? TikTok glitching. It's definitely glitching. It's clear or is it black? It's clear. It's my shirt is black. Yeah, it's clear. Andrew, can you hear us? Okay, he dropped. He's probably gonna come back. Um, yes, it's clear. Okay, that's what I was thinking. Beaches, thank you for the kisses. Hey Quinn, how you doing? Kenneth, thank you so much, Tania. Thank you, Granny Deezy. How you been? How have you been? Okay, okay, okay. So yeah, so the panel is open to everybody tonight. Oh, let me hold on. I forgot. I always forget Oh, excuse me. I had a lot of watermelon today, you guys. And I also made some vegan fried rice and it was bomb. I mean like bombdiggity.com. So what we're gonna
They
do
not
is I'm
like
gonna
us. They not like
Hey,
us.
we got
They
a
not like
subscription.
us.
Who is that? DZ, thank you for the subscription. Drop some coconuts to DZ because he knows that baby, they are not like us. And I'm sick of their ass. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna set like 5 different one coin goals. If you guys could knock those out collectively, everybody can participate. Hey Marks, how you doing? Marks and Queso. If you guys can knock those out really quick, that again helps push the live as well. It's a conversation that needs to be had. I know we usually talk to Megan, and I probably will still try to come up and preach whatever. But I think it's also time to really start focusing on a solution. Hey, thank y'all. Baby, y'all knocked that out real fast. Like Tyson. Old Tyson, not new Tyson. Because that shit he pulled with somebody, Paul. I ain't like that shit. I ain't like that shit at all. Um, let's see. Let's do 50 of these. Jake, yeah, yeah. Not here. So not that Tyson. Old Tyson. Holyfield Tyson. You know what I'm saying? Back then. Bite your ear Tyson. Yo, I'm hollering. Okay, I be cracking myself up. Anyway, so I think it's really important that we start looking for solutions. Solutions is very important. Like they have us all overwhelmed by flooding us with all type of information and wild ass shit every single day to get us exhausted. I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes I be working, I be crying my little ass off. But
Like A O E O E O E O.
is that all you got?
Say what's up?
Oh, you remember when you was young, you used to play on the phone? It's like nigga knocking, you know what I'm saying? Or prank calling. Like we gonna prank panel. So you really can't even be mad at it. The kids is just the kids, right? And they were like, ah, ha, ha, did you see how she looked when you did that? They was like, oh my God. Is that how you got? Anyways, prank out. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? It's prank panel. Prank paneling. It's different now. They don't do it the same. JG, yeah, they used to have a chat line back then, but it's different now. It ain't the same. So, they have to find different ways. I'm not even really mad at it. So it is what it is. So yeah. Yeah, I saw somebody say I'm depressed, so it's working. Yes. I woke up the other day when I found out the military was just sweeping through the park in MacArthur Park just to be intimidating to the children so they can grow up to be punks. And when I say punks, I'm not talking about in any type of disrespectful way. I'm talking about like scary. They're trying to intimidate and bully. And then the thing I love about bullies is at the end of the day, when it's all said and done, they get punched in the nose and they start crying and they always lose. And everybody always takes up for the bully because I was that person. But yeah, and I just started crying. I'm like, I'm so exhausted. This is so tiring. And it really put fire under my ass that like I really started like amplifying and fine tuning We Are What's Left, as well as the link, which you guys know I have a community for women. I have a community for women and just kind of like amplifying that and laying down the groundwork because we have to have solutions. And as I was just thinking, like, there are different people who are able to stop their dictatorship or authoritarian regimes, but they got active. And you know who didn't get active? Them people in 1933. They kept saying, "Oh no, it's not gonna get that bad. He's just crazy." Whoop, whoop, whoop. And then look, and then they couldn't stop it, and people were being unalived by the droves. And it took their country years, decades to bounce back. And the only way they were able to recover is by having other countries come in and help in aid. Like, bruh, we don't want to get to the point where we're calling for Russia. And that one country that got the free healthcare that we're helping, they can't come help us because we helping them. What they gonna give us? Hey, they gonna give us some weapons. So like, who are we gonna call? Ghostbusters? So I think it's important that we start to work on a solution. We start coming up with a plan. We start talking about what it is that we want, talking about what it is we need. And so we can be on a cohesive front and know our messaging and be able to spread it collectively, spread it often, and spread it wide. Pause. Alrighty then. So with that being said, Chris, welcome up. How are you?
I'm good. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get over the fact that you just said pause, and I just wanted. You're funny.
Jen, the energy is way off. Like everybody's meditation has to go up like 10. Your therapy has to go up like 10. Your whatever your joy, whatever you do that makes you smile needs to go up. Work out more, everybody. I know y'all hate it, but I'm telling you, feel better. And honestly, we probably need to be agile in this society, in this climate, because we don't know when we have to, we have to shuck and jive, shuck and move. Okay,
Yeah,
so
because don't tell me you pulled a hammy. I ain't helping you. Gotta go.
oh God. Okay. So you guys, we got to be on our best, and you know what they doing with the food. You know what they trying to do. They coming as out front, so we need to be eat more healthy. I've been eating watermelon all day. I've been eating more vegan food, more plant based, more working on the salads. But so okay, my bad. I cut you off, Chris. So let's go.
No, you're good.
Mhm.
So I have several things to say when it comes to what I personally think. Um, Let me rephrase that. About what I think about what it means to be left, and I think one of the big things that I'm personally looking for is that I think we can all agree that the members of Congress that we have in this moment in time are way too damn old.
Mhm.
They're way they're way too damn old, and they are selfish in the sense of they're only doing what they are they're only doing quote unquote what we want
Mhm.
to get votes, and they're not even doing what we actually want, you know? I don't know if I'm
Mhm.
making sense, but like that's just like my one of my biggest gripes. And also, can we talk about how performative the left is? They are so performative, and they talk the talk, but they don't walk the walk, and that just irks me to my core.
Well, well, yeah, online leftists is well. I ain't gonna say online leftists because some of the Congress. So Congress is too old. So mind you guys, I'm gonna be taking notes too because I think it's important for us and kind of trying to see what the things that overlap, things that seem to be even more important. But I would have to agree, Congress is old as fuck, boy, and things are changing and they're changing rapidly. And I think it's important to have people who not only identify with the younger generations, but can understand where they're coming from. Because we all know Hector, what up, Heck? And we all know that when people get old, they get stuck in their ways, which is why I don't understand why they thought a 78-year-old man was all of a sudden not going to want to be a fraudster criminal. I'm stuck in my ways. I've been
Mhm.
frauding all my life. I'm gonna keep fraud until the day I die, till I
Right,
unalive.
and I genuinely think that the people like
89. God damn.
um I think the people like Mom Donnie, like I'm blanking on his name, the congressman from Florida. His last name is Frost. Um
Mhm.
I don't know his name. And there was another one that I had at the top of my head. Those are the ones that AOC. Uh
Mhm.
those are the ones that I truly feel like are going to move us forward. And
Mhm.
just need to we need to do something about it. And I think uh where it starts is next year in the midterms.
Mhm. What do you want when they do, set person get into office? What do you want from them? What do you want them to
Uh,
do?
I think that the biggest thing for me is doing whatever possible to pass a pathway to citizenship for the undocumented immigrants.
Mhm.
And also, I don't, I believe that universal healthcare is very um, hard to do with how our country works. But I just want something. I want a system where it's easier for people to access healthcare because I firmly believe that healthcare is a human right.
I agree. And Hood Storytellers, he said it's not hard one bit, and I agree. I don't think it's hard. I mean, I know I understand we live in a capitalist society, but I don't think it's hard. You think it is hard, free? If you got a chance, come up as well. Uh, okay, I'm taking those notes. Dom, welcome to the chat. How are you?
Hey, girlie. How's it going?
I'm blessed and highly favored. How about yourself?
I'm good. I'm trying to get out of my car, but it's pouring down, so I'm just gonna wait it out a
Yeah,
little
you know,
bit.
ain't nothing. You sit in the car, let the rain hit the
Yeah,
windshield for a little bit.
a little bit, just really.
What do you want from the left? Or what does it mean to you, either or?
I'm gonna go with what I want.
Hmm.
I want them, and I think we had this conversation on a different panel like earlier last week. I want them to switch their communication methods. The messages themselves are not incorrect, but you need to reach people where they are in this day and age.
Hmm.
It's actually funny because just today, Jasmine Crockett was on Taraj something's podcast,
Hmm.
and she talked about it. She goes, we have too many people that are too old and they're stuck in there writing letters, official paper thing. And I was like, no, we should have podcasts. We should have infomercials. Like we should have the quicker sources of communication. So that's one of the things that's beating us is we're still sending out memos and emails, and the right is communicating in 2030. They're sending you short memes. They're
Hmm.
creating the memes. They're creating the TikToks. They're creating the podcasts. The message was not incorrect, but how you do that has got to be updated to
The
like
way
the
we're
current
spreading the message,
age.
we can't just send out
Yes.
emails.
And
Um,
stop with these long ass pictures on Instagram that people gotta people don't read. So why are you sharing me? Like I swear to God, I flipped my shit during one of the months of the election, and they said things Democrats did this much to zoom in to the print to start reading the lit. Don't give me all that. I don't even want to read that. Why would you do
facts, 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 facts. People one don't want to read. Which is why one, we already got a lot of MAGA, but then a lot of different boring rhetoric. But they are, like I say, they are doing good things. We can't just send messages. So I think what you're saying, you're not wrong in what you're saying about like how we get the message out, which is
Mhm.
why shameless plug, we're doing what's left to unite a bunch of creators and have the same message and push it out. Like, say you have a podcast, you make long term form videos.
Long
Yeah,
form,
you
yeah.
have short term content. You're on YouTube, you're on TikTok, you're on Instagram, like, and we're all pushing the same message, and which is what the right did, and which is what we need to do, so we can be able to show them that we are what's really left. Anything other than the way that they push the message.
Yeah.
Outside, anything other than what
Oh,
else do you want from them
listen, they gotta fix that part
then?
first because I feel like that's gonna be like the thing that opens up the fork in the road to other avenues. But
Mhm.
no one's gonna care if you can't communicate what you're trying to do. Because like
Mhm.
even if you figure out what you're trying to do, if you can't make it clear and communicate that to everyone, where in the way that they are,
Mhm.
it's not gonna matter anyway.
I agree. I agree.
Yeah. Yeah,
E-
me too. I agree.
Emma, welcome in. How are you?
Hi, how are you guys? I'm so
Amazing.
happy because I'm moving you guys on Saturday to a medical school. So I'm just so happy, but also like sad because my room is like dead right now because like everything's in boxes. But I
Congratulations. Drop some
thank
coconuts for
you.
Emma going to
Yes,
med school because we need
congrats.
more doctors.
Thank you. And also, guys, this is allowed on here. My moving is very expensive. Can I like put my cash app in the comments?
Go ahead, darling.
Yeah. So my cash app is in the comments. It's my name is perfect is in the comments because moving, guys, like So expensive. I hate it.
Oh, it's expensive as heck.
Um,
Yeah,
wh- what type of
but
doctor?
yeah, but my parents are also there to also assist. So if y'all can't donate anything, it's fine. But anyways, I did want to add to this topic because, like, what does it mean to be on the left? I feel like I'm still trying to figure that out a little bit because I feel like it's kind of hard because, like, for example, like I feel like I'm like on this side and I'm on the left for sure. One, yeah, 100%. But when it comes to, for example, like white tea creators, I've had to like not follow a lot of them because it's like you're like on the left, but you're also like if you host a live, I'm excusing certain phobics, and I can't. I don't want to follow you. I don't want to follow you. So I guess, like I do have a question of like how are you guys, I guess, like being like on this side, but I guess like if there's like maybe like a creator who's like homophobic or okay with homophobia, okay with racism, but they're like on the left. I don't want to put any names out there, but I feel like there's a lot of like white tea creators who are like you're like very much far left, but like I don't know if there's like homophobia or racism.
Well, then they're not far. They're not far left enough. Because if
Yeah.
you're all the way on the left, you
Mm.
shouldn't have. You don't have a problem with people loving who they am, and which is why I don't get why everybody is so obsessed with being in somebody else's bed.
You know?
And then when they find out you're in the part of the LGBTQ,
Hmm.
who do you sleep with? What's in between your legs? Those are invasive questions.
Yeah. Or I feel like it's also more like subtle, like racism, if that makes sense. Like very much like I guess I'm like micro things. If like there's like a micro, they may not speak up on it first or something. Like it's like hard to explain, but like I'll just say one thing. I'll just say like for example, like like in Parker and Dean, I feel like there has been very much like comments or the unfuck America tour, like certain things, and they didn't really talk out, I feel like, in the way that I would have preferred, and so I unfollowed them. So it's like I guess how are you guys I'm like navigating, because I just feel like people who are privileged are not always fully on our side, and I feel like but then they're still on this app and they are fighting for us and debating. So it's like I don't know, I'm having a hard time with that. I don't know if that makes sense.
I what I understand. I understand your plight for sure.
Or
And
there's one girl as well who went to the Unf America tour, but then blocked me for commenting on our page about like the tour. So it's like it's small. So it's very small things, but are still important. So I feel like I don't know how to like navigate of it. I want people like on our side, and I don't want to turn them away from our side, because I feel like if we're like very much like I'm like argumentative to them, they're not gonna want to be on their side. But it's like if you see like racism, homophobia, and you're not speaking out, it's also bad. So I don't know, I'm just having a hard time, I guess, with that. I guess the people who are not like a black person, not a person of color, not a minority, not part of the part of the like LGBTQ. I'm having a hard time with people like that and their activism, but I don't want to turn them away.
right. I definitely get what you're saying. I think Taylor put some in chat said I think you should follow those who you agree with and don't let one person change your morality. In which I get, and just because someone says something doesn't mean not necessarily that you're not on, the left anymore. I also think that at this particular moment, we all have a common goal. Now, what our reasoning for it, or it could be different. And the people who show you that they might not necessarily be with you in that capacity, always take a mental note and hold that person with a long spoon for sure. Because like I gave a analogy. I don't have you seen Game of Thrones?
Of course.
Okay, so no one trusted Littlefinger, and Sansa didn't trust Littlefinger, but she needed him to be able to win the battle of the bastards, right? So sometimes you gotta understand that, like, oh, okay, yeah, we need to win this, and we do need to attack on all fronts because there are some people that are going to be listening to the white those white creators, and there's people that's going to be listening to us, and we need to plug the message in everywhere, however that person may receive it. Because some people, especially even to white. Some white people aren't going to listen to us because they don't respect us. You respect the person, you receive the message from the person you respect, and they may respect them for that reason. So if they able to get it over there, fine, get it. That doesn't mean that you necessarily have to be there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I feel like that's a really good point because I think that I'm always huge on, for example, on topic of the feminism. I'm always like, if there's a man saying it versus me saying it, like like other men are usually gonna hear what he's saying more versus me. So I feel like I do appreciate the, I guess, white tea people in that sense because like I feel like there's gonna be more receptivism. Is that okay? Like the
They
receptiveness.
listen to their
Yeah,
own. Well, they barely listen to them because half of them voted for Kamala, half the other.
yeah,
Well,
most of the
majority voted for them. But if they are going to listen, some of them, some of
but
them got sense.
yeah, I feel like I've been, I guess, like settling, like as long as they're listening to somebody, I've been just kind of like settling and okay, like maybe like I need to follow these people because at least they're paying attention, and that just is, I think, what's more important. But I just want to hear from like other people, but I feel like that I think it's the best thing that they're going to listen to a white cis het man versus a person of color, trans woman, for example.
I've literally had men come up here. I tell them something, whoop, 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 and then I'll have a guy up come up here and tell them the same thing. They're like, "Oh, I get it, bro. As long as you get the fucking message, because at the end of the day, it's a group project.
But
Like when you're in
I think that kind of feeds into the oppression of it, right? If you're not going to amplify a woman's voice, right? Because if you heard me say it, and then and you came as a man and said it, and you didn't say, oh, like like my black sister, who is storyteller said, then you're having your foot on my neck. You're making my voice not matter, just like the other side is. And so I do.
Well, no, when they came up there, they very much said,
I wasn't saying that person was.
yeah.
But I'm just speaking. I see this on the internet. I've talked about this before,
and
and
that also too needs to be pointed out.
Yes, and Emma said something. Hold on, Emma, because you said something about like it's been like subtle racism. I'm gonna be very frank because I made a video about this yesterday. It is not subtle. I feel like everybody thinks a person has to have a white hood on to be a racist.
And say nigga.
That's the issue, right? Because racism does not just show up with a KK, with a triple K hood on it. Okay, it comes in macro, micro. It comes in the disdain and the disregard of Black lives. Right? We are not fighting on the same side. I'm not Democrat. I'm not leftist. I'm not none of that. I'm a Black woman trying to survive and do harm reduction and try to figure out how I'm going to get my people some kind of place. So yes, they're not listening. Those people on the left, we're not fighting the same thing, guys. They're trying to fight capitalism. That's why their messaging and do harm capital racism because they have not figured out that is why we are here for any and all things that have happened. Our people, Black people. If everybody had paid attention to what happened to us, the test group, we wouldn't be here today. There is nothing new that is happening to brown migrants right now whatsoever. It was tested on us. Nobody came. Okay. So I do want to get this frustration out. Yes, we do. It is a group project, but who is the group? And then when I show it with my paper, it's like, oh, okay, well, we did the paper this way. So if we need it, and we never get anywhere. Okay, I do understand we're gonna need allies, but they are very far and few in between. I don't need anybody to be my ally or accomplice at this point. I don't need to align with that side because whatever they're gonna do is gonna get shit to move, right? So I don't need you to be my ally. I don't need to make it cool for the people who fighting on the same side of fascism at this point. When I've been fighting it my whole life, I was born into activism because I had no choice as a Black woman. So no, I don't care about an ally or an accomplice. We're not on the same side. That's fine. And just let's just say it like that. Let's be very clear, y'all, that we're not on the same side. Let's stop trying to meet them halfway, because we've been meeting them halfway 400 plus years, and it's gotten us nowhere.
Yeah, thank you for that. Thank you, because like I do sugarcoat things because I be nervous sometimes, and I be like I don't want to be mean, but that person you fucking ate that because again like that's how I feel. Like I feel I'm frustrated because like it's like I want to trust these white tea.
No. Don't trust. Don't trust any white tees. Don't trust nobody. If
Right,
you're gonna
not
trust
trust,
anybody, trust them to
like
be who they are and what they have shown you to be.
yeah.
That's
I'm not.
why
Yeah,
Sansa
not.
knew she couldn't trust Littlefinger, but she
Yeah,
knew
I
he
just not.
wanted to be king, so she
So
Yeah.
true.
used that so that
Yeah.
she could get him to come to the thing.
Yeah.
Like we all have a common goal just to get him out, and we're all
Yeah,
gonna go our separate ways after that.
Us, but like we were talking about like earlier, like unfortunately I could be up here yelling about what's going on or talking about what's going on. They're not going to listen to me because I am a black person. So I feel like not trust, but like I guess like hope. I do have hope. I do hope that there's a YT person or even just a lighter person that will be able to convey our message. So I do, but like I feel like now I don't really have that because of the experiences. So I feel like now I'm very much like I'm like YouTube hood. I'm very much giving that perspective now because like just from what I've seen, when you do have trust in those creators, you're going to be disappointed. Like you're going to be disappointed. So I feel like it's very much like from like like a lack of a better word, trust, but it's way less than trust because you can't trust white tea people.
No.
No.
And I think it's important for us to build our coalition within, as black people, especially as black women. I feel like even the black group, the women need to have their own thing so we can talk and have hold each other accountable, and the men need to have their thing, but as a whole. And then okay, the house, we're the house Stark, and we have to get with the Wildlings or another party that we don't necessarily trust, but the White Walkers is coming, right? All we gotta do is get that, and then we could discuss other things later. You go back to your house. I'm gonna go back to mine. We're gonna build our things here. You go over there and build your things there. I still don't trust you, but we are brought together by this common mission. And right now the common mission is fighting fascism for every fucking body, because they coming at their ass too, and the white folks is in trouble, so it's bad. So but we won't trust you to do nothing. You'll have to continue to prove by putting yourself on the front line, by shielding, by putting your life on the line, and even then it's still skeptical.
Yeah, it's hard, and like I don't know
Yeah,
how to
that's what I
like.
mean by group project. Yeah, because in a group project at school, you don't know these people. They just put you together, you do the project, and when it's over, you go about your separate ways. And then later on, don't even fucking matter. Like we're not together.
Also, I'm sorry, but like my phone is like being weird. Can I like come down and come back up?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. I'll
My
drop
phone
you.
is really.
Free, welcome in.
Hey. Sorry, I was eating. Actually,
You want me to come back to you?
I'm good now.
Okay.
I just finished.
Mhm.
I think part of where we're trying to talk about this is in the area of called validation.
Mhm.
And when we speak from our voice about issues, um, and what it means to be liberal, um, we can express it, what we feel, but the way society interprets it is based off of a form of validation. For example, when we want to talk about issues such as healthcare, such as child education and nutrition, such as prenatal and postpartum care, we say it. It falls often on deaf ears. However, the moment a man says it, the moment a white person says it, we get what's called like confirmed validation through white validation that this is an issue, that this is something that we should sit attention to, that this is something we should put at the top of our list to pay focus to.
And 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 we get this type of thing when it comes to the micro level of us in our workspaces, of how people may treat us in our work environments, to the political spectrum based off of the level of patriarchy. We all get that. But to be leftist means that you have to accept that there's deprogramming you have in your own ideology in order to be able to really appreciate what the end vision is going to look like. To be leftist to me means that we need to be looking at who's going to be uplifted, who are we going to help? And you nailed it at the beginning of this, Jess, when you stated, like, how are we supposed to be helping we were helping all these other countries with some of these conflicts and issues they have. And now we have it ourselves. The difference is that we're supposed to have a constitution in which we're abiding by. And a lot of those other countries did not have some form of a constitution per se to go off of. And to be leftist means that we really need to stop allowing regressive ideology implement the Constitution. Global affairs, some of the stuff that we were doing in my line of work made me bang my head into the wall because we were still doing things old school. So if we are trying to get, someone else said this, if we're trying to get to a new platform, to a new generation of thought, to looking outside the box to get things done in a diplomatic manner, unfortunately, we have to have the boomers retire. Because there is
We have to
this
have the
very
what?
more boomers have to retire. I'm so sorry.
I agree.
I'm so sorry.
They got to get out of the
I'm so
way.
sorry. Yeah, I've worked with them and they're not open to anything other than the
True seller.
lather, rinse and lather. I'm so sorry. Lather, rinse and repeat. They're playing lather, rinse and repeat methodology, and not look at how other people in other countries have evolved. So maybe we should change the way we engage with them as well. Over.
Yeah, my dad is a boomer, and you ate that because but he's like one. I mean, I don't want to say one of the good ones, but he very much is like actively wanting to change, but he's the minority. So, thank you for that. Cause yeah, boomers, millennials, older Gen Zs, need to be able to be willing to change. So thank you for bringing that up.
Oh yeah, thank you for the dollar that says I enlisted so my baby brother could use our dash GI Bill. No loans, just dignity. After 30 plus years as an RN, my mom just paid off her loans and still can't afford health care. The afford health care that she works in. Damn. Like I'm an RN, paid off my loans and I still can't afford the health care. Like, what are we doing? Trying to claim her as my military dependent now. Housing, education, and care should be free. I agree. And that in turn just puts back
It was until
until
black
black people
people were
wanted it.
free. Yeah, because as long as the blacks ain't got it, am I right?
Try
That's all they
coconuts for
need
oil.
now.
Hey Jess, can I say something real quick and then I gotta drop because I gotta lay down because my back is hurting.
Okay, no problem. Go ahead.
Um, yeah, I'll be listening. So you know that in about a month I'm gonna be going I'm gonna be starting my grad program in social work and I'm gonna be taking 3 classes. However, oh, wait, and then I'm also gonna be doing my job and my internship. However, with your movement that you have going.
So again, all three of these group of people do the same thing. I saw a comment that said it's a lot of focus on foreigners. Two ways I feel the same way. Because this one issue voting that and y'all, let me just say this. Please grab your panties and your bras because it's going to get rough. I understand that what is happening in Gaza is quite sad. So is Congo. But you see how nothing else is being. Everybody's one red line was Gaza, not the black people, not Congo, not Sudan, never black people, right? The fact that the first time in my life of ever voting since I've been 18, people's hard line was, oh, it's something happening in another country, so I can't vote here because we sent our money there, was crazy. Because just as Chris said, just as I have stated, y'all have given up your rights and put jeopardy into women, black people, brown people, children. You sacrificed everybody in your country for another country. And as a black person, I find that to be astoundingly odd, because if anybody had given up their rights in their country to come and save anybody, they never did it for my people. So again, I'm going back to that. I don't have no breath. I can't talk to nobody. That was a one issue. Oh, you threw away your vote if you voted for Jill Stein because she said this. Are you insane? Are y'all crazy? Why is it that me as a black woman and a black daughter and a black mother with black daughters, why am I always the sacrifice? Why is it anytime we're trying to elevate into any type of form in this country, the black people, disabled, queer, trans, it is you sacrifice everybody in your country to seem like you are on a moral high ground, and you're the biggest losers I ever seen in history. I want y'all to know you will go down as the biggest losers in history for the shit you pulled in November. And I'll land my plane there.
Thank you. Can I go next?
Hold on 1 second,
No.
Emma. I want to go to Rudyham. She's been waiting very patiently.
You know what? I love the way you say my name, because you know what? Sometimes the way you talk, maybe I'll switch sides. And those Costco cookies you were smashing, I'm like, I want a Costco cookie.
I'm hollering. Them cookies is good as fuck.
Your voice is pretty. I know that. Your voice is really pretty, and we're home. Your voice is so pretty.
Well, that's crazy because I hate my voice. You know, you
No,
play
you
something
have
back,
a
you're
nice
like, turn it down.
That's how I feel about me. I feel like I sound like I'm 10, and I'm damn near 40. But you know what? YouTube, you said something earlier, and I was gonna backtrack a little bit. How you were like, I'm a black womanist, and I always feel like everybody will always have an inherent bias to their own people, and anybody who says otherwise is a liar, right?
Right.
Like Hispanic people are always going to stand with Hispanic people. Black people are always going to stand with Black people. So you're right when we say we do have a common enemy and we can all come together and we can be allies. But at the end of the day, yes, everybody's always going to stand with their own people. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I also agree about the single issue voter. I don't think a third party will happen until Gen Z are like the majority, because I think Gen Z are the people who don't really think about the way politics actually like does anything. Like you guys were talking about Jasmine. She had like 30 followers on TikTok and we decided to run for president. And I was like, bro, what do you mean? Like you've never even been
that one black
representative.
woman who was LGBTQ, right?
Yeah, but I think they went they them. She was non-binary.
Oh, okay.
They them was
Yes.
Jasmine's pronoun was they them. It was
They them. Yes. They were non-binary. But like you had 30 followers on TikTok and you're like, oh, let me throw my hat in for president. Like, don't get me wrong, I don't like Jill Stein, but I mean, she had a political background. Like she had all these things and we all knew she wasn't gonna make it. Like, how are you with no political affiliation at all? You've never sat at a representative table. You've never even been in your local like city council. You know what I mean? Like, so I think a lot of people throwing their hat into the ring as independent are, like she said, kind of a money grab, like because you haven't shown us what you can and can't do. You haven't made, again, like I said the other day, you have to make those moves that are local level before you can go anywhere else. And so I think Gen Z will probably be them, because I feel like with the Gen Z and what's the one after them, Alpha, whatever they're called now, they don't think anything through. I feel like they're just like, well, I'm going to, and I know.
I mean, that's what young kids do, though, right? We've all been there.
That's what they said about us.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't even think it's
they couldn't have said that about millennials.
I don't even think it's a us or them thing. I think it's a that part of your life, a kid thing. You're still somewhat fearless.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. I'm misunderstood. Okay.
I feel like our generation also saw a lot more responsibility at a much younger age. You know what I mean? Like our parents left us home alone when we were 11,
Latchkey
12.
kids. cooking for ourselves sometimes. Yeah.
Right. My mom would leave me at home. I was like 11, 12 years old with my 1-year-old brother. And she trusted me enough that to know that she would come home to him still breathing. He's 30 now. He's still breathing. You know what I mean? Like, but you can't trust kids these days to have that much responsibility because it is a more of a me mindset.
Mm-hmm.
But
Can I
then
pop
like
the
you'll see.
screen?
But
Yeah, I agree.
how do you say your name? But Raham? Riham? Is it
Yes.
Riham?
Yes.
Arabi? Do who raised them? Who is their mama daddy?
Millennials. Yeah,
Us.
we were soft as hell on them because we had so much responsibility. It's the whole idea of rich dad, poor dad, right? The poor dad, it's we overcompensated for the lack of things that we had, right? Because we thought material things is what made our childhood. But now that we're thinking about it, we're like, man, we used to play in puddles and we used to drink water out of the hose, and like those were the best memories, right? But for us, we always overcompensated. Like this is kind of like of a personal anecdote, I guess. But my mother died when I was about 20. My siblings were 12 and 13 at the time, and I'll tell you, they are soft.
I'm
That's so
so
cool.
sorry, Dana! Johnson Coast. That was like all at once. I feel like my emotions went on a roller coaster. I'm like, I'm so sorry,
Really,
Dana.
Dayton?
And Dayton was like, don't worry about it, sweetheart. This is for your mom. Dayton, what an entrance. Can y'all drop some coconuts for Dayton?
What? Really, Dayton? Really? Drop some coconuts for Dayton.
Yes.
What an entrance. Okay. Damn, I know, right? That was for you. That was
I
for your
love that
mom.
because
Rima.
I got
Thank you.
smile. Jessica, your smile is amazing.
Thank you. I love y'all so much.
And we love you. We appreciate you. Like you're amazing.
Thank you. Who was that? Ford. Hey Ford, how you doing tonight, love? Hey Junie.
You guys are amazing in the comments.
We love the royal family. Come on now. I to what you were saying, uh they we had a lot of responsibility, but technically if you outside playing in puddles, drinking out the water hose, I mean life wasn't that hard. What do you think that we're doing differently and why to with our children? Are we not giving them trust because you really know what you was doing at the house when your mama wasn't there?
I think it's more that they'll sit on their video. Okay, I guess this is kind of a shot at like the
Thank
younger
you,
generation,
Dayton, for
whatever.
getting my panel. I appreciate you.
But we were expected, like, again, they sit on their computers all day, and that drives me crazy. Like, we're all addicted to our iPhones or whatever, right? But they spend so much time like in their own little worlds, and it's like, if you don't got it, I got you. Don't worry about it. If you don't make enough money for your rent, I'm gonna send it to you because I'm gonna make sure that you're taken care of. It's let me Instacart some groceries to your house because you don't got it. You know what I mean? Like I feel like we didn't really have that growing up. Like we really had to bust our asses and work and go to school full time. Like I see okay, so I see kids now that be like, well, I go to school full time, I can't work full time. I'm gonna tell you, I went to school full time. I worked a full time job and a part time job to make sure that I paid for my stuff. Like we strived to accomplish something, and now I feel like it's more like a lot of these things are handed to them, and I think that's what made them softer.
Add to that real quick, ma'am. I feel like that's.
He called me ma'am.
Sorry, that's just like in my language.
It's probably because she's Gen Z.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying like ma'am's like in our like vocabulary, but like I don't think that's the problem because I think that we should be promoting that. We should be promoting more people not having to worry about certain things and being able to not work as much and focus on school. Like I could focus on school. My parents were very much involved. Like you don't have to worry about food. I'm in groceries and furniture, and I'm in medical school now. So it's like I think that's not the problem. I think kids should have things, I guess, handed to them so they can focus on their education and maybe become a doctor, a lawyer, an engineer, etc. Like I think we need to take the pressure off of kids because like I know people that I know a lot. I know, I mean, like I was like the minority because I had my parents who were assisting in my education, but I'm the minority, and to worry about school, worry about paying bills that week, worry about food, worry about phone payment takes away from their education, takes away from the time studying. So,
I'm gonna piggyback because I'm gonna agree, right? My children are 4. My twins are 4, so I don't have a hand in this fight because I don't know what generation they is. They're not alpha. We'll see what word they come up
They're
with.
not alpha.
No, well, my brother is alpha.
Alpha?
My brother's alpha, right?
No, but your kids too. I think it's like each
Yeah,
generation
it's
like
like
20
Okay,
each
years.
okay. Well, so
generation goes
they'll
about
be at
20
the end.
years. Gen X is the only one that's a 10-year span.
Okay,
And
okay.
everybody else is 20 years. And I have a 2-year-old, and
So,
she's definitely
But
alpha.
either
so
way,
I want to say this because I saw a comment that said it's entitlement or whatever. So I feel like two things are happening. I don't have a Gen Z child that came from me being a millennial or anything like that. But we were speaking about Gen Z or like Gen Alpha, whatever, right? And what's going on with them. Number one, there's no community. Let me be very clear. When I grew up in Atlanta, Georgia. For the most part, I didn't know anybody's parents who owned a home. Most of us stayed in apartments. Yes, we were staying home. I can only speak for my like what I saw in Atlanta, Georgia specifically. There were people who my mother was going to, when I woke up in the morning, she was already gone for work. And when I went to bed at night, she was not home because she worked a job and she was in school full time at the end when she got off work. However, Miss Liz, Mr. John, all the old people were policing the kids in the neighborhood, right? So there was a lot of community. We also got to throw technology in there because regardless of whether you want to give your child an iPad or not, when they go to school, they don't get books, they get a laptop, they get a Chromebook. So they're going to be on technology regardless, right? So times are changing. And don't be the older millennial that's starting to be like, oh, well, they lazy. I'm going to tell you something that happened to me as a millennial. I started working at 15 because my mama was a single mom and she couldn't afford the clothes that I wanted. Right, I have to pay for my high school dues, whatever the case is. That was so powerful in shifting the way my life went because I was working in high school. I missed a lot of high school activities. I dropped out of track, which could have been a scholarship. Then I was in college, still driving home on the weekends to work at Quick Trip. So I was missing my college experience. Once I got depressed and I couldn't make any money, I started to know I still had accrued these bills, right? So then I started dancing. I have been chasing a dollar forever, which made it to where I never was following my talents, my gifts. So I don't feel like anybody is wrong by selling their children. I don't want my children to work. My children also not getting out my house at 18. My children also need to be staying with me until they marry,
Same,
like foreign people.
same,
That's how
same,
I'm going to raise my
same.
children. That's not entitlement. And I feel like people get misconstrued with gentle parenting and maybe they don't it's not a luxury that they get to live a life of a child. You understand what I'm saying? Because if there's one thing your goal is as a parent, it should be to be shielding your children from the harm of the world because they're never going to be able to go back once they're an adult. My favorite quote is fairy tales don't exist so that we know that happy endings occur. Fairy tales exist so that we know that monsters can be defeated, right? So your children do need to know that there's a two fit. Like keep all this play. My kids don't know nothing that's going on in the world. My kids don't know that I be crying in the bathroom because I'm scared for all of us. My kids don't know anything because I'm shielding them. And that's not an entitlement of a young child that they don't never. I don't know what it is about black people wanting to transfer generational curses and trauma, but it is for us. It is for us to rewrite it because our parents, for the most part, told us to get out quiet as it's kept because they couldn't afford to keep us home because they didn't have a home. They couldn't afford for us to be there grown without us paying a bill because they couldn't pay a bill and they didn't want to say that out their mouth. They felt embarrassed. They felt shame. And so they scolded us and they didn't love us the way we needed to be loved properly. So I'm just going to piggyback off what Emma said because as a parent now, I shield my children from any and all things and they will live the privileged life. That is exactly what I'm here for. Their birthright is joy, peace, and a shot at whatever they want to do in their life. And I'm supposed to be backing them up. So I just want to comment that.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna say something. And Tania had her hand raised for a little bit too. So I want her to be able to go next. But I wrote some quick little notes. Some parents are jealous that their children have it quote unquote easier. And it's only quote unquote easier because I guess they like, oh, I wish I would have been able to stay home. I wish I can record a video and stay at the house. That ain't no job. You always doing this. You always doing that. Some parents are jealous of their children. And you work all hard so that they can have an easier life and then mad when they actually have said easier life. And I
And I
also too, just to even piggyback on what Janae was saying. Oh, oh, even first of all, they are jealous. But the new children, the newer generation, they as the world evolves, have different plights, right? They have different fights that they have to fight, as well as the racism if you are a minority, especially black. On top of that, it's just because it's not your hard doesn't mean that they're not going through something that is hard. That's why it's important to still listen to them. And I agree. Sometimes you're not grown at 18, even mentally. So just to throw you out to the wolves, my dad always say you can always be able to come back home. But of course, they house they rules. So it's I was still motivated to get out. And what Janae was saying, my best friend got a job at 14. She's probably had over 100 jobs. She works her ass off. Don't get me wrong. She fucked up, but I feel like even sometimes she wasn't able to either chase her dreams or even figure out what that is and what it is that she want because she was always working. And you that once it becomes instilled into you from the beginning, especially if you have to help pay any bills for your parents, you get in that momentum of that is what life is and to be an adult and you're steady doing that and you don't even give yourself a chance to find out who you are. um Go ahead, Tania, and then you, Emma.
All right, so I'm just gonna say I'm 100% with who's storyteller again because she spoke just like my parents have always spoke to us, and I grew up with parents that had two jobs. They worked all day long. They worked hard. We didn't have everything, but we had food and we had what we needed. And I know for a fact that if they could go back and make sure that we didn't have to start working at 16 a full-time job, they would have let us stay home and, paid for everything that we needed to pay in school. I s- I started working at 16. I started selling stuff when I was like 12. So I've been working my whole life to help my mom, to help my dad, but my mom got really sick. She has lupus and she got really sick right after like before I finished high school, and I wanted to be a doctor, right? Like everything. My dad was like, I'm gonna get in a second job and I'm gonna help you and I'm gonna help you go to college and everything. And my mom got really sick. She couldn't work. And I had to quit college. I had to quit everything. I had to stay home. I had to work two full-time jobs. I purchased the home that we live in. My parents live with me. And I don't ever want that life for my children. Ever. Ever. My kids never have to leave my house. Like she said, like Janae said, if they have to live with me until they're 30 so they can finish college, they can fucking live here for the rest of their life. If they get a girl pregnant, because I have boys, and I'm gonna support them and they're gonna finish college. Him and his girlfriend and whoever that needs. My kids are always I'm always gonna have their back. And I feel like you can teach your kids responsibility and you can teach your kids to be hard workers and to be
Coconuts. Sorry. Sorry. I was gonna I was gonna do the
I
thing.
just like
Thank you for knocking
lost
that
my
down.
train of thought,
I'm
but
so
you
sorry.
can
Your kids,
definitely
and his baby mama, they can all stay with you, okay?
yeah,
Yes.
and you can definitely teach your kids to be responsible and to not be lazy and to be good human beings without thinking that you're just treating them way too good. I don't think that you could ever treat your kids too good. Like my kids sleep with me. I co-sleep with them.
Oh.
I If they want to sleep in my bed anytime they want, they want me to sleep in their bed. Like Janae said, my kids don't know anything that's going on. I come in my craft room and I cry myself over here, and then I go over there and I'm like, yeah, baby, you want another snack? But I don't want them to have to take care of me at 18. I don't want them to have to quit college because they have to work or because they're lazy. No, 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 no.
I
If I
still
can
crawl
give
up in
them
the bed with my
everything,
mama.
I'm going to give them everything. And I can still teach them to be responsible.
Hmm. I still crawl up in the bed with my mama. I'm like, oh, I would literally. She's like, oh, come here, baby. I love my mom to pieces. Go ahead, Emma.
Krista, I did want to add because I wrote down what I wanted to say
Come
earlier.
on, notes. I got my notes over here too, girl.
I have notes. I did want to say that I have no respect for third party voters. Anyways, on to the next point. Back on the topic though. Yeah, like I texted my mom earlier. I was like, "Girl, I'm not gonna be able to afford, like the little things of like hair conditioner, soap, toothpaste, etc." So like I called my mom and I was like, "Girl, can you help with this? Like, please." And I mean, it wasn't even like please. It was like she just was like, "Yes." Like
Mhm.
yeah, like I have a hard time even like asking for help. And my mom is, I mean, she's not like the best one ever, but she's like always there financially. I think like the financial aspect is so important in the terms of like if I do need assistance with that, she's always there, food on table, or college or whatever it is. And I think that because of that, I mean, I got a scholarship to college. I worked. And I think that having that aspect was a more of a motivator for me, and my parents had to pay less for things. So I think that I just am against this like you need to like I don't know like fight or work or I don't know, like slave away for your like 20s because I've never had to do that, and I feel like I'm pretty smart. I feel like I'm pretty well
I mean,
off.
well, you are going to medical school.
Yeah.
What type of doctor?
Well, I want to be a dermatologist or a gastroenterologist. One of the two.
Really? Gastro?
Girl, get this gas on my ass.
That's the
Yeah,
colonoscopy.
everybody here has free healthcare for forever if I can make that work. But y'all have free medical advice forever because I'm always here. But I do think that the more that kids are able to research and learn about their what they like, what they don't like, etc., then they're more well off. So I don't know. I feel like I don't know. There's something that was earlier said that I was like, I just think that we should be providing for our kids more and being there for our kids more. And I was gonna say something else, I forgot it though. But good. Y'all, my ADHD is like acting up. But
That's okay. Both of my
yeah,
parents
I
are
don't know.
2000.
I
It's
don't know,
been
you
very.
guys.
I get that.
I just think that like teenagers and young adults should not have to focus on bills and should be able to focus on what they like and what they find fun, and that this is going to be a better outcome for all of us. I think that when I was a young adult, I didn't have to focus on bills as much. I was able to study more, able to research, able to do things. And then once I finished college, then I was paying my bills and I was then in adulthood. So I think like it's like the process.
Did it
Oh,
go
did
out?
she
Oh, her
freeze up?
Wi-Fi went out. Yeah, she got
Her
bad
Wi-Fi went.
Wi-Fi.
I want to add on to that. I had both. I had a mom who was absent, and even there was a period I had to live with relatives so that she can get her act together. And she did ask me to grow up a little too fast on some things. At the same time, hold on, I'm watching a toddler go crazy. At the same time, I was also allowed to be a child. I had a combination of the two. I was a latchkey kid when I had to be, and a child whenever possible. She did do that. Um, as with my 2-year-old, and as an older mother, this is the benefit of being an older mother.
Thank you, Free.
I have the maturity to see things a little bit different and understand, take in all elements or aspects of where I am in life and my life experiences versus shorter life experiences. That's all what I mean. It's just shorter life experience. And that I have been exposed to seeing the benefits of letting your child stay with you as long as possible. And when people are crib training and all that stuff, I always made room for in my bed for my daughter to come lay down with me.
Come on
I
up,
mean, it's only
Daddy.
been 2 years. It's not that it's not all that. It's not that deep, guys. But I make sure that I provide a a space of so much comfort that as she gets older, also, she said we have no boogie wipes. When she gets older, she's not afraid to approach me either. And I have to say that I disagree with crying in the room, ladies. I know that we're trying to see, like, I'm not saying you do it all the time, but sometimes I cry in front of her. I can be strong and I can still have those emotions because I don't want her to think that, and I'm not saying that's what your kids did, but some people interpret it as they grow up differently, that
They
I'm
can't
so
cry.
strong, yeah, that they can't cry. I want her to see that mommy can cry, that daddy can cry sometimes. But it is not about our crying. It is about how we recover. It is how we cope with that pain or that frustration. That's what I need her to grasp. That emotional intelligence and that maturity in a natural, rather. And what bothered me, and I know y'all heard it, is when parents told us, do as I say, not as I do.
Mm-hmm.
That annoyed the crap out of me growing up. If I tell her to do a certain way, I'm making sure I'm emulating that. So I feel that making sure that she's in my house as long as necessary will also give her the financial stability that she needs, so that when she finds somebody, here's the key, when she finds somebody, she's been saving up on her own too. Don't rely on his money. Don't rely on her money because
Take
she
the
goes that
man's
route.
money. Take the man's money, but also
I
own.
I
I knew you were
that's
gonna say that.
Yeah,
But I
take
don't want
the
her.
man's money.
No. I want her to have her money, and if she wants to take his money too, that's fine. But I want her to have
Yes.
her
I'm in the
money.
car with you now.
Yes.
I get what
Yes.
you're
In
saying. We in the same
addition
car now.
Her
to
money. Her money is
both,
her value.
take his money and have your
self
own money.
her self asset, her
No.
self value.
Oh
I
my
want her to have her
God.
own
No,
net
because
worth
I
on
have
her
my
own.
own money, but I take my boyfriend's money. Like you can do both. You can have your
Well,
own money.
I'm
but you-
married. I'm good. I get it. I'm married. I'm good. I know how to work that magic. I got a
Oh my
5-carat
yeah,
diamond out of
this
it.
is how
But
I
Yeah,
was
if you
taught.
like it,
Like
then you
make
should
your
have
own
let her
money,
ring.
but
yeah, I just want to land my plane with this. Like,
oh yes, then you
I
can.
just
And
want
because
to.
I do next, my phone died. I just have one last sentence.
Okay.
Yeah, I want her to know that. So I don't want her to leech. Like sometimes when we don't raise ourselves right, because some people are like that, or raise people right, they tend to be codependent on people emotionally and financially. And I'm trying to make sure that she doesn't have to find her happiness in someone else,
Mm-hmm.
or find her financial stability in somebody else. Have your own financial stability and let him just be the buffer. That's all he's supposed to be, or she. If he
Bonus.
goes down that right, all he's supposed to be is a buffer or the jewelry on your masterpiece. That's
Mm-hmm.
all. Over.
Yes, go ahead. Emma, I know you said you had one more
Yeah,
thing you
I
wanted
just
to say, and
want
then
to
we're
land
gonna
my
bring
plane.
Peyton in.
Yeah, I just want to land my plane from earlier. I agree on that. I definitely, if I have a daughter someday, I definitely want her to have her like own money. But I feel like personally, I would probably be funding that, and she'd be working and then putting that into like a external savings account. I don't know. So I feel like again, like I just want to reiterate that I don't think Gen Z is doing anything wrong. I think Gen Z is amazing, and Gen Z, like, we're just trying to make it, and we're not given that much assistance. Also, yes, my speech has been impeccable tonight. Slay,
your
love
what?
it.
You
My
said what?
speech has been impeccable tonight.
Yes, you're doing really, really well. Do you notice that it's like maybe when you're either passionate or angry or
Probably because I just have been in speech therapy, and I've also joined speech or Toastmasters, which is like a public speaking community, and like that has given me like that confidence of talking, and then also like writing it down. What I want to say is a good thing. So like if I like turn my eyes, I'm looking at what I wrote down, and I'm just like taking stops more, pausing more, etc. Just also changing my name to pause for my name, and using my speech impediment as not a negative thing, as a positive thing, has been very good. But I'll land my plane. I just wanted to say that I think we need to be supporting the younger generation financially, mentally, and physically, because that's how we're going to see change. So that's how I will end it. Just let me know when it's my turn again after the two that are burping.
Gotcha.
And can I just
Thank
say
you,
one
guys.
thing? I just want to say one thing. As far as not crying in front of my kids, I'm a little bit dramatic. So I like to go in the bathroom and cut on the shower.
What, you gonna be screaming and shit too?
No, yeah, I like to cut on the shower and then play Rain On. I'm looking in the mirror. I like to slide
I
down
do
the
want
wall.
to say,
I like to slide down the wall and shit. And then I'd be like, oh, that felt good. You know what I mean? Then I could come out.
yeah.
Other than that, I would do it in front
Okay.
of them.
First of
But
all,
I
these
do
are
wanna
your
say
hold on.
so-
These are your children, right? They have you in their DNA. They be like, I might want to
Yeah,
do that
that's
too,
what-
Mama.
that's-
Show me how to do it. Show
they
me how to
super
cry
dramatic.
right.
I want to
yeah,
say
my kids
that
do
YouTube Hood, amazing
Like
person.
a Tyler Perry movie.
Please, YouTube Hood, amazing person. Like, please, like, cash at them, do something because they're amazing. They have, like, just they're amazing. I couldn't word it other way, so I couldn't finish
Can I-
my end without saying that. Thank you.
Can I say
for-
something?
Yes, go ahead.
And
And then we're
honestly,
gonna
I'm
bring
gonna catch-
Dayton in, y'all. Dayton be waiting patiently, but he's a gentleman. He don't mind letting the women go.
Okay,
Go ahead.
I'm gonna catch some heat for this.
Oh, this was
though.
Raham. I thought it was Tania. Go ahead.
No, it's me. I'm gonna catch some heat for this. So when I said something about like when I was talking about responsibility and the younger generation doesn't have it, I just told you my mother passed away when I was 20. My siblings were 12 and 13 years old. And I had to step up and take care of that. And I'm not trying to say that they need to be passed on to that kind of trauma because yes, it caused all kinds of trauma to the point where even now I'm telling you, my brother's 30, he still lives with me. I still take care of him. I do the most for him. I overcompensate for the lack of a mother that they have. I've always done that. And I think we do that for our children.
Mm-hmm.
But then I think about it, I'm like, would they have been able to handle and put that on their shoulders the way that I was able to? Or I'm sorry, pause, but you're saying this from a place of privilege where you're like, oh, I can call my mom, she's gonna cash at me. I can't do that. A lot of other people can't do that. They can't call their mom and be like, hey, cash at me. Hey, dad, cash at me. I'm gonna tell you something. My dad just passed away last year, and he was calling us saying, hey, can you send me some money? Because he didn't have it.
Yeah,
he
can I
almost never
reiterate
had it.
Hold on. one
Wait,
second.
let me finish.
Emma.
Let me finish. And so a lot of people don't have that person to rely back on financially. For a lot of us, we are that financial support. And I will support my siblings for as long as they need it. Both of my siblings know that I will always have their back regardless of where I am in life. I will put my life on pause for them. And again, that's a place of trauma. Just like she said, I don't even know your name. I'm so sorry. YouTube Hood. Is her name Janae? I heard you say Janae.
Janae is fine.
Janae. Like how she said, like I went through it, so I don't want them to go through it. I feel you. I'm in the same situation. My siblings will tell you they want for nothing. And one is 30 and the other one's 32. Till this day, they want for absolutely nothing. I will do everything in my power to make sure that they have it. But had it been one of them to have that responsibility, would they have been able to handle it? And so those are the types of things where I think about how Gen Z or Alpha or whatever, like we need to it's not that we want them to have that responsibility, but I want to know that if you're ever in a place where that responsibility is yours, that you'll be able to handle it, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Because you know what I mean? Like we need to teach our kids that they do need to be a little bit more self-sufficient. And I'm not saying go get a job at 15, 16. I didn't work till I was in college, but I'm just saying like we also have to be like, hey, I'm not going to be here forever. I can't fall back on me forever.
Life
I'm gonna need you
insurance,
to
and
take
then, but
care of
that's on
yourself.
us though. That's on us. Life insurance and the plan set out for them, and the trust coming out. That's still planning for them. It's still not on them. And
Okay,
like you said,
Sachi.
it was based off of trauma. I get what you're saying. You're not wrong, and your feelings are very
Can
valid.
I go next, please?
Yeah,
hold on.
again,
Wait. Yeah, let me bring in Dayton.
Really, please, Dayton.
Yeah. Can I? Because she's like responding to me. So
hold on. I got you. Just write it down on the piece of paper. I got to bring other people in. I love you, Emma, but you landed like 12 planes, baby.
I'm gonna write it down. Let me know when it's my turn.
Okay. Dayton, welcome in, my love. Hey, Miss Martine, I miss you. How you been? I messaged you in the link. Just in case you didn't get it. But how you doing? And hey, Saji, how you doing? Dayton, I appreciate your immaculate patience.
Mastered having patience, with you people. But no, I just got one question to start off first. Do any of you on the panel, do you guys have adult children?
No, I
Well,
know Janae doesn't.
technically,
I
no.
mean,
My
I'm
mom
an
died and
adult
left me 2 of her
too.
children. Does that count?
I mean,
No,
like
they don't.
I'm an adult
So
child,
do
so
No, no, no. Adult
anybody have adult
children,
children?
Emma.
I mean, I
Okay, that'll be enough. Okay, so what I'm saying that for is that when your children become adults, and mine's is be 22 next week and 28 now, be 29 into the year. That the way you ladies are speaking are correct for right now, but when they become adults, that's going to alter. And as a child of two working parents, you know, my mother was a retired nurse practitioner. My father was a commander of the police department, turned attorney before he passed away. When I went off to school at 17, I never looked back. And only because I wanted to be either as good as them or better. And I knew the only way I can do that is to go out and get it. And I knew that I could always call my dad, I could always call my mom, or whatever the case may be, but I never did that because that'd be the only way for me to learn how to get to where I'm at now. Now, as successful as I became, it wasn't because I knew, oh my God, I can't make my rent this week. If I
Mm-hmm.
could make my rent this week, guess what I did? I went out and worked some overtime. I went out and did this. And this is why I was a teenage parent in college. Okay. And I still made a way. So I teach my boys that you can always count on me, but don't always want me to help you. When you need me to help you, that's when I'll be there. See, that's the difference there. And I'm not raising my kids now. I'm guiding them now because they're adult men. So now when I'm guiding my sons, and now my oldest son is the father of two girls, I still instill in them that at the end of the day, your goal is to be the best parent you can possibly be. However, you don't want your kids to feel like, oh well, I ain't got to worry about it because I know I can always call my dad, can always call my mom. You want them to figure out a way because when you
Mm-hmm.
want somebody to get your help, you want them to need the help. And a lot of times I'm hearing that, well, no matter what, no matter what, no matter what, no matter what, keep in mind, your child is going to be somebody else's spouse one day. And that's the part that I think we all leave out. And even if I came into the conversation late, but listening, I can tell nobody had adult children. But once they become adult children, you're going to see that that's going to be a shift in the way that you think and the way that you see things, because the way you raise your kids is going to be a total reflect on them if you did it correctly and the kid. And I said in the comments, is a combination of both. Is a combination of the kid and there's a combination of the parent. You can be the best parent you want to be, but that kid might have his or her own idea.
Mm-hmm.
And you can't say, well, I must have failed. No, they're human. And
Right.
they're going to make mistakes. They're going to do things. But the goal as the parent, again, like I said, I'm 45 with a 28 and a 22-year-old. I understand that they're going to make mistakes. And having my youngest son, my oldest son has finished school. My youngest son, he's finishing up, he's going into his master's program down at Jackson. I let them know that at any time, things get a little hard, don't hesitate to reach out to pop.
Mm-hmm.
However, my youngest and my oldest, they have my fast story. My youngest, when he transferred from North Carolina A&T to Jackson State, he had a $5,000 bill in order to transfer. I said, "Listen, give me a call. Let me know what the balance is, and I'll send you the money."
Mm-hmm.
He called me the next day, and he said, "Dad, we loading up the truck, and we're gonna start out. We're gonna start on over to Mississippi." I said, "Well, you never called me about the balance." He said, "Dad, check the balance." I checked the balance. It was zero.
He figured
I
it
said,
out.
exactly.
Mm-hmm.
I said, wait a minute. I said, what happened? Well, Dad, I used some of my savings and I wouldn't pay for it. because I didn't want to put that on you. I said, son, it's not a big deal. He said, Dad, you taught me.
Mm.
If I can do it, do it. And that made me feel some type of way as a parent.
Did
I
you
was
pat
like,
yourself on
damn,
the
I
back?
felt bad. No, honestly, I felt like, damn. I mean, then I thought about
I
it like,
cannot wait to rebuttal. I'm so sorry.
and then sweetheart, I know. I tell you,
Yeah, and me too.
sometimes we got to
Someone who
take our
came from
meds.
like a
But
semi-silver spoon
again,
family. Like my family would never leave me in the
Y'all.
dark like that. But yeah, keep on talking. Sorry.
but again, that made me
Yes,
feel
please, me next.
that
Can I please go
that
next, please,
that made
guys?
me
Emma,
feel
Because this
some
guy's
type of way.
lying.
I don't
girl.
know if we need Ritalin or what, but at the end of the day, we got to pause and let everybody talk. Okay, everybody get their chance. Trust me, I guarantee you. But that's what I say for a person who have raised adults. I understand you guys are raising children. I think a few of you don't even have children yet. So when it's good to have that idea right now, but keep in mind that you're preparing them for somebody else. That's what you're doing. You're
Y'all
preparing
drop
them.
Emma.
You preparing them for someone else. You preparing them for their life. So that you're not going to always be around because anything can happen to you, to me, to anybody. What have you prepared them with? And that's all I got to say about that, Jess.
Oh, okay, Emma dropped. So can I respond real quick? Yes, it's not that bad. It's just like
Hold on. Let me say something really, really fast. Emma. First of all,
No, I want.
hold on,
Hold on. Yeah, yeah,
Emma.
yeah. Of course. Sorry.
I appreciate and love you, and I value your opinion. I'm so proud of you. I'm glad you're going to medical school and you're doing big things. I need you to please stop, cutting the people off while they're trying to talk, and to say the same. Like, I got you. I'm adding you in the comments, letting you know that I'm gonna let you go next. We have to give respect to other people on the panel to let them speak. Okay. I promise I'm gonna give you your time. And to what Dayton was said, and all the people with adult children, let me know if I'm correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like even to what he was saying, when you're raising children, at some point, like say you're raising your baby and you just when you learn how to do that, they sleep at night, they do this, and you go into different stages of being a parent, and each stage is fairly new, especially with the firstborn. Because then you're like, okay, now it's a toddler. Now they learn how to talk. All right, now she's going to school. Oh, now, okay, I got them in this school. They're doing this and they're learning how to read, but now they're a teenager and their hormones change and it's something different. Now you learn how to be a parent of the teenager. So I feel like you're constantly learning how to parent. And even with multiple children with different personalities, you still have to, you got somewhat of the blueprint, but you still have to adjust it as well. And again, in each chapter with each child. And I feel like also too, I think that when people have children, they think that they can't learn anything from their children. And I feel like the children teach the parents, just as much as we teach them, if I'm not mistaken. But correct me if I'm wrong about that. Dating real quick, but then I want to I know
No, you are 100% correct. It's all about preparation. You don't want them to you don't want them to feel like no matter what, all right, I got this. Like if I want to go buy these $200 pair of sneakers, I ain't got to worry about it because I can tell Pop I'm $200 short on my rent, and Pop gonna take care of that. Pop ain't doing that. Don't count my money. So and that's what you have to teach them because I'm gonna tell you, it's young now because everybody got young small kids. When they get older, I one last story, and I'm going to let you guys talk forever. I took my son to the mall when he was 16 years old to get school shopping, to go school shopping. I gave him $2,500. I said, I want you to go in there, pick up a few items for school, and cool. But when I would take him, he would grab this, he would grab that, he would get this, he'd get that. Boom, I throw the American Express across the damn charger, bang, ready to go, everything is great. Now, when he got his own money, he came out with a belt, a pair of jeans, and a pair of sneakers and said, Dad, that's expensive.
I know
So
it.
just that fast, he learned that, whoa, wait a minute. When you're spending somebody else's money, it's almost like, hey, no big deal. But when I'm spending my money, I got to learn how to save.
Mm-hmm. it does hit different when you have the money. Like, oh, this is what I have, and I go in there by myself, so nobody. I could just be like, give me your card, and I'm spending the money. So I think that is good too. And I wanted to say one more thing, and then I'm Dios, I'm gonna come to you, beautiful.
Gracias, amiga.
What was I about to say? Something about the children. Oh.
Sorry.
No!
Sorry, you slay right now. You look so good.
Oh, I didn't even hear what you said. I just heard something.
I said something about how pretty you are. Sorry, but you slaying right now. I'm sorry. I'm gonna be on mute. Let me know when it's my turn.
I promise I will. Damn, I forgot what I was gonna say again. Oh, in that moment when it's like a bittersweet moment, if I'm not mistaken. Because I feel like my mom probably had some of those moments. You know you're always there for them and you got it, like the $5,000. And you know you taught them well. And when he said, hey, I got it, I ain't gonna put that on you. I use my savings. It's like that bittersweet moment when you know he's growing up. And not that he doesn't need you, but you're not needed in the way you're like, damn, you didn't call on me for that. And you took care of yourself, but you know it's not a bad thing because I raised you to be better. I don't know if I'm explaining that right. But it's almost like damn, you don't need me, but I taught you to be great.
You're explaining
You explained it just right. Like I said, I went in my car and I felt bad, and I'm like, damn, I almost was in tears. Like, damn, my boy. And then I thought about it. I saw other shit. I did that. I did that. Oh, that's me right there. That's my brother. That's my man right there. That's my guy. And that's how I felt as the father. Like at the end, I'm like, well, damn, I did that.
That's what's up. Yeah, those are bittersweet moments, but they're beautiful. Diosa, hola, ¿cómo estás?
Bien, y usted hermosa.
She called me beautiful, y'all.
Y'all. So yeah, I want to agree with, because I'm 22. I'm in college for aerospace engineering. I graduated my degree within linguistics 2 years after high school, my bachelor's, and then I'm majoring in aerospace engineering and astronomy.
And do you have children?
Oh no.
Oh.
But I was raised, I was
congratulations.
semi-spoiled until both my parents got cancer and things got kind of tough. But growing up, my mom is still a lawyer, but she's going through treatment, and my dad's a historian, and he's just got diagnosed with colon cancer. I held without the information from him from the VA. I didn't tell him because they called me first, and recently today I told him because I was the only one who knew for about 2 days. So it's just very rough for both parents to have cancer right now. But growing up, I still live a very good life, meaning that I didn't expect to be cut off the cord at 18. I guess in Afro-Latino or African culture, because I'm mixed ethnicity, you really aren't cut off the cord as long as you are in college and as long as you are doing good for yourself, right? I remember my parents, when I just turned 21 and moved out, paid $5,000 every month for me to live in my apartment, my new car, other properties and deeds. And yeah,
You in LA?
I live in Houston, by the way. But you
got a penthouse? Let me get out your business.
Yes,
Go ahead.
I have a little penthouse. And because I, started trading, and of course with me being an aerospace engineer in the next few years, I created a really good living for myself. They never implied that I needed, make a way for, like, of course I made a way for myself. You need to, not rely on us all the time. No, I'm still their baby at the end of the day. So they're going to pay and pay and pay. And it was one day where I paid them close to $50,000 each in cash, because they're now divorced, because they took care of me my whole life, and they still continue to take care of me. Every time I mention about, hey, I want to get food, they would get it for me. I never had to have my plate out or my hand out for them at all. They just did it because I'm their daughter. But you shouldn't really, because in high school, I'm trying to Okay, yeah. So in
The
high school,
comments is
I know.
cutting up. They
Yeah,
talking
I
about they
noticed
want a daddy
in
like
the
that.
yeah in the Black community, like especially in America. I was obviously born here in Houston, Texas. You can hear my accent.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I had several female friends stay with me because the moment that they turned 18, their parents kicked them out. Like, hey, you had to make your own way now, so we're just going to kick you out, get a job, and go F yourself, essentially. And they didn't give them the proper tools to be financially knowledgeable, to be financially sufficient, because most of the time they weren't allowed to have jobs. And even if they did, they're minors, by the way, at the
Yeah.
time. They had to contribute towards rent, which confused me so much. So then they started college with me. I started paying for their college. I started paying for semesters of their college, and it absolutely upsets me when
Mm.
parents at the moment the iota they turn 18, they cut the cord off, and that's what upsets me a lot.
Because you don't even give them that freedom to experience, explore, like because you put the
Exactly.
pressure on their mind, like gotta make money, gotta go to school, and then if you don't have food or anywhere to stay, you're
Exactly.
gonna quit school so you can make the money, so you can just keeping your head above water.
Exactly. Now
Hmm.
I'm 22, 4 years beyond high school, and having one and two-thirds degrees, as I'm going to get my fourth degree after this and my
Congratulations
doctorate.
on all your success,
Thank
baby.
you.
Okay,
I
we
I
love
love
it.
learning. We need Black female females with PhDs.
Hmm.
We need Black women with PhDs. Period.
We
Point
love
blank.
powerful, educated Black women. Okay.
Exactly. So they never told me, hey, you had to get a job. Blah, blah, blah. Hey, you had to pay rent. Blah, 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 blah. No, they are always paid my way. But as a little girl, I always want to build rocket ships. So I
I
guess
love
I
that.
did
Okay.
that. So it just upsets me so much when they think the moment that they turn 18, they, had to do this, that, and the third, when you haven't even taught them financial literacy. Okay.
Hmm.
And even when they're minors, having a little menial job like McDonald's or burger, whatever, like a fast food, or I'm guessing below or at minimum wage job, you expect them to pay rent,
Which
which
is crazy.
absolutely, which is crazy. And that's why I had three friends of mine stay with me, and I had to enroll them in college and pay for semesters of college for them because I want them to do better. You know where they're at now? They're also pursuing their doctorates with me.
Come on now. That's what I'm talking. Yeah, when I be talking to you about girls, okay.
Exactly. So those are my friends at the end of the day, and they haven't been taught financial literacy and been kicked to the curb by their parents because they felt like they quote unquote did their job. When at the end of the day, 18 is still a kid. It doesn't
Hmm.
matter what the law says. 18 is still a child.
The mindset, it just don't switch
Exactly.
on the day of your birthday or the day
The day of
school
your
is
birthday,
out.
you're like, maybe I should get a mortgage or a deed or a lien, or maybe I should have my credit score to 800. It doesn't make sense to me at
Mm.
all. And when and I noticed, like in the Black community here, they expect their fucking kids to be Einstein the moment they wake up and be 18.
They want to kick them out, tell you go take care of yourself, don't come back, get a job, go to college, be great, and then come back and take care of me. Ain't that some shit?
Exactly. Ain't that something? And it confuses me all the time because I guess like I grew up, I would say privileged, right? I would confidently say privileged. And even with the people who are lower income, they always provide for their kids if they're great parents, no matter what.
Hmm.
As long as you aren't a bum and sitting on your butt, then everything should be okay. Especially in my family, my culture, as long as you're in college or trying to better yourself, you will always get paid for, honey. You will always get paid for. It doesn't even matter. You don't have to think, I should take $5,000 out of my savings account and pay for it. Okay, do you know how much a doctor is in aerospace engineering?
I can only imagine.
It's about 500 grand.
What?
500 grand.
Well, I'd be
Yep.
like, don't you want to be a teacher?
That's my grandma. That's what my grandma said. I'm not gonna lie. That's what my grandma said. And my dad is like, say no, say less. And then he paid, I think, 75% of it, and I paid the rest of it.
Shout out to
I
your
paid
papa.
I paid the rest of it. And I paid the rest of it
What your
because I
mama done
started.
did? What was their job?
My mom is an entertainment lawyer. My dad is a historian.
You know what? When I was a kid, and I would have like people who had like wealthy families, I'm like, "What your mama and your daddy do?" Because that needs to be the thing I want to be when I grow up. Because what the fuck?
Yeah, and my point is, like, you don't even have to be like in an upper tax bracket to take care of your kids like that, as long as they're not sitting on their bum eating potato chips, playing Fortnite all day at 22,
But I
right?
say even if you're gonna play Fortnite all day, get in those tournaments and make money while you're playing Fortnite all
I'm
day.
not gonna lie, I was in one of them tournaments a year ago. I still play Fortnite, honey. I love Fortnite.
That's why I said live stream while you're doing Fortnite. Make
There's
some money
so
while you're
much
doing it. Think
money to be
outside the
made
box.
in streaming too. That's why I told one of my cousins, and like culturally, I'm guessing the Black community across all diasporas, because my family's not like this, but my other family's like this. They let their sons sit on their bums all day while they kick their daughters out. That's why I had 3 friends who are women.
Speak
staying
on
with me.
it.
That is my next. That's my next
it's
topic.
And their
burning
sons,
in me.
as
It's
long
been burning
as
in me
they
to
get a
say
job in McDonald's, they're doing the bare minimum. Oh yes, my son. Oh my goodness, he's such a best son. Meanwhile, he's staying home with mama at 33.
I
Let's
know
talk
them.
about that.
I know them. So I was topic is going to be boy moms are dangerous to women.
They are.
So that's definitely going to be our topic coming up in the next week or two, you guys. Am I lying?
I can't even believe you started it and then thought we was gonna just let it go. That felt
It's the
strange to me.
truth.
Hold on, real quick, Janae, because I promised Emma she was gonna get her time to talk. It's your turn, Emma.
I wasn't talking at
Oh
all.
man, I'm just kidding.
It's my turn now.
Yeah,
Like-
go ahead, girl.
Wait, it's my turn. Okay, because I got a lot to say. I mean, yes. First, I will say I am privileged. Love it. Love being privileged. That's not a negative thing. Because somebody earlier was saying that I can just text my mom and then everything's figured out. But that's also not true because I have to figure things out still and have a plan in place. So yes, I can so I said that earlier that now I can do that. So I can text my mom and say I need this, but she still has to figure out a plan for that. So still privileged, and I think I think being privileged is an amazing thing. I think that me being able to text my mom and be like, I need this for my move. Can we figure this out together? I think that's an amazing good thing. And then the other person, Dayton, I think said something in terms of raising children. My mom has raised 6 children. All of us, well, 4 of us are in med school or done with med school. 2 of them are in a marketing and in CEO businesses now. So my mother has a lot of experience in raising kids, and I have which I'm the youngest, so I've had a lot of experience looking at her raising kids. And I think that providing for your children, making sure that they don't have to worry about the bills, worry about paying for the for the Wi-Fi, lights, etc., is an amazing thing because I get to focus on focus on MCAT studying, or preparing for my other exam because I just completed a master's in physiology. I could do that. So I think that
You said you just completed a master's in physiology?
I did, yes.
How old are you, Emma? If you don't mind me asking.
I'm gonna be 24. I'm 24 in August.
How long did it take you to get a I need to go back to school. That fast tracking shit now?
It just took me a year. I just completed a master's in physiology in a year, and then I studied psychology. So I studied psychology in 4 years, and then I got a master's after that in physiology. Now I'm gonna be in med school.
Come on now.
Yeah. So I think that like maybe I don't have experience in raising kids, but I'm one of the kids that my mother raised, and it's like I just think that she got it down pat because she be raising kids that are successful as fuck. Sorry, cussing. Sorry.
What do your
But
other two siblings do? You said 4 of y'all in med school. What do the other 2 siblings do?
They are in marketing. So my sister, one of my sisters, is starting her own business in press-on nails, but she worked for Procter and Gamble, and was a senior marketer. So like if you turned on her TV, saw the commercials for Procter and Gamble, she probably did them, or had some connection to them. She lives in California and is now starting her own business, etc. And then I do have a half sister who has substance issues, so she's not as completed or as competitive, I guess, as the rest of us, because she's focusing on trying to get better
Right.
on her substance problems, but she is still very much driven, and my mom is getting her into shape. But when you have substance issues, it's a little bit more difficult. So she's still getting it. So I don't think that like maybe not a parent, but I'm the youngest of parents that know how to get their children into successful careers, if that makes sense. So and telling them that they don't have to worry about bills, don't have to worry about that external things, Wi-Fi, etc., is an amazing privilege thing. And I did work, so I did pay for certain things because I worked, and I was able to pay for where I live now. So I paid where I live on the rent and the Wi-Fi, etc., because I was able to do that because I worked. But if I couldn't pay for it, I have a plan B, my parents, but I would have to give them notice. So I think that I just want to note that my privilege has been amazing in my success story, amazing in me being able to get accepted into medical school. And yeah, Dayton said something, I forget what he said because I didn't write down, I fear.
It's
But
okay.
but I do think that, yeah, me not having to worry about, like, be very worried about, because even though I'm into medical school, and yeah, Dayton said something, I forget what he said because I didn't write down, I fear.
It's
But
okay.
but I do think that, yeah, me not having to worry about, like, be very worried about, because even though
It went off saying it.
yes, which I'm going to finally land my plane, but I just wanted to add, yeah, like, even though I was paying for where I live, my rent, I was paying for my, like, Wi-Fi, my, like, lights, etc. If maybe 1 month came along and I couldn't pay for it, I had my mom and dad to do that. I think that's amazing, and we should be striving for that, because more kids don't need to be suffering trying to pay their fucking bills. Like,
I
they
agree.
could
And
be
we ain't
doing
gonna be able to
way
do it with these tariffs.
right, exactly. They should be focusing on studying. Like, if I could just solely study, like, that would be amazing. But like, I do not want my parents to only be worrying about me. I want my parents to have an amazing time and to maybe go on a cruise or something. So I work hard so someday I can give it back to my parents. But yeah, kids shouldn't teenager, which is that as soon as you turn 18, that doesn't mean you be cut off or kicked out or whatever. That was kind of my main point.
I appreciate
yeah, I'm
you.
gonna let my plane now. Yes,
Okay.
I'm landing my plane. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, I wanted
This
to mention
spirit,
something.
this spirit plane, y'all. Spirit be landing. I'm like, oh my God, bitch,
Lord
you
have
is
mercy.
Yes,
Lord,
and I want to
Lord,
mention something
Lord,
so
have mercy.
funny in the comments. So I guess Chris said something about like, yeah, I'm a mama's boy. I'm treated well by my mom or something like that. And I was like, how did were your sisters treated? He said, "You got me there." I said, "Yeah,
Uh,
because I'm half Afro-Panamanian. I'm a Black Panamanian, meaning that
Mm.
with Panamanians who are Black, they have never really mixed with anybody, but with indigenous Panamanians, my mom is very much Black. She's a dark-skinned Black woman, right?
Mine too. I got
So she in the Panamanian community, sometimes they treat their sons like babies while they kick their daughters out to the curb. He said, you got me there." Exactly. Because I'm Latina. Exactly.
And
Can
I
I pick it
know
off?
those mothers that just be like, "Oh, they raise the son." No, they love the
They
sons, raise the
raise the
daughters.
daughters. Yep.
Yep. I'm gonna start from the bottom and go up.
Okay.
Um,
So
Go
yeah,
ahead,
I'm
Janae.
ready. So Dayton didn't say anything that was off-putting to me at all. I mean, I understand that. First of all, he's coming from a father's standpoint. I want to say that, and he also has sons. I'm gonna say that. So as a mother, I have a different feeling. I also am raising black daughters. Hey, what's her name? Lotto? Big Mom. Yeah, my kids coming to me for everything. Yeah, I got it. Pockets never I don't understand. I do understand, baby. I just think everybody else don't understand the root of why black and brown people are so against privilege and nepotism, but I'm all for it. I'm not my kids are not getting it out the mud. My kids, every dollar they got, they need to be saving it and I'm spending my money. They can call on me for wants and not needs. Because I'm gonna tell you something as a black woman, again, because this is the difference between what me and Dayton are gonna say. Because he's a black man, he has black sons, right? He's a father, I'm a mother, and I have black daughters. As a black woman, I know that when my kids walk out this door, no matter the age, okay, no matter the age, the world is going to mistreat them from every part of that totem pole. So their home is their safe space, and any and all things that they need and require and wants will come from me, because everybody else gets a chance to be privileged, to act out, to have wants, to get needs, except for black women. And so my black daughters will always live a privileged life. I'm hell bent on it. I'm gonna die on that hill. It's the only hill I'm willing to die on. That's why I eat shit at work. That's why I'm taking what's going on with any and all things, because I have to stay here to make sure that they are safe and well and great. Right. So again, I understand. I don't know what fathers are doing with sons. That's not my plight. You understand what I'm saying? I don't have sons, right? But I do know what I have as a black woman with black daughters, and for those reasons, they're gonna always be privileged, and I don't care if it seems entitled. My daughter's birthright was entitlement, because everybody else has an entitlement birthright except for black women. And so mine will have that, and I'm gonna make sure they keep it as long as I'm breathing. And when I'm gone, they're gonna still have it by how I set them up. That is what my duty is. And I feel like all black people and brown people should kind of get on the same boat, because they're parenting from trauma. I had a very bad, rough childhood. And I'm not parenting from the get it out the mud, or I'm not overcompensating. I know that my mother couldn't do things, and that's okay. She couldn't do it. However, if I'm capable, if I'm able, they are always going to have a want and a need and a desire if I can make it happen. That's just how I feel as a black woman raising black daughters.
And
That's my plan.
just to say to that, just because black women are the most, forgotten. Um, I'm with that. Like, where's our privilege? They gonna be coming at us all type of ways. I love that. I get what you're saying too. Tania, how you? I know you said you wanted to add something too.
Yeah, okay. Well, I have a bunch of notes now
Hey,
too.
D, yeah, go baby, run them down, cause that be me. I
I
be
got like
on
notes
Skip
all over
Live,
the
and by
place.
the time it gets to me, I got a bunch of notes, so it's gonna seem like I'm all over the place, but every point is gonna make some type of sense.
But I'm gonna keep going on what we were talking about, but like I agree 100% with Janae, everything she said. Another thing is I'm Mexican, right? My parents are very traditional Mexican, so my way of thinking comes from that. My parents are not like kick you out at 18 either. My grandparents were not like that either. We don't have a nuclear family mentality. Like we are a even though they're in Mexico, we're here, that sometimes they visit us and everything. We have that community, right? Like if I know I'm very independent. I'm very independent. I'll do it myself. I got myself kind of person. But I always know if I ever need them, I can count on them, and I can also count on my grandparents. Like I have that. I'm privileged to have that community with me, and I want my children to have that community. I want to give that to them. And I'm also a boy mom, and my biggest thing is I do not want to raise bad men.
Yes.
And in my house, unlike other Latino households where women are treated different, in my house it was very equal. My brother and I were treated equal. We all washed dishes, we all cleaned the bathrooms, we all had a time that we needed to come home. And my dad was very like, you're a boy and you're a girl and you're both the same. I want you here at 10 o'clock. I don't care. I'm gonna go get you if I need to go get you. And so that's how I'm raising my sons as well, because I have two boys. And I'm very glad that my husband is also on board with that. And he's always like, he's raising them to be emotionally stable, to regulated, but also to always see what I'm doing. So like, mom's busy, mom's tired, mom's doing a lot, mom's a little sad right now. And I feel like it's important for him to teach them that too. Like he's always cleaning, he's always doing laundry, he's always coming home like, hey baby, you're tired, go take a nap, I got the kids. You got to make a piñata, go in there, I got the kids, I'm gonna go put them to bed. And for me, it's extremely like, I feel like that's where we argue the most. I'm like, I don't feel like you're doing enough sometimes, but I do got to give him props for that. So, because I want to raise good men.
Because he also needs to see how a man treats a woman and understanding that, like, you're not just complaining. Like, my dad agrees too, even though, like, sometimes, they don't listen to the woman. It could seem like you're just, bitching.
And I give him props because he grew up in he had a bad childhood. He didn't have that stability that I had with my parents. I've never seen my parents fight. I've never seen my parents argue. I've never seen my dad yell at my mom, and he didn't have that. And I think it's really important for him for our kids not to see that either. And I appreciate that from him. But like, we're still learning. We're still learning to be parents. It's hard. And like, we're also human. Like we have our own emotions and everything. And sometimes it gets the best of us. But at the end of the day, my goal as a mother is to raise good men. Like I don't, if a woman ever comes to my house crying, like your son did this to me, I'm throwing hands with him. I'm like, I didn't raise you like this. I want good men. Like that would be my biggest shame, to raise a man that goes out and hurts a woman, But at the end of the day, they're still my children. And I'm, the way I think is like, I can still teach them to be responsible. My parents taught me to be responsible. My brother and my sister had it a lot easier than me. And they're very responsible. They're independent. They own their own home. My brother has his own business. He went to college, and they can always come to it, like to my mom and my dad. But I feel like it's that community mentality instead of that nuclear family mentality, And like Janae was saying, like, a lot of times we don't have that here in America for our kids, and we need to bring that again. I want my kids to always know they have my back. I want them to be independent. I want them to go to college. I want them to own their own home. I want all of that for them, but I also want them to know that I'm always going to be here for them. They need to watch their baby when they have babies. I'm right here for you. You need to come home and have dinner because you're in college and you're struggling. I got you, man. I'll make you some lunch. Take it with you. But I always want them to, I'm always going to have their back no matter what. I want to be there for them regardless. Like, I feel like that's also really important for them to know that and also be responsible. But they're always going to have me. If they don't have any shoes, I'd be wearing the same sandals for the last 3 years. They have new shoes all the time. I want the best for them. And I feel like that's how it should be. As long as I can give it to them, I will give it to them.
Thank you. I'm sorry, but you're right. I'm with that.
Oh, actually, I forgot to mention, you have a beautiful smile too. Everybody was talking about it earlier, and I can say it.
I'm just gonna say
I
thank
love
you
your
because
smile.
sometimes, because I'm like, I don't feel like putting on any makeup today, and you feel a little self-conscious at times, especially when you've been doing it for a little bit. And I'm like, but girl, you just gotta love the skin you're in, okay? Through every part. So I appreciate all the love you guys give me.
Yeah, you are so beautiful, girl. So
enough. That's my lady. Enough. Everybody relax.
So, I don't want to sound creepy, but I'm like, damn. Your smile is so beautiful.
It ain't creepy, it's love. Okay. We lead with love over here.
Yeah, but to respond to Tania, okay. Yes, sir. What is it in Spanish or in Panamanian Spanish when you call something new age? Especially when it comes to parenting. I forgot the word. And child, I've been living in Texas for too long. ¿Cómo se dice la palabra?
Well, how many languages do you speak?
I speak French, Spanish, English, obviously, because I'm speaking to you. Haitian Creole, Dutch,
Damn, girl.
Afrikaans, and some basic Cantonese.
You check all the boxes. Let me.
Konnichiwa.
So
I know you didn't say Japanese, but thank you, Oya, for all the love. I appreciate you, my love. I think Oya speaks a little French too.
But yeah, my parents, who are like I said, my mom's Afro-Panamanian. So with Black Panamanians, because of segregation, they have a very similar segregation style, right, to what America was, and that's why a lot of Black Panamanians moved it to New York, in the 80s, 90s, and even 2000s, because segregation went on for that long. We were considered disgusting, roaches, things like that. What white Panamanians would call us. Yes, it's really bad, to the point where, about 180,000 Black Panamanians moved to New York. So what their languages, because mind you, Black Panamanian, or there's some Black Panamanians that were via the slave trade, but my Black side comes from, when they were, we have a canal, right? And they needed workers to build the canal, right? So they're like, we can definitely underpay Black workers. So in the late 1800s, early 1900s, thousands of Jamaicans, African Americans, Haitians, Barbadians, Trinidadians moved to Panama. And because they screwed them over, they were left to, create communities like Boca Sectoro or Cologne or any other cities like that. Afro-Panamanians who are from that descent, and we're called Afro-Antilles, speak Patois, which is obviously the language of Jamaica, because I'm Jamaican descent. Spanish, English. Yeah, I would add Patois as a language. Patois is a language. English.
We got
yes.
company.
And with my dad's side, if you don't know the history between the Congo and Belgium colonized the hell out of Congo to the point where they were actually schmalting the women. And that's where my dad comes from. He's half Congolese, half Belgian because of that. So French, I don't speak any Lingala. So forgive me, Africans, if you're here. So
cultured, okay?
I do not speak Lingala. I'm so sorry. So that's where it comes from. I was raised from in the home. But to Tania's point, ¿cómo se dice new age? New age. I forgot. But English new age. For the sake of English, just new age parenting, because they've always they always parentified the hell out of Latina women, right? And always coddled the hell out of, Latino men. And I see it here in the United States with Black people of any diaspora, just coddling the hell out of the men and just, hey, you need to get a job and you need to be out my house by the 30th with the women. So what girl,
they're gonna rape me out there. What are you talking about? It's dangerous out there.
They don't care, and it roots from jealousy. I promise you. Like, I wish I was making this up until my friends started staying with me. I wish I was. And one of them was jealous because she was prettier than the mom. She was younger than the mom. And she wanted to go out and become a doctor. She wanted to become a gynecologist.
And you should want your children. Each generation is supposed to get better. So you should want them to be better than you. That's the one thing my mom said to me. I was like, I want to be just like you when I grow up. She said, don't be like me, be better than me. And
exactly.
I took that, and that motivated me to make her proud to be better. Like, what the fuck are we doing?
Exactly. With her brother, by the way, her brother is a 2 times convicted felon laying on the couch of his mama's couch.
Wow.
that's how it is.
Probably
And with
telling
the daughter,
him
she'll say,
the
I want
baby
to be a
mama she
doctor.
crazy.
Yeah, I want to be a doctor. And she's beautiful. She's so damn beautiful.
Mm.
And she's doing things for herself. And I helped her because I'm like, if you want to be a fucking doctor, you be a Black woman in gynecology. I will help you. If you
Yeah,
have
girl, 'cause we
goals,
need
I will
them.
help you.
We need them. I want to introduce Sajida really quick, and then I want to get Reham and if Dayton, if you want to respond too, and then I'm gonna come to you. But hey, Saji, how you doing tonight?
Hey,
We have another
Jess.
Latino woman on the panel.
Yes. So I got to hear Diosa and Emma, and I was like, I can't relate, y'all. I can't relate.
It's okay. It's okay. Because we're gonna have a moment for your story. Let me just get Reham. I just wanted to say hi to you really quick.
Hello.
Reham, did you want to respond to? I know. I feel like we got all over the place. We started with what's left. Now we're talking about these boy moms. It
Yeah.
is whatever. Take it where it go. Okay.
I'm gonna say my piece and I'm gonna drop because I have to get to sleep. But so
Hey
I
Ari.
guess I
Sorry.
have 2 adult children dating. My mom decided to die and leave me 2 of her children.
She
I
didn't
always
decide to die, did she?
my running no, she didn't. She
Oh,
had
okay.
cancer.
Because I didn't know
My
because
run
deciding is like a self-unaliving.
no
So
no
I'm
no
like, oh wait,
no.
I don't want to be into this.
She unfortunately got cancer. But my running joke is I work real hard at being a good person so I can get to heaven and punch my mom for leaving me behind, you know? It's
Do
like
you have resentment?
towards my mother. No, I don't. It wasn't anything that she could have done different.
Right. I know.
So
But you know, even if it's something you can't change, it doesn't negate the facts, the feelings of human beings, right?
so I mean, I guess so for me religion helped me kind of accept it because in Islam it just like whenever it's written for you to go, whenever it's your time, it's your time, right? Like we're a very fate based religion. What God has stored for you is gonna happen regardless of what happens. I mean, I could tell you a story, but it's gonna be too long.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe one day I'll tell you guys that story. But um it a lot of things. And also she just because what Emma was saying is that she's gonna be a GI doctor. Last year I was diagnosed with colon cancer. Like thank God everything is gone. But like eat your fiber, guys. Eat your fiber. It's not just about protein. Eat that fiber.
Spinach.
Spinach, beets. Make sure y'all get your fiber in because I love that cereal. I love
Girl,
that cereal.
It's
here she
called
go.
Nutritorial.
There's one at Costco. It's like a cinnamon toast crunch, but a healthy version.
Mm.
It's really good. Try it. But eat your fiber. And
The blue one?
no, it's like a yellow and red bag.
Mm.
It's one of them that's like fruity nutty or nutty fruity, something
Oh,
like that.
that's Magic Spoon. That's pretty good too.
Okay, yeah.
Bitch, I mean everything. Let me Google
That
it.
same brand,
with
but
fiber
the
right
blue
now.
one is delicious too. I have it in my pantry from
Really?
Costco.
I'm trying to try that
Ooh,
too.
I eat that every day.
My
But
bad, I have a son again.
I'm also Arab, so nobody leaves the house till they get married. When I left my dad's house, I was 25, and then when I finally got my own place, I was about 30. So that was like a very taboo thing for me. But also, like I've been doing it by myself for a long time, so that's just how it is. But let me tell you guys something. I think what I said kind of got misconstrued a little bit. I'm not backtracking because I do believe that we need to teach our kids responsibility. I don't mean kick your kids out at 18. I don't even mean kick your kids out at 25 because I truly believe an 18-year-old today wouldn't survive this world by themselves. You know what I mean? I see it all the time, but it's just set your kids up. And I know what you said. You're like, oh, well, get a life insurance. My parents are both immigrants. I wasn't even born here. I tell my siblings all the time, if they deport my ass tomorrow, y'all gonna have to take care of each other. You know what I mean? Like, I'm a naturalized citizen. I don't know what's gonna happen tomorrow. But it's just about teaching them responsibility that if a burden should fall on them, like God forbid, that they would still be able to rise above it. You know what I mean? And not for it not to tear them down. And that's really just what I meant. It wasn't like, oh, kick your kids out at 16, kick your kids out at 18. Absolutely not. Absolutely. My brother still lives with me. He's 30. Like, you know,
When you say you don't move out until you marry, is that both men and women or just the women?
men and women.
Got you.
Also, Islamically, a woman's money is her money, and your husband's money is also your money. You don't pitch in a dime to any mortgage, any bills, anything unless you want to. He can't come and ask you for any of that stuff because his money is your money and your money is your
We
money.
gotta adopt some of them ways.
No, yeah, I grew up Muslim because my dad, and I'm not anymore. I'm an atheist. So growing up, yeah, that's how it always was.
Um, when
Not
was?
like us.
Hey, hey, they not like us. B just subscribed, you guys. Drop some coconuts for B Just, and thank you for subscribing because I know you know that they are not
But that's all
like
for
that.
me.
Thank you
Thank
so
you so
much,
much
Witter
for
Ham. I
allowing me to come
appreciate
up here
you.
again. I always love your panels,
Thank
honestly.
you. I
I
appreciate
just love
having you.
it. Thank you. Good
Well,
night, y'all.
Good night.
before we switch to the next topic, real quick, Diosa, am I saying that right?
Dios, así.
I'm so Hush, I'm so glad you came up tonight because when you were saying that about the 50K, I meant to tell anybody who would listen that I'm also down 50K. So my cat, so my cat.
Well, you bet.
No.
Well, now you got to spend the next 18 years raising her so you
Yeah,
can get it.
yeah. I just wanted her to know I too am down 50K. You know what I mean? I've just been trying to feed the homeless in my community. So yeah, if you want to help us feed the community, or you want to donate to Where Was Left and or the link.
I would love to.
All of
And
the
yeah,
day.
what's the meaning of the coconuts? Anyway, I would love
Okay.
to.
Really quick. The coconuts. When I spent about 6 months before the election coming up here, and my goal was to just debunk the misinformation and disinformation. People can
Mhm.
vote how they want to vote. I'm not here to try to switch you, but I do. I think it's important to be informed. And Kamala Harris said, you think you just fell out of a coconut tree?" And we were all, for Kamala Harris.
Ah, okay, okay,
And people
okay. I
think
thought
that
they were insulting me, honey.
no, no,
I
no, no,
said
no. Life
what?
just
No.
became great, and like all the people laid the trail down before you. Like there was roots, there was seeds, there was darkness, there was a lot of time. Like, and we all come from a coconut tree, but there was also things that came before us, and I love that. And we support Kamala Harris. So anytime anything good's happening here, I always say drop some coconuts in the chat. We just kept it going after the election,
Yeah,
anyway.
she should have been our president. I've been debunking whatever lies that MAGA or whoever the hell who didn't voted
Mm-hmm.
About Kamala Harris, and it absolutely infuriates the absolute
Makes my
freak
ass
out of
itch.
me
I
because
thought I had a
I
taste for
remember some
coconuts,
black
and
men
you know what's
who
crazy?
exactly.
Um,
Hmm.
does coconuts mean? I had actually pulled it up because somebody was like, "Do you know what coconuts mean?" I mean, obviously for the original, but it also symbolizes purity, fertility, and divine blessings. And purity, I mean, fertility is not always birthing children, but also birthing new ideas, birthing change, birthing a new way of life,
Hmm.
as well as birthing children. So I thought that was just as beautiful. It all comes together, and
Right.
yeah, that was perfect.
Especially with I enjoyed debunking the debacle of which like black men, the 20% of black men who voted for Donald Trump, saying that um hey, Kamala Harris jailed
Oh
thousands
my
of
god.
black men. These are the two questions I asked them. If Donald Trump did that, how would you feel? They wouldn't say anything.
Mm.
And number two, she acted more as a social worker in her, term being attorney general in California. And more so, other conservatives and Democrats were concerned because, like, why aren't you jailing this
They
much
said she
people?
was too soft on
She was
criminals.
too
So
soft.
she's too soft or she too
And
hard?
it's to the point where other states adopted her programs for rehabilitation for non-victimless crimes.
Mm-hmm. And when she left out of office in that position, the incarcerate rate for black men had lowered.
Exactly. And that's why
So
they're mad.
yeah, and those 10,000 that she didn't want to release, that was her predecessor, Jerry Brown. And from that, Jerry
Mhm.
Brown is his name. He's the one that they did not want to let them out. And then the Supreme Court justices in California were demanding that he let them out. It had nothing to do with Kamala Harris, but they didn't do any research. And then if they really did, they know that Donald Trump also executed 6 black men in 3 months
Right.
after he lost the election.
Exactly. So I always
So you ain't got
ask
a
them,
problem
what
with
about
them unaliving them, though.
exactly? So I asked them, what about the Central Park Five?
They
So
like, well,
what,
we thought he did it.
how
We
how
thought
do
they
you
did it
feel
too.
about that, knowing that he called them rapists and he said he demanded for their execution? How do you feel about that? Oh, they probably did something.
They got excuses
Are you
for
serious?
him, but they only have problems with her. And then
No, it's kind of chauvinism, which I've noticed because I
mhm.
grew up Muslim, right? Like I said, like 2 times before. And I noticed, especially with Dearborn, Michigan, who had a significant, a vote for Donald Trump, they're majority Muslim. They're extremely chauvinistic.
Mhm.
I am guessing immigrants in general, someone who is a child of immigrants, right? And it's just not talking about Muslims, talk about immigrants. They come to this country facing persecution, things like that, yada, yada, yada. Okay, war, whatever. And they would rather walk in traffic than get orders from a woman than to listen to a woman. They would rather walk in traffic.
Baby, that's what they
It did not
finna. That's
happen
what
in
they
that
finna be
country.
doing. They
It
gonna be
did not
doing
have
something
that in their
similar with it with
country.
Donald Trump.
Like, if, for example, in the Congo, my dad's half Congolese, and a majority of Congolese people in the United States who are citizens, obviously, because you need to be a citizen to vote, voted for Donald Trump, saying no more taxis, things like that. Blah, blah, blah. Playboy, I forgot to tell you, he don't like black people. He's never liked black people. Whatever fronts he tries to do to win black people's vote is extremely disingenuous and facetious.
I
What do I gotta tell you? They would
Trump.
rather walk in traffic than to listen to a woman.
But
And I
that's
noticed
brown
this with
people
my Congolese
separating them.
family.
That's
They
brown
told
people
me to,
separating themselves
yeah,
from black people.
they told me, like I said, you joked, Jessica, you joked about you should become a teacher. No, that's what they actually told me, because they said they would not listen to a black woman. That's what they told me.
You ain't gotta listen to me for me to do what the fuck I'm gonna
No,
do anyway.
I was just saying because it's
No,
funny.
because that's what they
Yeah.
think. They tell us they're not gonna listen to a black woman. In our minds, we do it anyway because I don't care what you think. I don't care if you're gonna listen. I'm gonna do it anyway. You don't have to listen to me for me to still make the same moves or me to still be the boss. Because when I start running my own shit, you ain't got no choice but to listen to me. And it's crazy because even in I was watching Beyonce's documentary, the Renaissance, and she's like, even her being Beyonce and being in charge, like I feel like as a black woman, they still not respecting me. They like, how many times can I
Exactly.
bullshit her before she cuss me the fuck out? And then when you cuss her the fuck out, then you're a bitch or you're an angry black woman.
Exactly.
Oh, bitch,
And then
fuck
when I
you.
was exactly so when I was in Michigan during like election time, because I was visiting my family, them niggas decided to settle in Michigan. Okay, I don't know. So I visited Dearborn, which majority of them are, and I visited the town halls and everything. The amount of beats, if you don't know that in Arabic, that means N-word or slave. Or a slave. That's the transliteral translation that I've heard about this black woman is crazy. It is crazy. And I remember a woman in a video of Dearborn saying, if you vote for Kamala Harris, don't consider yourself a part of our community. And then a few months later, after Donald Trump was elected, now she's screaming and crying. I don't know what to do at this point. What? Of course, I was.
You don't do a thing.
I don't know what to do.
You don't do a thing because what they did outside of them, where was they? I will vote.
I will vote for Donald Trump.
And it hurt.
No,
And it
but
really hurts me.
they don't even call him Trump. I wish
They
they
said
call him
Trump.
Trump. Dicen Tron. Tron.
Yeah, and it really
they call
hurts
like
me.
Megatron. That's what they call him. They call him Tron. Megatron. It's embarrassing, but I wanted to say, listen, because I'm a Muslim here. I'm still a Muslim. Like with these men.
I got a really good question, Saji.
Yes.
To the chat, somebody said that food is expensive. I just want y'all to know what you don't pay in food, you will pay in medication. You will pay in hospital fees. You will pay in deductibles. You will pay to your doctor. Okay.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm never paying none of that. They can get it in blood. The bill, what's that? You can bill it. I'm not paying it. But I hear you.
I'm with you there, because baby, all my medical bills went to my credit. But anyway,
you can have it. Hey, I'm fixed. See you later.
How did you become a Hispanic Muslim? That was interesting to me.
Shoot.
Yes.
Or is that normal? Maybe I don't know.
No, because there's a lot of Mexican Muslims and a lot of Latino Muslims now. But I was raised Muslim, but there are lots of Hispanic Muslims now, especially Lebanese Mexican Muslims, which I noticed a lot here in the state of Texas.
Yeah, so there was mosques in Mexico before Hernan Cortés came in. There's one in Tenochtitlan. The Islam has been in Mexico for a while. How I personally reverted to Islam was because I was, and I am, advocating for Palestine. And I just kept hearing, a lot about what they would talk about, and I ended up getting a Quran, and I just I was Catholic for 28 years of my life, and I just I did it because that's how I grew up, and I think a lot of people have religious trauma, especially if it's a religion that they were born into and kind of forced on. But for me, when I read about what the beliefs were, and it just made so much more sense to me. But I honestly I don't talk a lot about religion because I hate when people kind of come and preach to you about it. But to me, it just made sense. One of the things that I talk about, for example, is forgiveness, right? Like in the Christian or Catholic religion, I could cuss you out and steal everything in your room, and then I would go to a priest, and a random ass priest in some random ass church, and say, "Hey, Father, I have sinned," and then he would turn around and be like, "Okay, go pray, 2 Hail Marys and you're good." And in Islam, you're supposed to ask God for forgiveness, but you cannot really be forgiven unless you've asked that person for forgiveness, or you've paid back what you stole. It kind of made a lot more sense to me. And then the other thing was the praying. If you're going to be in a relationship with someone, you wouldn't text them once every Christmas. you would be in contact with them more. So, but I'm still I call myself a baby Muslim though. I've been a Muslim for a year and 4 months. So
okay, that makes sense, because I was like, I've never seen that before. That is very new. So I know we talked about so many things. The first topic was what is the left? What do you want from the left? And now when it kind of switched over to raising children, how we were raised, boy, moms are dangerous. So pick your poison.
Oh man. Listen, I wanted to speak on the privilege thing, because I mean, I don't know, maybe the whole chat related to having privilege, but I'm gonna speak about me not having privilege. I, for the majority, I guess now over half of my life. Dayton, are you laughing at me? I hear the very subtle laugh. I'm like, is that in my brain or Dayton? Which one is it?
No, I'm laughing at Janae. I'm laughing at Janae in the chat.
Oh, okay, both of them a damn fool, okay?
Yeah, she said you're being nice.
Worse, dating worse. Nah.
I don't know. It depends on what night it is.
You don't know.
I picked tonight to be very nice.
I'm so proud of you.
Very nice. But I'm
extremely being quiet, Dayton. Oh my goodness.
I'm extremely agitated. But I just want to say this before we go off subject for the 38,000th time. I caught a few strays in the situation here. You know what I mean? I'm on life support. I mean, folks done came up and threw some subtle insults and things like that. You know what I mean? Bless their heart though. But I just say stress that. And someone made a reference to my son having to pay his closeout bill.
I did. I'll catch that.
And if you give me a second, I can reply. And and the thing about it is that that's something that he chose to do. That's not something that he had to do. There's one thing about his pop got him. But again, with that being said, that was the fact of how I raised him, that he felt like, no, I'm gonna pay dad back. and he don't necessarily have to do that. See, we just met, so you don't know much about me, but trust me, that wouldn't have been an issue at all. However, with the strays I caught, it was they was terribly in. But Janae hit it on the nose, and it seemed like the ones who don't have children didn't catch it. I'm a male who's raising boys, so there's a difference
Very big.
than when you're talking about. Thank you very much, Janae. There's a difference for when you are a female raising children. Period. So our way of doing it, men, is to teach you how to. Okay. And that's how come I have such amazing boys that they feel like, I got it, dad. Don't worry about it. I got it, dad. Okay. I taught them that from day one. All the fact that Pop knows, y'all know Pop got it, but don't always feel like I can go ahead and do X, Y, and Z because I know Pop got it. That's not how it goes. So for all the strays I caught and everything like that, because trust me, that was us a drop in the bucket, sweetheart. But it was surprising to me that he did that. It was surprising to me that he did that. And that's, I wanted to say that because I caught that kind of like that subtle stray out of nowhere. Because he didn't have to do that. Trust me, he didn't have to do that.
It was a proud dad moment?
Absolutely.
I know it.
You don't know the feeling. That was a proud moment. It wasn't one of those, oh my God, I can save some money. Because I think I do pretty well, Jess. I think I do pretty well.
He probably like say that
Financially,
5,000 for when I needed for something else.
And listen, my son been saving all his time. He's been working. He hasn't been able to work yet in school because he does so much. He plays football, things like that. So he is financially supported while he's in school by his dad. But again, with that being said, sometimes people need to listen to the totality of the situation before they pass judgment on what they say. See, because when you're not hearing it correctly and directly, you may think you're commenting on something that doesn't even exist, if you understand what I'm saying. So that's the only thing I want to say about that part there. And the young lady up top, she said something in the chat that today's a nice day for me. Okay? I did really good.
I'm so proud of you.
What did I do?
Listen, I did really good
at the
today,
way at the
Jess.
top.
Did really good today, Jess. Our crime stats down. I met with my people today. We doing really great. Listen, I feel good today. Okay, that's how I look. It is what it is.
I'm so
But
proud.
when you get people who don't know, and I'm gonna say that, and I say that unapologetically and with all the possible. If you take it as disrespect, God damn it, take it. When you don't know, you don't know. Okay, you can look at something, but until you do something, you haven't done it. I can look at you build anything until I physically put tools to something. I have not done it. I can tell you how Peter met Paul, but until I meet Peter or Paul, I don't know either one of them. So we all can sit back and say, well, I did this, I saw this, I did that. But until you've done it, that's when you figure out what's going on there. So I'm a patch up my wounds and everything, from the stray bullets. I'm sorry, from the strays I caught, But I'm just going. Listen, I know you got me.
We got some
I know if anybody
peroxide.
got me, I know you got me. Okay, I know you got me, love. But sometimes we gotta, instead of ready to come in top of and dominate the conversation, you gotta listen to the conversation. That's the whole thing. Listen to where the aspect where we're going at with the conversation. Not so much, oh, I didn't have to do this, I didn't have to do that. It's the reason for that. So I'm gonna put my armor back on so I can, get these strays about to come my way. I know they're coming.
We got some peroxide. The royal family got band-aids. We got everything.
And I'm on it, and I'm on a 10-second countdown to me not being nice.
No. Take,
yes, we have butterfly
good.
band-aids for you, by the way. I have like 10 butterfly band-aids for you, by the way.
Oh, we like butterfly band-aids.
I love me some butterfly band-aids.
Come on. See? We like when the whole group want to patch it up, okay?
Exactly.
Let me do a quick level set.
Peroxide.
Really quick, you guys. Give me a follow if you guys have not done so. Tap screen. I don't know why we're not at 100K already. We need 16 more kisses, you guys, to hit the gift goal at the moment. Please feel free to subscribe, get access to the Discord. We haven't had a movie night in a long time, and I think we should either watch Idiocracy because everybody keeps saying Idiocracy is what we're going on right now.
Period.
And I've never seen it before, so we can watch it together. Or we can watch Ironheart, which is Ryan Coogler's new Marvel series about the black girl being the next new Iron Man or something else. But and also always the best way to support them live is via Cash App or Venmo. It's I'm Jessica Simone. Feel free to add a message to it. Or if you want to just donate tonight's daily goal. Obviously I don't have it up there because it seemed like TikTok be shadow ban I shouldn't even said that. Be bananing me, shadow bananing me whenever I have the little numbers up there. So also too, you guys, if we are what's left at you in the comment, that is me. I'm in there from my other phone. If you guys don't know where we are, what's left, it's a movement that I'm putting together for creators to we're going on our own college tour, talk to the children, do some groundwork, connect with the organizations that are on the ground, help mobilize and organize, and also too to amplify the voices of creators and also make sure that we are all on one cohesive front and one cohesive message as we continue to go on this like Dom said, like we have to figure out like how to get our message out there and how we communicate. And I think amplifying each creators and having this cohesive message together is really what's important. So also if you have a service that you can provide to alleviate some of the fees, again the GoFundMe is in the bank is in the link tree. It's the very first one. We'll be doing shout outs. But if you have any service that you can do, legal service, hosting, web hosting, um, what else do we need? Oh, staffing, marketing, promotion, everything that merch you have, maybe like a t-shirt, something, any service that you can add to alleviate some of the fees, the startup costs, definitely reach out to me as we continue to build it. And I appreciate all of you guys for being here again. Follow, tap screen. We're at 94K. We're almost to 100K. Thank you for the kisses, Shazia. I appreciate you. And yeah, because I feel like I was adding some people in the comments. They like, girl, I don't know who is this We Are What's Love. Can you add me? But yes, and also We Are What's Love. Give them a follow because that's where we'll be pushing any notifications, any videos, amplifying other creators as well and doing a thing. How do we get the Gulf Code thing? So I pinned it. I pinned it at the bottom, or you could just look up at the top. Then right in the middle, right above Boy Moms, and you'll see it sliding over. The yellow star is where you can subscribe, and if you click the little kissy button, 18 out of 20, and then send that gift, it'll get towards the gift code. I appreciate you guys for being here. All right. Hold on. I'm so sorry. Saji. I don't think Saji was done yet. Hold on. What'd you say, Tania?
I just realized you changed the topic.
Yeah. You see it say are born moms dangerous to women. I didn't think Saji was done yet. Because she's like, I heard they laughing. And then we kind of switched it.
Oh, thank you.
Of course.
Well, and you too, girl. You know, I actually gifted you the kiss thing, the kiss gift, without seeing your live goal. Like it'll actually match.
Because she was trying to give me kisses.
I was. And then
hey, son, how you doing, baby?
Love you. You such an amazing person.
Thank you.
But,
okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I'm like, I got shyer by the minute. I have like this thing that I'm like the biggest extrovert, but then sometimes I'm like, I like hide in my little shell. But I wanted to talk because I was listening about the privilege, and again, I'm talking like financial privilege and all of that, like being able to like give your kids like, you know, whatever they need, help them with college and all of that. And this isn't to diss anyone because I know Dayton is on his last straw. And I'll start off by saying, like, I am very glad for the people that had that opportunity in that life and that are, more importantly, able to give their children that life.
I'm sorry. Hold on. Really. I don't want to.
Girl.
I feel like I keep interrupting you, y'all. We got to give Saji her time, okay? Thank you, Social. Go ahead.
Thank you for the gift.
Thank you, Jazzy, as well.
I'm gonna put myself on mute, but thank you for the gifts.
Okay. Go ahead, Saji. I ain't gonna say nothing else. I'm gonna wait till the end.
I think they didn't tag me in the chat. Say what you're. No, I was gonna say, like, honestly, props to the parents like that are here that have been able to give that to their kids. Like, that is honestly amazing and something, for people to strive to do. However, I just wanted to share my experience, to give some hope to the people in the chat that were like, I can't relate. So I came to this country as an immigrant in 2007. My parents told me to pick between Colorado and Canada. And I was like, okay, which one's colder? And they're like, I think Canada. I was like, fine, then Colorado, I guess. So we packed up our suitcases, and I had a tiny, tiny pink suitcase with flowers on it. And I pretty much packed up my whole life in that thing. Couldn't bring any of like my favorite toys, couldn't bring my grandma or my cousins or any of that in there. So I came here. It was still cold as shit. And what's he saying? Just listen, you will see. I pay too much attention to the chat. W to the chat. I love the chat.
you gotta stay on the chat. They're gonna get you. Girl. Let me tell you something. It's a whole other conversation in the chat.
Oh my god.
Oh.
But no, I just, like, and I recognize my privilege within my lack of privilege. Like, there are some people that are also Mexican that do come here without documents and have even less privileges. But basically, I came, and this is kind of like, it's gonna feel like a trauma dump, but we got into the school, and there was this dinosaur, this is what I'm calling them, this dinosaur white lady, and she basically said, like, do you speak English? And I was like, just nodding my head. I was like, yep, sure do. And because they basically said every single student at that school had to go back 1 year, right, if they didn't know English. So I was like, I don't want to go back to Mexico. Like, my dad moved a lot. I was like, I don't want to go back to Mexico, and they're going to be like, why the hell did you flunk out of school? I didn't want that. And so I obviously didn't get ESL. I didn't get any of that help. And I had to sit for a whole, like, 8 hours a day or whatever the hell at school every day, listening. Imagine you go to China and you don't speak Chinese, and like, you're just like staring at somebody move their lips for 8 hours. And then the teachers would come to me after they were talking this fast, and they would say,
what you learn then?
I listen. Then they would go super fast, and then they would say, do you understand? I'm like, hell no, I didn't understand one thing you said. So I would come home, type in whatever
Y'all,
the
please stop
paper
adding
was.
Dayton. Leave him alone, because he's doing really, really well tonight.
He's trying.
And I'm so proud of
Y'all
him.
stop adding Dayton in the chat, because he's
I'm
spoken
so
for.
proud of him.
I just posted it. He's spoken for. All the women keep adding Dayton. Oh, I think you're so great, babe. I got it. He's definitely great.
Oh my God, you talking about that? I'm talking about y'all. Like, y'all,
I just wanted to be clear.
dating it, and then y'all can leave it alone. You don't have to add anyone. But dating is great, y'all. Y'all can't add dating and tell him how great he is, though. You can't do that, though. But y'all, okay, go. I'm sorry, Saji.
Sorry, I don't want to like draw it out too much, but
so the lady know Chinese and you don't. I'm listening.
Yes. So I had to come home from school, grab my book, type it into the computer on Google Translate it to Spanish, read it, learn it, translate the questions from English to Spanish, type up my papers in Spanish, translate it into Google Translate. And then that's how I would do it. Day in, yes, we need timer. So basically, I didn't get, like, my sister got most of the things. I didn't get the car. I got the $5 bike at the garage sale. I didn't have
your sisters get things and you didn't?
It was my sister. She was 2 years younger. So by the time, like, my parents got their shit together, yes, I'm one of two, the oldest.
Got you.
Older immigrant daughters.
I was also the oldest granddaughter. But yeah, so basically she got the car. I got the $5 bike at the garage sale. She got the, the braces. I didn't know. Basically like that. But so by the time I graduated high school, I was 16, and I still didn't have my green card. So I had to go to college and, do like monthly payments on the smallest little things. But I also couldn't work, because you couldn't work without a worker's permit. So it was basically impossible.
How do you feel like that has shaped you into the woman you are today, though?
Well, That's where I was
in the
going.
most
Just
positive way.
yeah, that's where I'm going.
Mhm.
So, I ended up I opened my own business as a single mom with two little ones. My littlest one was 2 months old.
Come on, baby.
And yes, and I've been a business owner now for 11 years. It's all I've ever done. No, I've never had a boss.
Come on now,
And
BYOBB. I used to have a company called BYOBB. Your own boss. I used to sell merch. Yeah.
yes. And I think like for me, obviously, like I said, W Dayton for being able to give his kids the opportunity. And I'm glad other people got that opportunity. But I think for me, it has made me be really grateful and like work for my shit harder. I watched people with privilege that like were able to just outright buy the nicest, best gear or newest gear out there for their photography business, and their business still flopped. Okay, they don't have a business anymore, and they had a nice last name, and they were rich white tea people, and their business fucking flopped. And so I built this brick by brick, and I feel like it's made me a very empathetic person. I understand like the mindset and the life of an immigrant, and I'm able to like teach that to my kids. Things weren't given to me, and life doesn't owe you anything.
Amen.
But when you get up, you help others. And I could have had another story, but I also don't want to like, keep on dumping because Dayton doesn't like monologues. But I'll say this one story. I'll say a quick story. I'll speed it up. Okay.
I love the monologues. Please.
I'm saying I love. Okay, I'm sorry. Like I never make it about me, but like since they asked about me, I'm
it's
making it
always
about
about you. Every time I get on the panel, it's always about you.
Come on now.
I'm so irritated. Ugh. I'm just saying.
No, but like when I first became a single mom with my two littlest ones, I didn't have a business actually. Like I was doing my photography as a hobby, like just for fun. And then, I got a divorce, and I pretty much like kickstarted my business from there. And my family was like, oh, sell the old baby toys, like to like come up with some cash. But I heard a little like voice in my head, and I was like, no. So I went and donated it to a women's shelter, a DV women's shelter. And the very next day I got my first big paying job. It was a $10,000 job. And yeah, sometimes when you give, you get more.
Yes. I'm glad that you didn't let that make you bitter, because some people, hold on to that hate and that like. I mean, I was like jealousy. It's like a human emotion, but like, damn, why you couldn't do that for me? But understanding like, oh, now you finally gonna get your shit together. But look at the woman that it's made you today, and I love that for you. Cause that's why we let you decide you that we know and love. Come on now, and all of that makes you who you are.
Did you have to describe my life though? I was like, little suitcase, check. No English, check. Couldn't speak, sounded like Chinese, checked.
Oldest? Oh, yeah. Are you the oldest?
I'm the oldest, and I had to learn English too. And it was the same thing, except I always gave my brother the car, and then he destroyed it. So
I'm sorry. What do y'all mean sounded like Chinese? Because
listen, Janae, when you come into the United States and you don't speak a single word in English, everybody sounds like
no. Because do you? Hey, hold on. No screen record right now. Do you like long nail? I do the short nail.
Oh Lord, she getting canceled today.
No, so no screen record. But do you like I do the short nail for you. Your boyfriend paid. That does not sound anything. No.
It does. It does. You know what?
Look at Jess' face.
You know what's the only word?
That sounds nothing like any other accent.
Okay, fine. It sounded like the Peanut characters. What they're like.
Now they said cancel. No screen record because I'm Dave Chappelle, so I'm already marketed to be ignorant. So
no, that's exactly what it sounded like.
They're not gonna catch me. Just $5 more for you. I do the nail. Listen, yeah, they commented that, and I just read it. I do the nail for you. That does not sound like a
Oh
Hispanic
my
or
God.
Latin.
Listen. It was hard. I remember I could paint it the first time that we sat on the floor, no furniture, just a TV, because that's what the house, like their employers got them. Literally sat on the floor and watched the news in English. I could not understand a single
Are
word.
you trying to Are you out trying to outpour me? Are you trying to
Listen,
outstruggle
I
me?
will tell you,
Because it's a black woman. If
we
you
had
think
the
you're gonna outpour me,
We had the Jehovah's Witness come in and sit on the floor, okay?
Can I tell you something? Like, I'm not trying to struggle anyone, but when we first moved to Utah, we didn't have a table and we ate on cardboard. Like, we had a bucket and my parents put like 2 cardboards on top so that like it wouldn't wobble, and that's where we had dinner.
well, let me just let you know, I was born and raised. I was born and raised in the United States. I've never been to Utah, so let's speak on your privilege of being in that. Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
I'm a little privileged here, but I did live in South Central LA for 6 years, so
Listen, when Janae said that she would eat whatever so that her kids could eat good, like I've been there. I've been there. And I think like what a lot of people with, especially if we take it back to politics, a lot of people voted for people that they will never be like, and punched down on communities they were 2 paychecks away. Right?
Absolutely.
That's the thing. I will always check myself. Anyways, now I'm rambling. I told you ADHD is in the air.
Can I just say something before I forget?
I love your voice.
It's a lot of people. I got ADHD too.
Como los cubanos in Miami.
O los cubanos en Miami.
Los cubanos en Miami son lo peor, son unos hijos de puta, perdón.
Sí.
So y'all need y'all to talk to me in Spanish so I can work my Duolingo.
The Mexican man that voted for Trump.
Hard ER. What did she say? What?
I said los
Look, I'm playing.
I'm gonna say what? Because I'm like, I'm listening, but I didn't hear none of that.
Everybody got quiet.
No. Janae, I said los cubanos son unos hijos de puta.
Okay, y'all, I keep this a secret, but my dad is fully, he is a Afro-Cuban. He's fully Cuban, right? So
double cancel
for sure now.
Oh, Lord. Hold on. Hey, stay with me. Hey. So when we speak, when we speak racism, okay, I've never even met my grandfather and people on that side because my blood is dirty. If y'all know anything of how they talk, my blood is dirty because my mother is black. So I don't even know that side of the family for the most part because my mother is a black woman. They are, they don't think they black. And shout out to anybody. Shout out to anybody who said that they were not, I know black, I Dominican. Oh, I got accents, y'all. But anyway, I don't even want to get canceled. Stop. Yeah. Because I feel like everybody's screen recording.
I thought she was going to say, azúcar.
You feel the energy now, Jess? I'm telling you, I observed it the whole day. This is cyclical. Like, I don't know if y'all believe in like the moons and the stars and all that stuff.
I do.
I'm a witch.
Microwave Gatorade, all that stuff.
Guilty.
Don't get me started on that.
Emma, I know you had. I know you got a bunch of notes.
Taylor says sounds Chinese, so Taylor thinks anybody.
Yeah, I mean, like even if you don't know a language, it all sounds.
That's cap.
I mean, like
Creole does not sound Chinese.
If you're a kid and you don't know a lot of different languages and you go to a school and they just be like,
I'm with you when you right.
Okay, Janae,
I'm gonna let's talk to Janae really fast, like how they would talk to us. So, por ejemplo, vamos a decir bienvenidos a la clase de matemáticas y vamos a aprender cómo dividir.
I heard something about a math class.
No, so
girl, that's low. I'm kidding.
I'm getting good, bitch.
Everybody's Spanish be different, right? Because depending on where what's your background, they speak Spanish different. So it's kind of like how everybody in the United States, like I don't say do, to, shoe. I'm from Atlanta, you know what I'm saying? And I don't say dead ass. Like I'm not talking like a walking Timberland like the women in New York do. You get what I'm saying? Everybody in the United States has their accent. As well as people who speak.
No, but Janae, what I'm saying is these teachers were rushing through the damn lessons. Like they were talking so fast, like that I couldn't even get one word.
Girl, everybody was talking. I was like listening to the teacher. Somebody's having a conversation. I'm like, oh my God, what's going on? But the difference, though, it's English. So Spanish, you learn the letters, and that's how you sound out the words. Like it's very. To me, it's a lot simpler than English. Yeah. And English just like there's like So in Spanish, there's a lot of words for one thing, and in English, there's one word for a lot of things.
Yeah, they're like
Not,
dog
oh, no,
house.
but it's the same thing though. It's like a lot of words for the same thing though. Like again, we have different dialects, but also I think Spanish is a good representation of that because no shade, and this is not me saying this, y'all. So don't think I'm saying this, but Mexicans, hold on, y'all. I'm sorry,
Uh-oh.
Mexicans are.
Oh shit,
Hold
Checo
on.
canceled. Go
All
ahead.
right, we got to
Hold
move on up.
No,
We gotta go to the next
Janae,
person now.
Mexicans, hold
listen,
on.
this is not what I'm saying, y'all. I'm not. This is not my feeling. But Mexicans are like the. I'm sorry.
Oh my
Mexicans are
God.
the black people of the Hispanic community, and
Not
the way,
true.
yeah, like the way they're treated and the way they're seen and all that kind of shit. So
No,
like,
this is not true.
I don't think that's true.
I feel like
I
it
don't.
is.
Yeah,
But
I don't think that's true. Sorry.
the way
not
that,
true
like,
at
the
all.
way
But
they,
if you want to
I'm
say
talking
the
about the
blacks of the
dialect of how
Latino
they
community
speak.
is they treat their dark skinned people the way
I'm talking about
colorism
dialect,
is
y'all.
real.
I wasn't talking
No,
about the
the
color.
dialects
I
are
was talking about the
and the
dialect and how they.
ethnicities.
Oh, okay.
Okay, someone who
Yeah,
is
hold
a
on, y'all.
black.
See, y'all didn't
Okay,
even let me. You see,
Slow
y'all.
down. Wait.
No, listen, because they were so ready to call the police on me, and that's what I'm saying. What I was talking about was
Not like
dialect. I'm
this,
not talking
Lord.
about treatment of things.
There
I'm talking
goes the
about
lie.
no, because I'm just saying, as a person who is not a Spanish, like Spanish is not my native tongue, their dialect, to me, the way people have talked about how Mexicans specifically speak Spanish, it's like they treat them like AAVE, or what AAVE was before Ebonics, like in their dialects of language in Spanish. Oh goodness, God, y'all was so ready.
No,
Hello, hello, chat. Am I muted? Good God, y'all was so ready.
no, like, and I'm a black Latina. I'm ready to refute that. Like, I'm a black person who's also Latina. So this is not true. They're considered the conquistadors of our community, especially in Texas.
Yeah, I was just talking about the dialect, y'all. I went and see
The dialect don't matter. Dialect is actually revered here in Texas and other southern states where they've immigrated to.
What do you mean? Because I was just saying, as far as like how we speak as AABE, and I was just talking about how the language
Every single country has their slang, including where my family came from, like Panama, right? And Black Panamanians usually are of Jamaican descent, so they came up with their own accents. So because of that, people from, I don't know, Guatemala, El Salvador, I don't know, Belize, when they speak Spanish, Panama are treated very poorly. Okay, Mexican Spanish.
Hold on. I'm so sorry. Real quick deal.
Yeah.
Are y'all finna fight, Emma?
No. Yeah.
No. I'm talking about
Yes, who finna fight? What
Emma.
I miss?
She
Wait,
said we can do. Are you talking about doing a one-on-one offline?
Wait, what?
Wait, what?
What?
I'm confused.
What is happening?
What?
I'm confused.
Where'd she go?
What just?
Oh,
I don't know what
Trying to
happened.
fight my friend?
can I just say that, like in Mexico, everybody, like every state has different forms of speaking because, so there's a lot of dialects and languages that were spoken. Before Spanish was spoken, and so a lot of states speak differently because they have words from those other like native languages. For example, I'm from Michoacan and they speak Purépecha there, and so a lot of the words that I use for fruits, vegetables, and certain things are words in Purépecha.
Hold on, y'all. I'm not even trying to be facetious or rude, but I think me and Jessica are trying to figure out what's going on.
Okay, yeah.
Dang, did you?
Yeah. I'm like, we can go back to this conversation because I'm very open to, like, not saying I don't think I'm
trying to find out what's going on.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what's the situation because I just keep seeing people saying Emma stand down. I do want to go back to this conversation, but I do.
We got you, Janae. We got you. No
conversation
worries.
in the chat.
You know, Janae is the type to go outside to vacuum the grass so that she
No,
can hear
literally,
her neighbors.
Same.
I'm not never doing that.
But I do want to know what's happening.
Yeah, I'm gonna walk up to them and be like, "What happened?"
I ain't gotta
vacuuming grass, girl. What happened out here?
Wait, what's going on?
What just happened?
Why am I always lost?
No, because it's a chat thing, and like usually I don't look at the chat when I'm talking, but like we kind of been, freelancing the conversation. But I just keep saying people saying I'm like. Oh, somebody saying his no dick was a girl. What's
what?
I didn't even hear that. We need 2 witnesses from the chat to come up.
What is happening? What happened?
Miss Cloud9 herself, of course, she does what?
Hello. Is this Emma? What happened to you?
I got blocked.
Dang, did you block her?
Yeah, Dan. Like,
He said yes.
to fair.
Hold on. Okay, hold on.
You
Honestly,
guys,
hold on.
that's
Let's go back to the root of
like, I
what
told him to do that.
what
Like,
you told him to block you, and
yeah, I think he meant to like personally block me, not like blocking me from the live. I think he meant to like personally.
He's
block
a mod. Because he's
He's
a
a
mod. So
mod.
if you block
Yeah, so it's like when he
she told me to block her, and I did.
I did. So
Oh my god!
so
What is happening? We need to read. What? Hold on. Really, and because you got first dibs. Give me one. Let's just level set really fast. And everybody take a deep breath, please, if you could.
Oh my god!
And I'm gonna sit, and they and my man, so I'm gonna sit beside him. So y'all just get ready for whatever's gonna happen.
Give me a follow. You guys have not done. So before y'all, why is it so hard? We was at 94K the last time. We've only moved to 4K since the last time. I know everybody is having a side conversation in the chat, but can y'all like tap and tap and talk at the same time if you guys don't mind? I really appreciate it. If you're enjoying the conversation, tap the screen, share the live. We only have 76 lives. So everybody shares. If everybody could share it right now, I would greatly appreciate it. Always the best way to support the lives via Cash App or Venmo. I appreciate the pay links are in the bio. We have 11 heart kisses to go before the end of the night. I don't know. I am at a loss for words. Now, okay, Emma, what is thank you, Dayton? Come on, he already got us at 80%. He knocked out like 7 of the most. Okay, somebody who else got 2 more. What is your biggest, what's the biggest issue? Like, what is happening? Emma, I'm talking to Emma. If everybody else can mute up for me if you don't mind.
I mean, like, I feel like it was a misunderstanding because I didn't know, because like I didn't really realize that me telling him, hey, you can, do that and block me, it would like block me from the whole live. I feel like that was a misunderstanding, but I feel like I do have a few curls. There's like a fight, I guess. Or there's a word that
let's go. Thank you. Okay.
That's amazing. With him and his, I wouldn't say his parenting style because I'm not gonna correct that because like he can parent however he wants. But I wrote down a few things. I wrote down I don't care if it's a father raising sons. That's what I wrote down in my notes because I don't care if it's a father raising sons. I have fathers in my family. I have a father as well. And now I do have a lot of nephews as well. Sorry, I don't care if it's a father raising sons. I think that's even more important than a father raising daughters or a mother raising daughters. Fathers and mothers can raise a son. A single mother can raise a son, or a single father can raise my daughter. Gender, sex doesn't matter. There are non-binary people in the world as well. So that's what I wrote down. And then I also wrote down good men, and I think what I meant by that was like, if you have to say you're a good man, you're probably not one, is what I think I meant by that. And then I also wrote something down about religion because I'm very also I'm not a parent, but I'm I'm an aunt though, so I have a lot of pieces. But religion, very much hate all religion. Sorry, like I'm very like anti-religion, but my boyfriend / my husband in the future is a Muslim, so I thought that was important to note that me and him are definitely using both of our cultures, and I'm spiritual, so both of that to raise a child, and it's gonna work. And then I wrote down gender roles. And then I have my doctor. I'm handwriting. I can't even read it. I'm so sorry. My doctor.
You was writing fast. You was writing fast as fuck, boy.
Gender
Okay.
roles.
Do you want to like talk about the different points that you have? Do you, or did you just?
I can't read the rest. My handwriting's so
That's
bad.
okay. Do you want to address each one, or you just wanted
Yeah,
to
I
get
would
them
love
off?
to have like a dialogue, especially with him dating, because I feel like we got probably off on the wrong foot. And anybody who's religious would love to have a conversation with them. But anyway, like, yeah.
Okay, yeah. I think I did get off on the wrong foot. And I do think that it is different from being the child from being the parent. I think this is coming from somebody who don't have children and thought they wanted children and then was taking care of children and ended up crying in the car. And I salute every fucking parent. And it's goddamn where they call my mama so many times, like, I am so sorry. Just as life was whooping my ass. And I get that, you are young right now. And as you continue to go to not only medical school, get out of medical school, you'll kind of have a lot of life experiences that will continue to mold, cultivate, and shape your perspective. And I think that's where you may have maybe not taken into consideration, considering the experience that Dayton has as a father. It is a bit different too with, you have a different relationship with your father than you do with your mother. And also boys have different relationships with their mothers than they do with their fathers. And especially single women know that how you should raise a boy, do your best, and if his father's not around, he'll blame you for it. So that father is needed in a different type of lessons and are needed. But again, I don't have children, and I think that a good discourse would be great. And I think that let's just keep it very respectful. Do you have a question you want to ask them first?
I mean, I respectfully disagree. I mean, I don't have kids myself. I have raised numerous kids, though.
You raised them?
Yeah, in terms of my nieces and my nephews, I think you need a village to raise a child.
Right, but raising children and keeping them 24/7,
yeah,
either by yourself with only one other person for like.
Yeah, I would be probably in the top 4 nieces and nephews in terms of raising them. Like I'm there with I'm there with them.
Who's all there? Your parents are there too?
Me, my sister, and her.
No. I'm saying you, the kids, and that's it.
Me and the
And
kids.
just the kids. No sister, no mother, no dad. Just you and the kids for months and years on at a time. That like raising children. I help my sister out. I help with her in what she needs, but I'm not raising her children. Raising children and babysitting and helping out are 2 different things.
Well, I mean, like I'm there like 6 days a week helping with them. Like I think that counts as raising. You play a part.
You do play a part. I do agree.
You play a part in raising them. I mean, my sister is a doctor. She works. So I'm the one who watches her child. I cook for them. I change their diapers. For the ones that are in school now, because there's some in school now that I help with their homework. I think raising a child is not only their mother and father. I think it really does come to more than that. I think, and I'm gonna add one more thing, but I forget.
Did you buy all the groceries that they eat?
I don't think you have to. I don't think you have to buy all the groceries though.
Okay, do you buy some of the groceries that they eat?
No, I don't buy the groceries because I don't have money. Right. So my sister buys the groceries.
So if your sister left and it was just you and the children, how would they eat?
I would have to work, and I would drop out of school and get a job.
Which is different from helping out from actually just raising the children? Because your
Can I
your mother, I mean your sister who raised the children, she go to work
Yeah, she works and then I'm with them.
so she can provide for the children.
Right, yeah. But I'm with them during the day.
As your attorney, could y'all please let me talk to my client?
Who is
And
your
then
client? You talking about Dane? Hold on.
Emma,
What the fuck is this? Bitch, I'm dead. I'm dead, bitch. Get the hell out of here. Get the hell out of here. Okay. Hold on before you talk to your client.
That's amazing.
Did you have a question that you wanted to ask him? And I'm gonna get out of
Yeah, I do, because I am getting better at, I'm getting so better at standing firm in my beliefs. But I believe that, for example, like gender role is not important. So I guess I did have the question of him bringing up that he's a father raising sons. I feel like this is very relevant. I don't know. That's just
so. What's the question?
My question is, why did you have to bring up your father raising sons? I don't know. That's if I had to ask a question, because I don't have like a question ready, but if I had to ask one for my notes.
So we're gonna take a 15-minute recess. You guys, let's make sure we're still tapping the screen and get into the live goal. The panel, we are talking about emotional, spiritual, and mental topics. So let's make sure we're gifting the panel as well, because we're also taking our time to educate one another, and we deserve everybody on this panel. If it's not me, somebody else, whoever you're relating to, please gift them. If you haven't already, make sure you follow the page. We are what's left. And I don't. If you're a woman and you've been invited into the link page, also make sure that you're downloading the app. You're putting your profile up so that we can get connected as women with one another and forming our base together to support one another. Yeah. And so me and my client are gonna speak in the hallway. Maybe take a plea deal. I'm not really sure. But I'm gonna just
my main account also. I don't like this account. But can I get my main unblocked?
Hold on. I can't do it while I'm on live. Hold on.
Okay, well,
Tania, let me drop you real quick. I'm gonna let James up. And congratulations on
Yeah, that's okay.
Check your memo. Thank you. Hold on.
Son said a plea deal is crazy.
Jesse, thank you for the $2 for. I'm gonna shift the conversation a bit and get this song stuck in your head as it is in mine. Que Latino singers for Trump music. I will vote for Donald Trump.
I will vote.
I will vote for Donald Trump.
Trump.
I
will make
vote.
It crispy.
Yeah, for Donald Trump.
Draw some coconuts for Jesse. For switching up the conversation.
Thank you. W also James. Love James.
What's going on in here? I'm like,
it be drama.
You know what I felt like when your parents told you to go to sleep and it's been 45 minutes and they walk into the room and you're still laughing with your sibling. That's what it's giving, James.
Oh, when I just came in?
For real.
Yeah, when you said, what's going on in here?
Child, I done missed all the good tea. Somebody called me a cup. What didn't happen?
I wish I had me a little cup. Oh, you live in Texas, so you can't. Once you ain't got nothing, you can't do nothing.
Oh,
I can give you the pay if you want.
Not Emma. I done heard you talking for the last 15 minutes. Somebody else got to pour the tea when you part of the tea.
Definitely part of the tea. I'm like, we trying to listen to Sachi. It's a whole shebang bang going on in the chinette. I'm like, what is happening? And usually I don't do this way, I want my baby to come over too. Okay, hold on.
It's okay, Jess. Whenever things don't happen, it's because it's not meant to be.
Yeah, I agree. I'm grateful. Son, where you at? Come up. I saw you in there.
Wait, Jessica, why you do that? Y'all make sure y'all click y'all daily heart me. I don't want to have to say that again. Go on ahead, click the daily heart me, get it. Claim the little parents that's in there. And then send gifts to Jessica. And that's it, and that's all. And make sure you
Jamal.
hit the follow button as well. And Janae, I'm sick of you.
Period.
It's the period for me. I would vote for Donald Trump. Jesse, you literally do have it stuck in my head. I'm not gonna lie.
I just want to know:
You
are
let
we
the
all
drag-
cool? Have we all raised our hands in the sanctuary? Are we all good in the house of Jessica? Because it feels like we not all good in the house of Jessica. It feels like we done woke some shit up tonight. So what the fuck is going on?
I got Joanna the scammer. I got a motherfucker out on the front lawn mowing the yard. I mean, vacuuming the yard.
But did we raise our hands in the sanctuary? Are we staying dangerous?
So I'll be a translator.
Yeah.
I think respectfully, there probably was a disconnect, and when Dayton was speaking and you were in the chat saying, he's lying, he's lying, he's lying. Obviously, there were some moments where, you were cutting him off while he was speaking. And I get that have a difference of opinion, which is fine because we give everybody an opportunity to speak, and I think it's important. And respectfully, if you're going out for a job, unless it's the presidential job, and you don't have experience in that job, they're probably not going to hire you, right? Or extensive experience and actually done it. And he's speaking from a place of experience. He's speaking from place of experience from a father raising boys, and he also have other women who are in the live stream who are also raising boys who, understand where he's coming from and agree because they also have the same experience and understand what their young children need, and it's and I think that's probably could be where the disconnect. And I know as a child you feel like you have that connection, and that could very well be true, but we are all different. Things are different, and he was speaking from his experience and how the way he has raised his children has been a success in the young boys that he is raising. Now, what I do, he's been, he's been on really. I don't know if you've been in here a lot, but Dayton usually is cutting up a little bit, and he's been, really really good. And he was, addressing the situation likely. But what I do know about Dayton, he's not going to argue with women and children. That I do know. So, with that being said, that's probably why he's not responding. Not going to go back and forth. Um, we can agree you are, just a young woman. You're 24. There's some Wahite ladies that would kill to be 20, unalive to be 24 again. And
For what?
I respect that because I respect men and say I'm not going to them and argue with women and children, and especially if it doesn't seem like it could be a productive conversation because I've seen you guys back and forth in the chat. And he said, I'm not going to argue with the young lady, which is respectful. And he said, I'm not a young lady. And you didn't, I guess you told him to, I didn't even see that. You told him to block you, and he did.
Literally.
Which is why we are where we are today. So that's why he's not responding, and I respect it. But you said you wanted to talk about religion. Oh, she left? Where you at?
Baby, she gone. She dipped out like 2 minutes ago. I thought you knew.
Oh, okay. Well, damn, I'm just running my motherfucking mouth.
Baby, I thought you was talking to the people because we was listening.
So wait, why are you in this chat?
Why?
Why? Because I'm trying to get some
What is happening, girl? Is this another account?
Yeah, sorry, I have like multiple, but like I want my main unblocked. I'm trying to get on my main, so like I'm going through all my accounts.
I don't see you in the comments. I can't unblock it. I used to could if I was coming from my phone, But I don't know.
Can one of the mods unblock my main because like I don't like using my backups.
They have to click your page to unblock you. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for your name to unblock you. But when they blocked you, everything goes. I see Emma LOL. That's not you.
No, that's me right now. But Dane said nope, so I don't know. But I completely disagree with everything. I'm so sorry. Like respectfully disagree.
That's okay.
Yeah, I love you, but I just don't think I have to like push a child out of my hoo-ha to be able to speak about like raising a child. I think that I love, and I said this in chat. I said, you know, I'm W him because I'm dating and his fatherhood. I think that he's amazing for showing up for his kids and being a father and being there for them. W. I said that several times in the chat. I literally respect him for that. But at the same time, I disagree with his parenting styles, though. In terms
Which part of the parenting style?
Having an emphasis on the fact that he's raising sons. I think that's irrelevant. Like I think that you don't have to be like you don't have to be like have like an emphasis on gender roles so you can.
No, but it's irrelevant to what type of style.
Yeah, I was just about to say, can you
Because
specify?
I get that he said like it's you know how Janae may raise her daughters is maybe different from how him as a man raising his sons. But what part of the parenting style don't you like? What did he do as a parent that you disagree with?
Yeah, I disagree with I think of my words. I disagree with yeah, I guess because I wrote it down, but it's like scribbles.
No, go get the notebook, baby. Bust it out. We're gonna get to the bottom of this tonight.
Yeah, because I think you may agree that you could not like the fact that he said that I'm a man raising sons for whatever reason, but disagreeing with his parenting style, you would have to give an example of something that he said he did that you don't like, that you don't think is a good idea.
Yeah, I do agree, and which I don't have at the moment. So I will say that's the flaw that I don't have at the moment. So I will note that because I'm not gonna like make something up or whatever. I will admit that I should have probably written it down in better font, but the stereotype of doctors, we have terrible handwriting. That's the stereotype. I have terrible handwriting. So
write me a script.
You a doctor.
No, she's going to medical school.
No, I'm in medical school. I'm not a doctor yet.
I don't know if you guys saw in the Discord that she put in the royal support that she's going to medical school and needs some help moving, even though she's privileged and her mom will give her whatever she wants, but she's trying to do it on her own, mate. You know what I'm saying?
I'm doing. I guess I'm moving on my own completely. But yeah, I cannot read my own handwriting right now. Like I wrote it.
Sash is helping with the notes in the comments. If you want to bring Sash up, my meme for those asking in the chat says me after picking up my dog's poop. If you know, you know.
So let me just Jessica, may I for a second?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you so much, baby. Emma, I love you, but you're being contrary tonight. You're just being contrary for the sake of being a contrarian. And I don't know what's going on. Stay muted because you know how I am. You're being contrary tonight, and I'm trying to understand and unpack it. Now, then I asked you what this man said that you disagree with, and I'm confused. If you ain't got an answer, then why are you arguing with him? It feels contrary. I love you, but it feels and sounds contrary. So help me to understand what you disagree with what he said.
I mean, I'm gonna put my signature on it because I agree.
Go ahead.
Okay, can I go? Well, he came at me first. He was commenting on it, so I replied, and then said he could, not be on my side and block me, and then he blocked me. So he definitely was like touching on what I said, and then
Good night, Nancy.
So that's what I commented to him. He was telling me I'm a young lady, which I'm not. I'm 24 years old. I'm not a young lady. So then I replied to him that I'm not a young lady. So he came at me first. I did not even say this man's name. I didn't even address his name. I'm not a drama person. I keep it respectful always. I even said, I'm W to him. I was respectful. I think he's a great parent. But he was commenting to me or he's commenting like about me, didn't say my name. So then I said, no, that's me. I'm not a young lady. And then I said, if you want to block me, you can block me. And he blocked my main from the live. So that's what happened. I didn't want to start any drama. I'm no drama. I think he's an amazing father, an amazing person, even.
But
So
that's
two
where
things.
I'm
Two
gonna have to
things.
give you a little pushback.
Oh,
Because when he first got on the live to talk about his son, you were in the chat saying he's lying. I don't agree. He's lying. He's lying.
Yes,
He
I
can't
agree.
lie about his own experience. So, what do you feel like he was lying about?
About the parenthood of making sure your children are secure. He was saying how something about his sons come to him when they need something, but he doesn't give like something about how his parenting style, and then something about his parenting style, and then I have the perspective of my parents give me what I need first before I need to come to them first. And then so that's why I was saying like he's telling a lie about that parenting style. That was like he's lying.
Hold on. What did he lie about though? He can't tell him that he's lying about his experience, respectfully, right? Because you don't know what he did with his children, right?
Right. But I
Right.
do
So what
think
is he
he's
lying
lying
about? What is the lie about?
I think he was lying about how children need to be raised, for instance, because like I am somebody who my parents are always there, or always there if I need them. I can always call them if I need them, even if I don't need to call them, they're still there. So I think he was lying about, which I don't remember exactly, but I think he was lying about that instance of you need to first make sure your kids are secure at any time in their life. You need to support your kid always financially, is my perspective. So when I said like he's telling a lie, that's my thoughts and my opinion.
So maybe it's your opinion. You don't think that that's right, but it can't be a lie because you can.
Right, it's
What
a
he's
lie.
doing is not a lie because we can't tell him he's lying about what he's doing with his children.
Right, which I'm telling him he's lying in my opinion. Like when I have kids.
No, but he also said that he was there for his children. They know they can call him, but he taught them to do it on their own.
Right, and I think that's personal lie because I'm gonna first teach my kids
Can
how to.
Can I interject
That's what
for
he
a brief
said.
moment? I'm so
hold on
sorry.
one second, Kiss. Let me finish my line of questioning that.
Oh, okay, baby. Yeah, you got it. I'm sorry, James.
Yeah. So let me. I want to say, Dayton, how old are you? If you don't mind me asking, Dayton.
He old enough, baby. What's next?
I think he's like,
yes,
I think he's
old
like
enough.
40, 45, 45.
Yeah, he is 45.
Yeah, I'm going to say something, and this is just, I think, something that maybe it's a Southern thing, Jess, but I think calling somebody a liar just hits different.
Yeah,
You don't call no grown person a liar. Back in the South, I'd have got my teeth slapped back for calling some. No, I'm not suggesting that he should do that to you at all.
Right.
I'm just saying, like, it hits different. You don't call no person 20 years your senior that you don't know no liar. It's just something that I didn't do as a person from the South. Like, it's not something that you do, particularly when you don't. Like, if he said the sky is purple and you're like, that's a lie, that's different than saying to someone who's telling you their lived experience that they're a liar, because that's their kids. And
no, it's not a lie in your opinion. It's just your opinion.
Yeah, right. Yeah. No, I get you, Jess.
No. She in the chat too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was in the chat.
Go on, let him finish. My bad, James.
Okay.
Let me finish. You might disagree, and saying you disagree is fine. I think when you get to the place where you start calling people liars about their lived experience with their grown children, I think you cross a line. And I think there is some necessity in us showing up in conversations heart first when people are talking about their family and their children. And I think in this moment, in my fairness, you missed the mark in calling a grown person with grown children that they raised, cared, and loved for a liar as they're talking about the rearing of those children. But moreover, I think that there's a way to say something like, I disagree that that's not the best way to parent. It's certainly your opinion. I think what people are eating you up in the comments about, just so that I'm being fair, is you're being eaten up because haven't had the experience. You've helped to raise children, but you have not been the proprietor of raising a child yet. That is yours, that you are responsible for no matter what. And that's okay too. You're still entitled to an opinion, but an opinion does not a fact make. An opinion does not a fact make, which then brought me to my initial point, which was you're just being contrary. And I'm trying to unpack that in this moment because I love you dearly, right? But I am struggling to conceptualize why you would call a grown man who raised their kids a liar. And I want to push back on that because I just think it's harmful. And I don't think it's showing up in good faith and respecting what he did for his children, no matter if you agree or disagree that it is the most appropriate form of parenting. And having sat on panels with Dayton, he's an upstanding guy. So like I don't know that the right move was to come up on this panel or in the chat and call him a liar. I think that's what you say what now?
Can I respond?
Yes, go ahead. Ain't my panel. You know, if it was my panel, I'd have ate you up already for cutting me off mid sentence. But go on here, baby.
Well, no, like, I don't think I deserve to be like eaten up. I think that I have been respectful to this man. I'm Dayton. I've been respectful to W. Dayton. He's an amazing father, amazing person. I did say he was lying about the aspect of parenthood, which I can't really remember exactly what he was talking about in that moment because I wrote it down, but my handwriting's really bad, so I can't respond to that. But I do think he's an amazing person, an amazing parent at the same time. But I think his aspect of parenting, I disagree with, and that's okay. And maybe I shouldn't have used, not even maybe, shouldn't have said, he's a liar, because we all have different parenting styles. We all have different perspectives. So saying he's a liar, wrong, which I have to reflect on that 1,000,000,000%. Wrong. I should not have said liar. I should have said I disagree or something different. I take accountability for that. But I don't think you need to be somebody who pushes the child out of your hoo-ha, or you're married to somebody who's pushing something out of the hoo-ha to become to have a response or to have a perspective on this topic. And I disagreed with him on his parenting style. So that's why I say he's a liar on terms of.
Can I interject, please? I'm so sorry.
Can I finish, please? Like, I'm not done yet. Like, can I please?
Yes, you may. I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry.
I thought
really
no. I apologize. I thought you were coming towards the end of yourself.
Yes, I will be done. Really, really soon. I'm so sorry. I'm really sorry. I did think that he said something about his parenting that I disagree with. So I said he's a liar in terms of he said something like you have to do this so your kids can become this. So I said he's lying because my parents did it differently and I turned out a certain way. So that's why I said so that's why I said he is telling a lie. So I disagree with his parenting style because my parents didn't parent that way and I turned out differently than what he's saying. That's why I said he's lying. And I think that babysitting is which I want to say, like, I'm a babysitter. I am raising my nephews and nieces as well. Which, can I finish? Please. I do think that I don't think you have to be a parent to raise a child. Like, I don't think that's a necessity in terms of that. Like, I think that you can have a perspective on parenting without having kids. This is my perspective. I guess I'm landing my plane there, and anybody can say something.
So, mm,
What's
I'm
up,
finding it.
son?
you chat. Cause wait a minute.
Go for it, girl.
Hold on. Mm, Lord Jesus. Okay. Emma, I just want to say, thank you so much for engaging in this conversation in its entirety because these conversations are extremely important. I I mean, Jamal did a great job of saying, hey, when we're talking to somebody from their own experience, it is not proper to say that, they're a liar because your experience and that person's experiences are two different things. However, there is another thing that I want to address because you said, well, W Dayton, I like Dayton, he's a good guy, but I also believe that, you still kind of came back to the lying aspect and there's something that I want to touch on there in regards to the context of that for us who are old enough, as Jamal said, when we're speaking in certain manners, but we would call that those of us who are of a certain age talking out both sides of your face or talking out the side of your neck. I'm not saying that to be rude to you. I'm saying that because the two things cannot exist at the same time. You cannot say, "Oh, I believe he's a good guy," but also at the same time, you then call him a liar. And I know you took accountability for that. The other piece is Dayton. When you said, "Well, I'm not a young lady," I think that's more so of a I don't want to say generation gap, but did you perceive him calling you a young lady in a negative light?
Yeah, I think that I perceived it that way, but again, it was over text. Like it was over text in terms of the comments, so maybe it wasn't in a negative way. But I feel like I'm not a young lady; I'm an adult woman, so that just is my perspective. But if that's not, if he didn't mean it in a negative way, then
Right. So I'm just gonna interject here. When we say young lady or young adult, it is not to infantilize you all or demean you in any possibility. It is because that is genuinely how we were raised to say young lady, young sir, young man, yada yada. Yes, ma'am.
yes. Can I cut you off for one second? There's been people who have. I mean, like I've been on lives for like 5 years. There's been people who there's been multiple people who call me a young lady in a negative way. So I feel like when I hear young lady, from my perspective and from my experience, it means something negative. So that's why like I take offense to it because
Right.
yeah, it's because it's kind of like infantilizing to me, and that's my perspective. If that's not how it was meant, then I apologize for taking it that way.
And I think
No,
so.
no, 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 and it's absolutely understandable that, but that's why I asked that question because when you the response you gave of saying, "Well, I'm not a young lady," that for me made me be like, "Oh, wait, let's talk about this because there's something there that is present. It's not you trying to diminish anything. It's you having a visceral response to what you have now started to associate with a negative connotation." So that's why I was like, okay, well, let's take a step back. The other piece of this that I want to touch on really quickly, just as a whole, is you said, well, I'm raising my nieces and nephews, so on and so forth. There's something that I want to say to you as a young person, and I want to say this to you in community and with good spirit and with good health. And I hope you receive this in a way that you can take with you. You have the privilege of being young. And I don't mean that to be rude. What I mean by that is that you are like every young person who has come before you and all the ones who will come after you in the aspect that you are young and that you believe that you are invincible. And because you have a certain privilege, it makes you think that you are invincible and impervious to certain things, such as this thing called life, where you feel that you hold a lived experience that you may not necessarily understand because you do not have the age to go with it. And when others are saying to you from their context, because they do have the age and the experience and the wisdom, hey, beloved, let's take a step back and engage in X, Y, and Z. They are not saying that to be rude to you. They are saying that because they have been where you are.
Son, may I say something? Oh, the part that
Absolutely,
says
because
that
that was
shit.
it. I'm laying in my plane. That was
And
it.
before you go, I'm gonna say what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna have Saji speak, and Emma, you can respond, and then I want to have Oya speak as well, just as another young woman coming from your space. But if I'm not mistaken, you are a lady, and then Sunkist said you have the privilege of being young, in which you agree. You are a young lady. I mean, people are getting all type of cosmetic surgery to be a young lady. Okay.
Well,
But
yeah, I just was taking it from my perspective of
I
like
think
being.
as an older guy, and respectfully coming also to from the South, instead of saying, I'm not talking to that bitch up there, I ain't talking to that girl. I'm not talking to the young lady. I'm not going to engage with the young lady. It's being respectful and say, I'm not going to get in a back and forth with you because I don't want to escalate a situation
Yeah,
with the
yeah. Well, he commented something and brought me up first and was like
I mean, you was in
something
the chat saying he was lying while
like,
he was talking.
Hold on 1 second, 1 second.
Oh,
Emma, hold on. I'm sorry, Jess. Let me get this out. Emma, real quick. Um, I've never really seen you like this on a panel. I don't know if it's a personal conversation for you or not, but I've never seen you kind of really interact on a panel like this. But
I'm just doing myself. So.
you're not necessarily well you're let me not say necessarily. You're not respecting Jess as the host because she's trying to keep the rotation of the conversation going.
Okay,
And you, yeah. No, and so like no disrespect, but like you've been able to land. I don't know, babes. The Hartsfield International Airport in Atlanta is one of the biggest airports in the United States. You've landed every plane from Spirit, JetBlue,
bitch, I'm dead.
American, Southwest. You listen, babes. There's no more planes you can land, right? You have to let other planes other planes come because my flight done been delayed 16 times tonight. Okay, and
And I'm sitting in the
listen, babe. I'm just going
On
to
the
Miami.
tarmac. Hey, we got
I'm
Saji on the
sitting
Yes, you
tarmac.
ain't even loaded onto the
I'm
We got
plane.
literally,
Oya
I'm,
on
flight
the
delayed for
tarmac.
2
I'm
days.
literally just flying to Miami. That's an hour and a half, which means I'm 45 minutes in the air. But you won't let me board
And
the
you are
plane.
17 hours
You
late.
won't let none of us board the plane, babe.
you right. You
My
right.
flight has been delayed 19 times tonight. Okay, and
I'm sorry, everybody.
please let me get on. Let all of us get on the plane. That's all. I just because I know Jess is very, demure.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
And I'm not.
I'm gonna mute. I'm gonna mute. Let me know.
I
When
Okay,
made
so
an A dinner.
all right, so we got Saji. I'm gonna let Saji go. Then Emma, you can respond, and then Oya, because I know how sometimes when 5 people say one thing, it's hard to kind of respond. So Saji, I'm gonna Emma, you respond. I'm gonna Oya go, and then Emma, you can respond. And who else on the tarmac? Okay, there we go. If you are, just put it in the chat. I'm gonna watch the chat for the next few seconds because I know I'll be doing a bunch of things on here. Go ahead, Saji.
Okay. I'm gonna just say it bluntly. Unless you have pushed a child out of you and spent every day in their life since, unless you have sustained their life and taught them about life every day since, you have not raised a child. I was 24. I was a young lady once, and I already had a 6-year-old. So, was it 6 or 5 years old? There's a lot of people out there that will babysit kids for 4 or 5 hours, 6 hours, maybe even have them overnight. And they think that they are the parent and they can feel like they have this kind of like entitlement towards other parents and telling them what to do. But in reality, unless you are making those life sacrifices of dropping out of school or getting a job to sustain their life and putting all your priorities aside, you can say that you're part of the village. You can say that you've played a role in their life, but you cannot say that you've raised the children, because at the end of the day, you can go drop them off at mom's house and forget about them. You can take a trip across the world and not think about them. Like, raising children is the biggest responsibility that anybody could have. So I think that in the way that you might have felt defensive when you got called young lady, they may have felt defensive when you called him a liar about the way that he raised his kids. Because we don't, if you're a parent, you don't play about your kids. You can insult me up and down, but if you come on my kids, like, you get a whole different person out of me. So I don't know if that was,
Yes, thank you so much. Do you want to respond, Emma, and then we're gonna go to? Oh yeah, I'm hollering.
James can go first because he has a mod announcement, so he can go before me.
Tap this screen, shut a live, give gifts to the host, and hit the follow button and do it right now.
Yes,
You
please
heard what he
do
said.
that. I do want to respond. I will say I respectfully disagree because I wasn't talking about babysitting
Wait,
or.
hold on, because we
Oh,
still
sorry.
hold on, Emma. We gotta get some of these other planes. The tarmac is
No, she
being
was
backed
next. I
up.
said she can
Oh, she
respond.
was. Oh,
And
okay.
then, oh yeah, because I know if 3, 4, 5 people say something, she may forget a point. And
Yeah, I
sometimes
think
it's a lot to digest.
somebody else can go and I'll just write down in clearer font what I want to say.
No, because girl, we know the chicken scratch that you say you wrote. Just you
Write it in a different font.
Yeah,
Type it
somebody
out.
else can go. Somebody
Put it
else
on
can
your
go.
notes
Yeah, somebody else can go. I'm gonna write down in clear font. Thank you.
Okay.
Because I don't know how you can disagree. I'm sorry. Like, I'm not trying to be rude, but babysitting is not raising kids. When you raise kids, you move. Listen, when you raise kids, you move your life around them. Your life is shaped around the life of that child, around their school schedules, around their sports schedules, around their health schedules. You're booking, their appointments to go to the doctor. You're meeting with their teachers, making sure that they are doing good. You're putting them to bed at night, like every night consistently, like that. Girl. Okay.
No,
Okay.
because
All right, I'm on mute.
to
I'm
be
on mute because
fair,
I'm gonna breathe with Dayton.
because to be fair, I think that's just a point that many parents feel, because it the old adage is that when you become a parent, you become an idiot, because everything you thought you knew, you lose, because you now have a life to take care of, and all the things that you think you know, that child will teach you that you don't know shit about. Fuck. And I think that's the other piece of this. I'm just going to be blunt about it. That when it comes to raising and rearing children, you are raising a person to be able to go out into this world, and you have to give them all the tools you can give them to survive. And I think that's the other context of this conversation, why people are taking it so seriously, because it is so serious, especially at a time where we're seeing all these things that are happening and taking place, and people are worried about their kids and their children and their futures, and what it means to try to raise them in this kind of political, social, economic environment that they're coming up in. So while respectfully, yes, you're a babysitter, and I'm sure those kids are going to get plenty of things from you in that aspect, because they're your niece and your nephew. Unfortunately, beloved, the council has concluded that you are not raising them and or rearing them, but you are a part of their life, and that matters. Now I'll shut the fuck up. Go on ahead, Oya.
All right, let me start my timer for myself. Uh, as a young person, because we're not that far off in age, I'm 28, you're 23, cool. We're not that far off in age, right? When I was your age, I thought I knew what love was. And then 2 years later, I had the person that I literally breathe for. I thought I knew what unconditional love was. I thought I knew what my mom felt about me. And now I know that I will take penitentiary chances behind a 3-year-old terrorist downstairs. I will take penitentiary chances every day. I always tell my job, I'm a mom first and this job second. Secondly, this is the disconnect with the older generation, and I can't call her a YN, huh? Young people.
No.
This is the disconnect. What he was saying was he didn't want to argue, and you took one part of that and blew it out of proportion and let yourself like have your feelings. Now, as a person who also has ADHD, I understand not remembering like what I was mad about. Well, not anymore, because I love Adderall and Prozac.
I don't know if you could say that.
Oh, I can't.
They don't like
My bad.
So we love the TikTok shop.
Yes,
I
TikTok is the
love the
best.
TikTok
I
shop.
don't
I'm
think
about to
TikTok
charge
know
up
what
for
that. I
there.
don't think TikTok know what that is though.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, cause Live Lab Lexapro. Shout out to that.
Wait a minute.
Okay. This is the disconnect between our two generations, and this is why we're going to see a constant divide, because you couldn't sit there and take constructive criticism from mothers and a freaking man who's trying to tell, a grown man at that, because he was like born in the 80s. Jesus Christ, he has socks older than us, both of us. Like, you literally couldn't take constructive criticism and self-reflect. And I used to be you. I used to be that hothead. Like, I know every freaking thing. I'm still a hothead, but I'm a hothead with like wisdom. Well, not wisdom, with self-reflection abilities now. You need to literally self-reflect and understand that what he was saying literally had nothing to do with like what you're talking about. And this whole rambling in circles is very, I hate when young people get into arguments with older people, because as somebody who like respects and reveres the older generation for running so I could walk, and that's the whole reason I made the department, was so I could bridge that disconnect. You are tearing that apart. Literally, you are tearing that apart. You are the reason why, like, you're the reason why the older generation won't even take time out to listen to us anymore, because they think we're know-it-alls and they think we're going to be disrespectful. He's 45, I'm 28. He called me a young lady one time, and like freaking he hurt my feelings one time, and I had to sit there and be like, he's also older than me, and I also need to look at what he's saying. I need to self-reflect about what he's saying. He's hurt my feelings before, and I self-reflected. I didn't do all this though. I didn't even talk to him about it, because I self-reflected and I understood like where he was coming from. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's maturity and growth. And I really need you to not tear down the bridge. I'm slowly building it back. I land my plane.
Can I get some coconuts for Oya in the chat? I love to see a young woman in growth. I think, if I'm not mistaken, a hood. Y'all in these fucking backgrounds. A hood storyteller. I think he was next because I saw you at a picture taking notes. Oh, hold on 1 second. Because Oya did say a lot. Emma, did you want to respond?
Yeah, I do. I mean, I respectfully disagree. I don't care how like old he is. I think that I don't have to take what he says because he's older than me. I think that I don't know a lot of things. I don't know many things. I have to ask my parents for just questions on things. I don't know on like everything, but I do know some things, and I do know my values and my morals, and I disagreed with his parenting style, and that this is what I disagree with, and I don't care how old he is, but I
You
think
don't
Hold
know
on,
his
really quick.
parenting
I just want to
style.
clarify that you have not told us what that parenting style is.
yeah, he
How
just
do
says
you know you
something.
disagree with it if you don't know what it
He says
is?
something about like his kids know what they're doing, and he's not fully um I guess like he said something about like his kids are coming to him. He's not providing first, and the kids are coming to him after. I can't remember
I think
exactly. I can't
maybe
remember
all of this
exactly.
started because you may have misheard him. He
Maybe,
said
and
that
that's
his
okay.
son came to him and said that he had a $5,000 balance to transfer to another school. Dayton said, "Say less, I got you.
Mhm.
I will pay
Ye-
for it." And his son called him 24 hours later and he said, "Hey, what happened to the balance? I need to pay it for you." And he said, "Don't worry about it, Dad. I already taken care of it. You have taught me how to save, you have taught me how to work, and you have taught me how to look out for myself. And I didn't want to put that on you if I didn't have to. So I did it as a young man and I took care of it." And he said, "Damn, I kind of felt some type of way because as a parent, he wants to make sure that he is providing for his children. But he also took it as a proud parent moment because I have raised you right. Because one day I may not be here and you do have to learn the skills to be able to take care of yourself in case I'm not here or in case I'm not able to do it." What part of that do you disagree with?
Hey Emma, before you respond, let me say this real quick.
Hold on, hold on, because maybe
No,
a
no,
lot.
it's
Chat, we
important
might got
before.
notes in chat.
No. It's important before she answers.
No, but like I'm
No,
gonna forget.
no,
Like
let her finish. It come on, you've been
Oh,
here, Janae. You know she.
no, so
It's a
listen,
possibility.
listen. I'm gonna be honest,
I
though.
have some notes, and I'll be all over the place. But
Yeah, no,
go
no,
ahead,
I
Emma.
hear
What
you
part of
though.
that do you
yeah, okay, so let me figure out how to word this. Well, I can use my perspective, I guess, or my experience with my parents. Like my parents were, I guess, I'm trying to figure out how to word this.
no, because you said you disagree with his parenting style. What do you disagree with? What he said about what he did for about the situation with his child? Is she froze? Am I froze?
Perfect time. Hey, listen. So I'm gonna say this real quick. I'm gonna just drop this because it's not that serious, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna just say this because somebody just added me. Oh, they just said me. They said, oh, so does this not sound entitled? So I'm gonna be honest. Two things I hate, right? Three things because I hate men speaking and I hate men resting. The third thing, right, is I hate agreeing with a man, right? Now it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because again, I think I said for a fact that Dayton had a very valid point.
Mm-hmm.
Father to son, and then it's like, oh man, I've been listening. I was rooting for you. We were all
Hold
rooting
on, no,
for
no, no, no,
you.
hold on. I have the sound. I have the sound.
I was
Yeah,
rooting for you. We were all rooting for you.
I
How
was
dare
rooting for
you?
you. And so when we speak entitlement, it's like you're dead. It's like you're in a Jubilee video right now, right? And
Baby,
and I had to raise my red flag.
wake it up.
If you continue to speak, I need you to take the probation and community service.
Wake
Because
it up.
if you testify on the stand, if you keep going, Emma, you're going to listen. You're
Girl, we
gonna
slapping
do.
charges on you.
It's literally 10 years. The crime right now is 10 years. I'm trying to get you community service, and you keep going like because it's like you're proving a point that I don't think that the point or whatever other people were saying was not valid. However, you know what I'm saying? This was for Sparta. I was doing Sparta early. To let them exactly listen, here go. Thank you. To let them know that I did it.
I'm
You know what I'm saying?
screaming.
But
Please.
Janae, you know what this reminded me of now that I saw the picture on my green screen? This reminds me of like white tea men that look like the typical MAGA sitting in front of their TV during the Super Bowl criticizing how they're playing. Talking about, oh, they should have done this like this. Like, how are you gonna know?
Emma,
You
where
never
is your
played the
charger?
game.
I'm gonna keep it above with y'all, man. I ain't never seen somebody drop and get up here quicker than Emma. And so this is how I know
Wait, no.
anytime I
Wait.
put a request to get on the panel and I don't get accepted that quick, I'm a nut up. Because the
Wait.
way Emma then came up here on 16 different pages, Emma is on a no-fly list and she still is getting on planes. I don't know what's going
Wait,
on tonight.
because I want to know where your charger is at, Emma, because you this is the third time your phone has died in the span of 15 minutes. Go get your charger, please.
No, I know because I came on here on this on my pad and my phone. So I've come on like several devices. And my phone has died several times.
Hence why I'm telling you to
Because
go
I'm
get
in
your
the midst
charger.
of moving. So like I'm using like this really like old charger too right now because like my good charger is packed. So that's why I'm using
Are you
So
not
you
on the
using
good
the old
charger?
charger? Wait a minute.
Hold on. Um
Let's wake it up.
no, okay. Let me go to Jamal really quick. Um
Now I'm gonna sit up when I say this, and
hold on, hold on. Before you get started, Cigar Head told me to tell you that every time you speak, I hear the spirits of all the old head uncles assemble. I'm fucking hollering. Go ahead, love.
now listen. I'm gonna say something that we used to say back in the country. My grandmother used to say this all the time. No matter how old I was in college, I was 28, 29. My grandmother used to say this all the time. She'd say, "You a child next to me. You are a child next to me," right? Because no matter that I gained a year, so did she. And I think that there's something profound about operating from a place of wisdom. I think that there's something wise from stopping sometimes and putting some brakes on and recognizing how you're showing up in the world.
Mhm.
Now, I'm going to say this and then I'm going to be through with it for the night
Mm.
because I don't be doing all this talking. But I think what I have heard tonight swerves precariously from the lines of having a conversation to being disrespectful. So we're going to see you next time.
Mm.
Jess.
Mm. Mm. Mm.
Oh,
Mm.
And
Mm.
boom,
Mm.
We do not
shakalaka.
care.
Drop some coconuts for Jamal for the $50.
And it's done.
And
And
it's
it's
out of
done just
all
like
love and
that.
respect. Emma, you would be the second friendly that has ever gotten dropped from the piano. Jamal
I
said,
just, I just, I just confused. Like, I love her a lot. I
and
don't know
it's
if it's
all love.
it is love, but I think that she is showing up disrespectfully tonight.
Agreed.
Mhm.
And I don't think it's a good look to stay up here doing it. Right?
Mhm.
Like I think part of it is protection for her. The
Mhm.
other part of it is Dayton doesn't deserve to be called the liar.
No.
I,
Mhm.
I um I hope it is accepted in the spirit of sincerity that it was meant and intended
Mm.
on everybody's part. But I'm grown and I did what I did.
Mhm.
And she stood out there talking about so she respectfully. She said,
I
I disagree
can't. I can't.
respectfully. Wow.
Sometimes, and to what Jamal is saying, sometimes like you said, you got to stop and let it simmer. Because I don't know if you're. I always compare everything to a relationship. When you're arguing back and forth with your spouse and you're going in circles, sometimes you have to just take a step back and just let everything replay back in your head. Like, oh, okay, I gotta get what you're saying. Because when you're in the heat in the moment, especially when you feel like you have to, you need to defend yourself, you're not really listening to anybody. Like, yeah, you can say what you want to say, but that ain't right. And that's why I not only respect people who have, who are older than me, but also my elders. And I love talking to like my elders because they have lived life and they can definitely give you some good sound advice. And I don't have children, so I tip my hat off to any fucking parent, especially if you were a single parent. That shit is hard. And that's just from somebody who was taking care of 3 kids, for a week. I babysit my niece. I love her to death. And I know you watching. I love you, Boogie. I love you,
But you're not
princess.
raising her.
No, I'm not raising her. I help out with my sister wherever she need. If she need anything, I am there and I look out and I will help with whatever. But I'll never take that from her. She is raising them. She provides for her. She go to work for her. She pick to school for her. They cheerlead, gymnastics. They do everything. That is her and her husband, right?
Mm-hmm.
I am a part of the village to help her raise the children. I'm not raising her. I'm helping her raise her child whenever I can help. But I'm
Saji,
not
you almost
obligated
made
to
me
that. I'm
throw
not
my
legally
phone.
responsible. I can go out to a trip. I don't need to call for no. I don't have to check in with nobody. I don't have to look for no babysitter. I don't have to make sure I called. I don't have to worry when I'm gone. Like none of that.
But I also think it was the connotation and the context of, because if we're gonna wake it up, let's shake the table and knock all of it over at this point. Because why not? Because it's only 2:53, bitch. I got time. Because and I'm being so serious because when it went from, and I want to be really clear, that's why I came in here and I said, what the fuck is going on? That wasn't a joke. I was genuinely confused.
Mm-hmm.
Because when it went from what I disagree with his parenting, the first thing that hit me, I said, well, wait, how can you disagree with it if you haven't observed it, seen it, or been a part of it?
Mm-hmm.
But you disagree with it because it's not your experience. That's the first thing.
Mm-hmm.
Then, well, he called me young lady and she had that visceral response. Okay, understanding that, let's unpack that a little bit. But then two, to keep going back and forth when 7 people are telling you and trying to advise you. You know what? I'm going to take a page out of Jamal's book real quick because I thought about this too as you were talking, Jamal, when you said, this is what my grandmother says. My grandmother says to me, I'm in my early 30s. I'm 31. She says to me as a grown ass person, individual walking this earth, she says, you may be grown, but you will never be growner than me.
Yo, first of all, Dayton, I just want to let you know, Oya is working on a sticker for me that says Dayton said it. Okay. I think you very much well deserve your own sticker. Okay. And shout out to Dayton for the $50 donos for the young lady's future Trump. I am dead. I am fucking hollering.
Bruh. And I'm not mad at it.
But even respectfully, since that seems to be the thing, that's why I have these lives. Like I think we should critically think. You have to look back, and you said I don't. He's lying about his parenting style. First of all, he didn't lie about anything. You can't tell him he's lying about something.
Right.
2, you already being disrespectful by continuously cutting him off. You know what I mean? And she knows, like, I had to drop her, and I had to tell her, hey, you have to let people talk. You can't be up here if you want to keep cutting them off. And you have everybody's going to get their chance, and I promise I'm going to give you your chance too. And then 2, you say I don't disagree with his parenting style. He never talked. What part of it do you don't agree with? Him helping his son, him teaching his son how to be a man, him teaching his son how to work out for himself, but letting him know that I'm always going to be here for you. And I just really want you to think about it, right? Think about it. Why is that a bad thing?
Oh my God.
Okay, drop some Mickey Picky coconuts for Dane. Tell him Dane said it like, why? Dayton has been really, really well. If y'all have ever been here, Dayton be cutting up. Dayton really will be cutting up. And he's been really, really good. He's, and I'm so proud of him, which I have told him multiple times. But drop some Mickey. I want to see massive coconuts for the next 60 seconds for Dayton.
No, because I was about to come at Dayton. I was about to say he lit this shit up and then went on mute. Like,
because Dayton really, he usually do not argue with women.
No,
and he don't argue with women and children.
He doesn't want to disrespect her.
Right.
I'm not even lying. The back of my head, like the lower back hurts. That my blood pressure went
and
up.
Everybody also too. Thank Jamal. I dropped some coconuts for Jamal, for everybody that was like, wow. And I that little dino was surfing like a motherfucker. That shit was cute as fuck. Anyways, thank you. Yeah. I feel like that was probably the most respectful drop that we've had, though. You know what I mean? Like, you really do.
Mine was respectful.
No, you said what?
Mine was respectful.
Yours was
when
toxic.
I dropped it friendly.
Yours was toxic.
Very much so.
That was funny too. Naquan was the very first friendly that we have ever dropped.
And now Emma's the second.
Yes. Sometimes you just gotta stop and think about it. You know what I mean? And just reflect. Take some time to reflect.
Please, y'all. Please.
Te espantó el sueño, Tanya. She's scared. She's scared her sleep away.
Blood pressure all high.
I just realized it's already 1 a.m. I gotta wake up in the morning, but I just wanted to say,
go to bed.
Oh my gosh. Okay, this is wild, but I feel like as a mother, I had a nephew before I was a mother, and I also helped babysit him. I also helped buy stuff for him, and I bought everything for him. Like I loved him to death, and all those things. And I just saying that, like, I'm raising him or I am parenting him is so disrespectful to his mother. And the fact that you guys were trying to explain it, and she was just not getting it. As a mother, if my brother came and said, well, I'm raising your child, I would be pissed.
I would have cursed my sister out.
I'd be like, what? Okay, well then, give me some child support then.
Because baby, I want to be clear. You will block your family for less. Like, let's wake it up.
For less.
Right. We babysit each other's kids, but like we're not raising each other's kids. I help him babysit, he helps me babysit, but we're not raising each other's kids. I educate my kid, I pay for my kid stuff, It's just too much. But I gotta go to sleep because it's 1 a.m. Bye. Thank you.
Good night. Thank
Bye,
you so
Tanya.
much for coming through.
Yeah, because she said she was giving the kids snacks. I told her in the chat, I said, you
I
bought
get
them a
my niece
Lunchable.
snacks too.
And I had to restrain myself, and I'm gonna be real honest, and I'm gonna say this, and we gonna feel how we all feel about it as a collective, and we're gonna Jess, please, why?
The vein on my neck is hurting,
Because when
bro.
she said, "Well, I babysit them," I almost came up here and said, "Girl, being a glorified nanny don't make you no motherfucking parent."
Maybe. Let me tell you something. I'm my favorite. I'm probably my favorite. My niece's favorite auntie, and I would do anything for her, baby. Like you say, I would do penitentiary time, but I am not. I can't say that I'm raising her. I know what it's like to play raise children. I am not doing it. My sister, that's all you, sis, and I'm so proud of you. You're an amazing mother. If you are still listening, you are an amazing mother. I love you. That's who called me on the side, too. My niece. Well, I had to go back. She was like, "Hey, I'm watching you."
I respectfully disagree. Girl, get the fuck out my face, please.
Please.
And I don't mean that in a rude way, but it was really just the consistent rebuttal. It was the consistent cognitive dissonance. It was the consistent, well, I'm hearing that, but at the same time,
I'm not.
I feel like you all are lying to me and playing in my face, essentially, is what I perceive from that.
Mm-hmm.
My nephew is 21 years old. He's a grown man. He's 21.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm over here eating and talking, child.
Yes, you are, Dayton. You definitely are.
My nephew's 21, and I don't think that he would have the courage to call me a liar. Like, there's something about the way that we engage people. I am grown, and I would dare not go to my mother and say, "You're a liar," or any stranger, or do it in the presence of my mother, just because of the way I was raised. And I think, okay, you have this one-off person that you disagree with, but then when you have 7 people saying the same thing to you, and you continue and persist to be disrespectful, it troubles me. And I like her. I like Emma a lot.
Me too. That's why I was kind of surprised.
I
get people can disagree on things, but that was different.
Oh, Emma, you could do whatever the hell you want. Not you gonna watch how you handle me in this comment section.
That part. That part. I want
y'all. Can I?
Cause baby James was like, y'all ain't gonna
baby.
We all get quiet.
We could all shake it up and shut it down. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Hey y'all. I just
Hey, elusive D, how are you doing?
My baby.
Can I go?
I'm good. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Oh yeah, I'm so sorry. You was next, but she had got dropped.
Poor Oya. I just wanted to read a comment from the chat. Someone said, I give out trick or treat. Am I raising those kids anyways? Go ahead, Oya.
Yeah. I really wanted to tell her, like,
she's
they
listening.
literally he could probably smell the Similac on your breath, baby. It's just, you gotta take your britches down a notch. I wish I would tell my yaya that she's a liar and I like respectfully disagree. I wish the hell I would. I wish the hell I would tell that 80-year-old woman on the bayou that's 5 foot and is blind. I wish I would tell her that. She will hit me with a shoe with the accuracy and she blind. Like, no. You gotta respect your elders because they teach you stuff that you're gonna need later. I've always learned something from an older person. And I was a grandma's baby. And so like grandma really, yeah. This is why older men won't talk to us. This is why I'm forever say, yeah.
Cause you be trying to get them older men. Oh yeah.
So Jess, I have a question for you.
Hold on, real quick. Let me let elusive, but don't forget your question because I do want to know.
Oh, I just wanted to say I've been sitting down here putting together this puzzle and listening the whole time, and trying to putting together doing jigsaw puzzles is my relaxation and safe places for other folks. But I was sitting up here listening, and she had a problem with the way he handled it. Is she projecting? Is she upset that her parents aren't handling her that way? they're not doing for her, or
Well, she said she was privileged and she can call her, but that was her thing with then she's like, my parents would give me anything, and maybe she's felt like, and correct me if I'm wrong, Emma, because I know you're in the chat. You said that you were privileged, you love being privileged, and your parents will give you anything. She's there for you financially, and they would give you the money first and wouldn't make you do it, if I'm not mistaken, right? And just so you guys know, we are streaming live to YouTube. Now, let me get. Is that a question? I mean, are you okay?
Oh, she
Well,
said it now.
well, yeah, she did say that, and then the replay, everything is it will live on. It's on my YouTube. Just so you guys know, just in case you missed anything.
No, I just want to say this about raising kids. As a almost 59-year-old woman with 2 of my own, they're adults. I raised my niece and nephew. When I say raised, let's see, I got them the first, third, and fifth Friday of the month, if that makes sense. Every summer, every Christmas break, every spring break, and then got custody of them through the courts. I filed child support on their parents, on their mom and my brother. I drove them back and forth to their home school until I could transfer them over. That's raising kids, putting them in therapy, putting them on insurance so they can get therapy. They have health insurance. That's raising kids. So if Emma's doing all that, then she's raising kids. If she's not doing stuff like that, she's a part of the village and playing a role in their development. That's it. That's all.
And I would have to agree. And I can't tell a parent about what they're doing, just from my very minimal experience. Like, I have a best friend, right? I'm there for. She even called me her baby daddy. I'm planning the baby shower. I'm there when she needs me. I'm picking him up. But she raised him. I'm just a part of the village to help her raise him.
Exactly. Exactly. Like, you know, when you're making life altering decisions, when you're altering your life for these children and doing things, you're raising them. Like, you know, giving them snacks. Like, I got my bonus granddaughter here for 10 days. She's staying with me, but I'm not raising her. Her father is raising her. I play a part in it, in, you know, little things, but he is raising her. I'm a part of his village.
Yep.
But the disrespect, I'm 24 and I know everything, and this, and calling somebody a lie at 50. Me and my mama don't even get along. My mama 85, and I wouldn't dare call her a liar or call her a lie, because that's how we say, oh, you a lie. I would not dare to say that. I will buy out before I say that.
That's the fast track to dentures. You want to get your teeth knocked out in the South? Go ahead and tell somebody grown that they a lie.
I used to tell my kids, it's hard to talk mess with bloody gums and busted lips.
You're gonna end up looking like East LA.
Let me tell you something. We need
If
to start
you
bringing
know,
back
you
some
know.
of them. We need to start bringing back some of them old statements, like I brought you into this world and I'll take you out.
And I will take you out.
Oh my God,
We need
yes.
to start bringing back some of them statements. And I'm being so for real, because that was wild to sit up here and hear that. And then unfortunately, I was going to ask
I'll
because she
give
was
you
saying,
something to
well,
lie about. That's another one too.
Well, right. She was saying, well, are you all not going to allow me to defend myself, so on and so forth. And she ended up leaving, as we saw. But again, I think that's also understanding that while, yes, we are holding conversation about you and you are not up here, it's also still showing that you are not willing to accept or receive the feedback of what is being said, because you're still down there saying, well, I respectfully disagree. Well, that's my opinion. Well, yada, yada, blipty, blipty, when all of that is irrelevant to the fact of you are trying to speak from an experience that you do not have, with knowledge that you are not in an age bracket to possess or be or be near in any capacity, while arguing with people who know better, who know better, who know more, who are able and capable and have done the space and the place of where you believe you are at, but when actuality you should want to be wanting to try to get there. That's the other piece of this.
Mm-hmm.
I want to say something real serious, real quick. And I don't know if I've said this up here before, but I'm gonna say it. And it goes to why I treat Black women the way I do. The crux of the argument that I heard today was about stuff. What can you physically do, monetarily do? Oh, I'm giving them this, I'm buying them that if they need help. For 3 years of my life, my family was homeless. Nobody knew it because my mother took care of us. My mother brought us through. I remember staying in a motel and her praying on the side of the bed and saying, God, take care of my children. Okay. And my mother could not, it was 3 of us and her. She couldn't give us stuff, but she gave me love. And so to hear somebody talking about stuff kind of drives me crazy because that's not what motherhood is. I am the man I am today because of what my mother gave up so that I could be successful. And so, no, motherhood is not watching them after school. Motherhood is crying on the side of the bed trying to figure out how you're going to make 2 pennies make a quarter.
Mm-hmm.
And so, though it's not everybody's reality, one of the things we have to recognize is like parenthood has nothing to do with money and everything to do with the character you raise your child to have. And I think that we struggle to conceptualize that as a set of people. But I'm done. I'm off my soapbox. I felt that's why I dropped her. I felt myself getting emotional and frustrated
Mm-hmm.
with the level of disrespect I heard. And I rarely get that frustrated. I think it's because I like her.
Mm-hmm.
But I can drop a Trump supporter. The word that I choose not to use often, but I'll use tonight is I am fundamentally disappointed.
Mm-hmm.
I am disappointed.
I agree, James. I was shocked to hear her speak like that. I'm like, Emma? Like it's just shocking. But I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna drop because I'm petty. Now I'm questioning her parents' parenting style. That's all I'm gonna say.
Mm.
I'm questioning that. So you can go ahead and
We
drop
love
me.
you, D. Have a good
Okay,
night,
then.
beautiful. Oh, yeah, you unalive in 58. I just want you to know that.
Well, to what James said, that's why I came up, because when I don't want to like ever act like my experience is the experience to have. But when I was listening to like, oh, whatever I want, my parents give me, and I think that's the way it should be, and everything that I want is paid for, and whatever I ask is given, it's like that's not really the reality for a lot of kids or a lot of parents. And I think that for me, like watching my parents go through the struggle, like made me the person that I am. And I wouldn't like, even though sometimes you're like, damn, well, look at what that kid has, or like, where could I be had my parents like been able to like wire me 10 grand, at the drop of a hat?
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't be me, and like, I don't know, I teach my kids too, like, it's not about what you have, it's about who you are. Like, people are not going to remember the things you have when you are unalived, or when you unalive. Nobody's going to remember the car you had or the clothes you had on. They're going to remember who you were, how you made them feel, what you taught them.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Because that's what I remember most.
That's why I make y'all all feel like trash when I'm up here.
We love you, Mom. We love to hear your voice. Like he was saying. He said all the uncles assemble.
But for the grace of God, there go I. Yes. That's one of them old sayings. Who was saying something about old sayings?
Everybody, I think.
Hood storyteller said it. But for the
I
grace
was
of
just
God,
about to unmute, but see, I was trying to give you I see, I didn't know where you was going. I was trying to be cool, and I was trying to be like, "Oh, what was said about me?" Just to piggyback, and I was gonna do my thing that I do, and then you summoned me, you know.
Oh,
And
he
I don't
said,
know.
"Gift go thank you,
And I
Jesus."
told y'all want to know what happened tonight. I'm gonna give it a vote with y'all. Listen to me. The moon is full, or amen. It is a full moon tonight, and when the moon is in the sky, people turn into werewolves. Okay, if you have not watched the show
Yo, my
about it,
daddy who he used to be scared of fucking full moons. I be hot. So every time I see a full moon, I think about him. May he rest in peace. He was funny. Now he was a liar. I didn't call him that, but I knew he was
good thing
lying.
about a man, they lie.
She said, I don't like to agree with men, but you making me agree.
You know what I'm saying? I don't want to hear them speak. I hate to see them sleep, and then you got me over here. And you got me over here agreeing with one. Now you my out. What's I got to?
Good night, Heather. It's so good to see you, baby.
It's a full moon tomorrow. That's all I'm gonna say. I just looked it up. It makes sense.
Oh,
Everything
cause
makes
yeah,
sense.
cause it's usually like a 3 day span. Cause the first day is not a full, like 100% full moon, but it's like at a 90, 99. And then the middle day is like at 100, and then the third day is going into like 90, 99. Like it's less, but it's the last day we're gonna have it. And somebody said, when was the new moon? Because they thought it was last week. It was last week. You should have wrote your prayers on that bay leaf and burned it in that dress candle. And that dress candle last week. You missed the moon ritual, baby. We did it last week.
They ain't got the good night gift no more. Because we about to do our closing remarks. We've been on here 5 hours. Okay.
Don't forget Jess has her links on her bio. Everybody deserves some Tylenol and
Yes. My reparations, y'all.
Wait,
Or
she's selling opiates in the bio?
hold on, what?
Whoa.
Can you? I don't think you can say that. Good thing we about to go.
You can't say OPs? Oh,
I tried
Do
to
I
go
need to
around that
break
when I
out
was
the
going over the
shiesty
Diddy trial,
mix?
and they sure sent me a warning.
Well,
I,
I don't know. I think they be acting funny with y'all.
Come on, Crystal! Thank you for the crown and the colorful wings. Thank you all y'all for the live breaking. I appreciate y'all.
let me get my closing remarks. My closing remarks is y'all man need to raise y'all.
Wait, Jamal's gonna be last. Next.
I know, right? We need them.
And I ain't.
You finna go?
I got to go to bed.
No,
okay, good night. I love
I'm in.
you.
I'm in here with my rollers.
Rollers is wild.
Rollers is sick.
They must be sitting on your head on some glue.
With
In the house.
a kerchief on top.
With a kerchief, please.
And the house coat and the socks.
Now
Child,
wait a
I ain't
minute.
got,
Now
I ain't
wait
got
a
a house
minute.
coat on. I took that off when I laid down.
Okay, well,
But
oh no, that's
That's
YouTube.
not Oya. Oh my god.
I'm so used to
What I
Oya throwing her
do?
ass up there.
That's
I just
not
knew it was
What I did?
her. Oya, you know the night you and the Quan was going back and forth, it was getting spicy. I was like, thank you, princess. Thank you for the legend crown, you guys. Thank y'all. Thank you, Sky. Oh my goodness, girl.
What happened?
You can't be putting all that ass on TikTok.
I'm sorry. Hold on.
Why?
Wait. I was searching pictures. I hadn't even saved nothing. Y'all can see my.
Boy, we saw that ass.
Ooh, amen, y'all.
Bitch, I'm dead.
I didn't even.
Y'all besmirching my name up here.
Hold on, y'all.
Well, that was
Jamal
nice.
has last words. Hold on. Go ahead, because we got to send our uncle to bed.
Y'all shut up, everybody. Now, first of all, y'all donate to Jess. I should still be seeing gifts going in. Second, we got to do something about the children. We got to do something about these young children. They just done got disrespectful, cantankerous. My grandmother used to say you got to bend a tree when it's young, because if you let it grow crooked, the only thing you can do with it is cut it down. No, on a serious note, I appreciate this conversation. I appreciate the sincerity with which everybody had it. I love all of you all. I just got off of a plane again, and so it's always good to spend time with people that I consider family, even though one of my family members didn't come to see me. But I ain't gonna say no names or nothing. I ain't gonna talk about them.
Mm-hmm.
When they are full flats next week, they'll know why.
When they were, thank you,
Oh
Francis.
my God! I'm not gonna
Let's go. Drop some coconuts for Francis. Thank you, baby. You acting up. Okay.
drop some steak knives for Jamal.
Drop some steak knives, baby. Okay, you be cutting.
Oh my God! Every single last one of them. All right, y'all. I love y'all. Y'all are beautiful
We
people.
love you
I'm gonna get
too.
some
Get you
rest.
some rest. You deserve it.
All right, baby.
Hey,
Bye.
I'll see you soon.
All right.
Love you, Jamal.
Mhm. Oh my God.
Now that Jamal's gone, I can say I'll just.
Oh yeah. Any last words tonight?
Oh damn, I gotta go next. I
Okay,
thought I
you need
be
time to get
gathering my
your words together.
yeah.
Okay, no problem. Janae, any last words?
Tonight was
Hey,
day
Ren, drop some coconuts for Ren in the chat.
conversation. Still go to bed. That's a good go to bed. So you know what I'm gonna say, black woman, I love you. I'm here for that every time.
I'm sorry. Oh yeah. I'm
That seemed
sorry,
like that. No, it
Janae.
seemed like that
Friends
was
out
on
here
your
going out,
head.
turning up.
No,
Okay.
yeah, I thought that was on your head for real. But
Maybe real
it
family
looked like
shit.
you had it. It looked like you had it in your room. That's what I'm saying. It was really on there. But black woman, I love you.
We love you.
If you haven't given me a follow, you don't have to. You know what I mean? I know how it go.
Yes.
I'm a little abrasive. However,
Follow the whole panel, you guys.
if you're gonna follow me, if you click the link in my bio, the top on my link tree is a GoFundMe for my social initiative, Strangers Helping Friends. And that is me helping to make survivor backpacks. I'm actually gonna live. I'm gonna go live tomorrow around 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time because Jessica was one of my first donations of like a pack of like a boat pack of socks, and then Shay also sent like a box of soap.
Support the people who are doing the good things, you guys. Okay.
Yeah, so there's the GoFundMe is my first link. The second is if you don't feel comfortable with donating money, you can click the wish list and purchase things off of my list because I create survivor backpacks, which have white t-shirts, hygienic products for men and women, non-perishables, and tents, umbrellas, all type of things are in those backpacks, including the boat backpacks that I have to purchase for myself. I've been doing this for about I don't know 4 years now, and I think I just added that I want to help transitional mothers who are like leaving the DV shelters because you often go there with nothing. And so they can leave with something with my backpacks. And I would like to give love meals as well. So if any and all people can donate, if you live in Atlanta, you can DM me and you can come to my house. Listen, because I got camp. I'll be safe. Anyway, so if you funny, I'm funnier. Okay. But if you
And
like
happy birthday, Ren! Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday. Everybody, at Ren and tell her happy birthday. You guys definitely give Jenny a follow. She is out here doing the Lord's work, honey, as well. Get around some people that are doing great things. Oprah said, wealth is not what you have, but what you give. Okay.
Well, Oprah also gave them, you know, and my closing remark as we speak about
paying
Oprah.
taxes on. So
No,
thank you
listen,
for the tiny.
as we as my last closing remark is I remember that back in the day we had I don't know how other people what your age is, but I remember my mom used to be at work and she used to make me record General Hospital on Oprah. She's a big Oprah fan. Now I'll never forget I was like 10, 11 years old and Oprah I recorded the show for whatever reason I watched the show and she was like, you get a car, you get a car. I haven't liked that lady since because I knew my black mom was struggling. And then baby shot and I was like, you know what? I don't like that lady no more. So just like she asked us to donate to the people with her as a billionaire standing next to the rock.
Wow.
And you still and I'm so glad y'all getting on the I hate Oprah train because I've been there ever since she gave everybody a car besides my single struggling mother. And for those
Was your mama in the audience?
No, she was not, but that's my thing.
I'm fucking hollering. Good night, Janae. I love you.
I knew that my mother deserved, is my point. I knew that my mother deserves. You understand?
Baby, and you.
And
Thank
because
you,
if
Oya.
those women could go to that Oprah show, they went there down bad. My mama was recording on her VHS.
Y'all
Amen.
acting good.
And so that's why she will never get a. I'm gonna stand on her neck till I die.
Stand on her
And that is where I land my plane.
Good night, beautiful.
Good night.
Janae sounds like the best daughter anybody could have. Not gonna lie.
Said, Mama, that
She
should have
has
been
a
your
lot-
car, Mama.
She has a lifelong
stand on her
grudge
neck
with
till I
Oprah.
die is crazy.
Oh my goodness. Oya, any last words? Oya, let me tell you something. Hold on. Let me see.
I'm so proud of you.
Let me see if I can do this. I am too. I
So proud of you,
I ain't
Oya.
gonna say I have to put it in the chat. I have to
You get your big one
I said,
tonight, baby.
let me ask my baby. What,
Now you crying
I
now.
promise. I was like, I'm so proud of you.
She did so
What you doing?
good.
Oh, I can't do it.
Thank
I
you.
tried to put 3 people on here, but Dayton Francis and y'all acting so yo we one. Usually they let me put 3. Well, they said not on this layout, but anyways, thank y'all so much. I love y'all. Go ahead, Oya. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you and Dayton. I'm really
Look, I
proud.
told him the department was ready to slide Hawkeye behind him. And you know
Okay,
what
got me. You
Hawkeye
know, Royal Family don't
means.
play.
At all.
But
Jason, they
I hope
picking on me. Who is they? What are we doing? What's going on?
They did really good, right, Latrine? Because you know the ones that's been here for a while, we know, but I'm so proud. I'm sorry. Oh yeah, go ahead, beautiful.
I hope this doesn't unbridge the gap between my generation and you 80s and we boomers out there. I do think you guys have a lot to teach us. I love hearing y'all experiences and learning life lessons from you all. And I hope that we can walk forward together. And then also, yeah, oh Lord. I wouldn't have said that to anybody. I just wouldn't have said that because as a mom, I remember going through postpartum depression and the only thing I was worried about was taking care of my baby. And I wasn't worried about me and I hadn't eaten, showered in like a week. So I could never say that to a mom and then not be a mom because now I understand. Um Also, older men, we are not all like that. We are not all like ditzy girls. My cutoff is it's from 1982 to 1985. So, you know, I'll at you, girl. But yeah.
I'm hollering. I love you. Can y'all drop some coconuts in the chat for Oya? I'm so proud of you. It's a blessing to know you and just be able to watch your growth. You know, so keep doing what you're doing, sis.
Thank you. Good
Good
night.
night. Saji, any last words, my love?
Oh my God, girl. Listen, I never asked for a cookie, but I really do think I need one. My sugar feels low, my pressure feels high. The top of my head and the back of my head are both burning. I'm getting old. But you know, I'll say this to Emma. You know, thank you for one thing, because for those 30 minutes that you were driving us crazy, I forgot about Alligator Alcatraz, Trump,
Dang, check your
and
IG.
everything that's bad in the world. I forgot for 30 minutes. I was that mad. So yeah, that's all I gotta say. My brain's hurting right now. But I love you, Jess.
I
Love you
love you
guys.
too. Thank you so much for coming
Love
on
you so
and
much.
sharing your story with us too. We appreciate you.
I was stuck in the
We
car
couldn't
now
even
for
get
how
to
long?
like into your story because I'm like the chat was just chatting. I was like, what?
For real, I was mid story, but you know, everything happens for a reason. It was
Yeah.
not the time to tell it.
It'll be an even more perfect time. Maybe we can all either kumbaya or cry together or both.
Both.
Good night, beautiful.
Good night.
Son, this is remind me of old times, baby.
Yes, right. How long has it been?
It's been a while. It's been a
Y'all,
while.
oh Jesus,
I love you too.
Jesus. I just, baby, they say youth is wasted on the young, and I don't necessarily believe that, but I do believe that critical thinking and intellectualizing and is severely lacking in some aspects of this current generation. And it's really disheartening. It's really, really, really disheartening. Emma really wanted to stand 10 toes down on the fact that she just knew that she had to be right because it was her opinion. And I think that speaks a lot to where we currently are in regards to society, because yes, we want our kids to feel good, but also I feel like I'm also afraid we've gotten to a place of coddleization, and that is not helping them to progress and to be prepared for the world. Remember, our parents used to say all the time, well, I want you prepared for the world. Well, when you life is going to be harder on you than I could ever be.
Oh,
We got to get
life's
back
a
to that,
bitch.
because that is an aspect that is missing as a current. We got to get back to that. Got to tell them, I'm hard on you now so that the world will not be as hard as you when you get out there, and you will understand what you are encountering.
You ain't never.
I just
Who knocked that out? Thank you, Polly. I love y'all, chat. Y'all did y'all big one tonight.
It's just really, really disheartening. And again, she seemed like there was so much that she wanted to add, and it just got caught up in the rigmarole of all of that, because you felt your opinion was so strong that you could determine what somebody else's lived experience is, and that's not it. That's not in any capacity. But beyond that, you're doing great, boo. I'm so proud of you. I love you so much.
I love you down.
Not down. Her plane for electric. Shut. Her planes were electric.
Y'all are fucking wild. See, Dayton was on his best behavior.
Dating really well. I'm really proud of you. I mean that genuinely. Like, I'm so proud of you. You did so good. You was on your best behavior. You didn't engage. You know, because you could have tore her up. You could have tore her up. And I'm just so proud of you. You did your big one. Genuinely. You, Oya, shit, everybody. I feel that we all did a great job. Saji, everybody did a phenomenal job, everybody. Genuinely. Because my God, on motherfucking today.
Yes.
That was a lot. That was crazy. That to call somebody a liar like that. Woo, God. Not only because I'm at work and she a young person. I know that's right. Because when she said, well, I'm not a young lady. I'm not a young lady.
He said, well, maybe that I'm gonna change it then. And
Hey, Irene.
like Oya said, there's sometimes a disconnect between, millennials and Gen Z about, like, the way they were raised. I see,
And
because
you
what
also
she took as disrespect, I took it as risk, not only because I know Dayton, and just like, and what a random nigga might say that feel like you're attacking them or feel like that's a spat, instead of saying like, oh, I ain't talking about or whatever. I'm not speaking with the young lady. Like, I'm not about to argue with the young lady, right? And I took that as like a southern hospitality, not southern respect. You know what I mean? So that's why I was a little bit confused. And I and want to be fair about any situation, which is why I'm like, if you play it back on the YouTube, you'll hear that, like, you're cutting him off, but also too, like, you're in the chat saying he's lying,
right. Well,
so
well, respectfully, I disagree. Well, beloved, at what point does it become, what is it no longer respectful, and it's just you disagreeing disrespectfully? Like, because that's what it was giving.
And I thought
And
that
then on
was
top, of that, I mean, again, it's just it is just the very aspect, and I think we also forget just like millennials and Gen Z are not that far apart, and I need us to stop acting like we are that far apart because that's the reason why we're in the situations we're kind of in a little bit with Gen Z, where they feel that they're so disconnected from us and that we don't understand it like we're not that far removed from Gen Z.
Mhm.
And that's the other piece of this. It feels far enough removed because millennials as a whole, we all saw what it was before the internet. We are the last generation to know. Good night, baby.
Thank you for the
We are the-
tiny. Thank you, Ari.
I love you, Sky. We are the last generation to know what life was before the internet and advancing through the technological age.
Mhm.
Genuinely. If we think about it, we knew what it was to work a rotary phone. We know how to read an analog clock. They don't know how to do no
But you
shade
can
to
read
them.
maps.
Right, we can read maps. Like we are the last generation to know and experience that in it. Please go away. In its entirety. And that's the other piece of this. And also we openly right and still do. And that's the other piece that we're the last generation to know how to write in cursive.
Yeah, you know, in Texas, you cannot even you can't teach they can't teach cursive in school.
No, we were the last, like I think 93, 94 babies. Like so myself and maybe the class after, we were the last ones to learn where they taught cursive in school.
And they get in trouble if you do teach
Oh,
cursive.
you said no, Latrine? Is that not true? Did I mess up? Oh,
Rhea! You know they probably do it in private schools. It's the public schools they don't want you, like the private schools,
Yeah.
they got money, so they want to, you know, cultivate, or they want to groom those children because they think your money should, your parents will have pass on money and you could do, you know, sign your checks. Public schools.
Okay, well, 96, but again, like we're acting like we're so far removed
Mhm.
from that, and I think that's the other piece of this. I think that's where we have kind of done a disservice to Gen Z, because even when we all heard about Gen Z, it would be like they were so far removed from us, and it's just not true. And
what grade? I was asking not Oya, Rhea, what grade? Because you usually learn cursive in junior high, middle school, right? They taught it in first grade. Yeah, Rhea, you just graduated. You ain't been in first grade a long time. These things have happened within the last I want to say 5 to 10 years. I want to say 5 years though, because I know teachers that were trying to teach cursive and were getting in trouble for it.
And the other piece of this is too, and I realized this earlier today. I saw a comment on a post, and somebody was openly talking about, just really quickly, about just the current state of politics and everything. And it dawned on me as a person, and I don't know if this will resonate with y'all. This current generation that's like voting, that this is their first time voting, many of them don't know what a non-Trump presidency looks like.
Mm-hmm.
And
they have nothing to compare it to.
And they have nothing to compare it to. And that really struck me, because I was like, damn, we really saw, like, even I was born in 93, we knew of and knew about Bill Clinton from our parents.
Yeah.
We saw 9/11.
Yeah, because
We
I ain't
saw,
vote for Bill.
right, we saw the Bush administration. And the way our parents and grandparents and household talked about W, and how he handled X, Y, and Z, and that we all knew it was Dick Cheney really running that bitch, and W was just on vacation golfing all the time. That's what we knew to be true. Then we got to see Obama. And so that really dawned on me too, because that plays a big context in this as well. And it really hit me like a bolt of lightning. I'm like,
oh, Cigar said Texas is bringing back cursive handwriting.
Oh, thank the Lord for small
Yes, thank
favors.
God. I'm like, how they gonna sign checks? I don't want you to sign no checks.
Bitch, they don't, girl, they don't know half of them don't know what a check is, Fresh. The only check they are aware of is the one that they know they will get from working, but even now they don't even know that those used to be physical. They used to have to hand you your check and you just have to go cash that
now
bitch.
It's direct deposit.
Right, now it's direct deposit, but we're old enough to remember when our parents would have to go cash their checks. They didn't have direct
been
deposit.
Fighting for it. Come on, y'all doing the good work. Cigar, I'm gonna have to get with you too.
But I just think that's really an entire the thing that I gained from tonight, and we saw from tonight. I think is really genuinely there is a disconnect in the things that we perceive to be societal norms and the way that we move and the way that we experience as those who are growing in regards to the younger generation and the way they're coming up and the way they feel and perceive and think they know what they know, and how they're willing to stand 10 toes down on it, even if 7 people are saying, hey, this is not it, this is not the move, this is not the wave, and you might be wrong. And I think, unfortunately, like, when we talk about, you remember participation prizes in school? I know this is about to ruffle some feathers, but I don't think the prize was the participation as much so as it was that your participation wasn't viewed as the prize.
Say that last part again.
I'm not repeating that shit, girl.
Oh my
But I think
God.
that's what that really starting to come down to. It's like, okay, well, you participated. Here you go, but did you try? But did you try to understand? Did you try to do the thing?
And they
Or
shouldn't
was
be
it just
rewarded for that.
because you showed up, we're presenting you with this? I think there has to be a piece of understanding that so I think some of them need to start trying their hardest and really understand what it means to fail at this point, unfortunately. Because the school of hard knocks is for everybody. Everybody has to go to the school of hard knocks. And unfortunately, I think we've done such a disservice because we've tried to protect them so deeply from all the things that we experienced or we didn't want. And that did not help. That did not help.
At all.
Like, girl, they don't put a trigger warning on Rush Hour.
What?
At the beginning of Rush Hour, they have a thing that comes up there now that says, "Oh yeah, like you all asking, letting people know that this movie was made like in the 90s and some of the jokes." And I was like, "Is this where we are? Is this what we've become?"
Oh,
girl,
yes.
let's get on up out of here. Yes, Saji, they done put a whole thing on Rush Hour before Rush Hour where
Yeah, my movie right there.
It was mine.
Push your damn button.
Push the
Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? Okay.
I cannot with you, please.
Oh, before we get out here, let me undo YouTube. YouTube, thank you guys so much for tuning in. We appreciate you guys as always. Again, obviously the conversations took a few left, right, up and down turns. But, at the end of the day got to end. Thank you guys for tuning in. Hit the like, subscribe button, and share with a friend.